Greetings. I hope all is well. I hope your day is going well. I hope your morning, day, afternoon, wherever you're at, hope it's going well. Do me a favor, hit that like button. Again, please hit the like button. Also, do me a favor and share the content. Please hit that share button. Oh, okay, whatever. Please hit the share button. Please share. Please subscribe. Also, visit dynastamir.com. Again, visit dynastamir.com when you get a chance. Again, visit dynastamir.com. Tours, we have several tours coming up. Sierra Leone, November 20th through December 3rd. November 20th through December 3rd, we are rolling to Sierra Leone. Again, November 20th through December 3rd, we are going to Sierra Leone. Oh, let me turn this down. Sorry about that. November 20th through December 3rd, we are going to Sierra Leone. Citizenship is available to those who qualify. Again, citizenship is available to those who qualify, and we will love to have you guys on this tour, on this journey. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm so sorry. Somebody keeps calling, and I gotta let them know that I'm busy. Sorry about that. Again, guys, sorry about that. I apologize. Shout out to Ayana in the chat room. Shout out to Kedra Curry in the chat room. Everybody in the chat room, shout out to you. So again, citizenship is available to those who qualify, who want to roll with us to Sierra Leone, November 20th through December 3rd, November 20th through December 3rd. So please visit. Again, please visit. Let me put the site in the, let me pull up the site real quick. Please visit Danfo, DANFO dot Africa. Again, Danfo, DANFO dot Africa. Please visit Danfo, DA. Shout out to Delina in the chat room, everyone. Shout out to our sister Delina. Again, please visit Danfo, DANFO dot Africa to learn more. And then we are rolling to Nigeria, Omo Niger. We are rolling to Nigeria in about 3 weeks, y'all. In about 3 weeks, we will be in Nigeria for the Oshun Festival. If you are interested, again, if you are interested in joining us in Nigeria, once again, visit Danfo, DANFO dot Africa. And we will love for you guys to join us and be a part of the group. Again, we will love. Guys, I'm gonna get into the slave ships. I'm gonna get into the where are the slave ships at? I'm gonna get into that. So again, for the gear, visit ileamir.com, ileamir.com, ileamir.com. We will love for you guys to join us and support and buy some shirts, because people always ask it, Dynast, where do you get the shirts from? Where do you get the shirts from? Well, right here, ileamir.com. No, John is headed to where is John going? John is headed to Chattanooga. Then he's going to Alabama, but I think he'll be back this weekend. I think he's coming back this weekend. So, if you want to holler at John, again, he'll be back. He'll be back this weekend if you want to holler at and see our brother John Cashin. I know you guys have been enjoying John. He is a wealth of knowledge. He knows a whole lot. He knows a whole lot. So, he'll be back this weekend. Again, he'll be back this weekend. So he'll be back this weekend. So, yeah, he's a good guy. Okay, well, I hope it'll fit as well. Delina. I hope your shirt will fit as well. But today's topic, we're going to be discussing Terrence Howard. In fact, let me pull up the Terrence Howard video real quick. in when he while he was in Uganda, and he was speaking on, I guess, an invention um, that he has when he was in Uganda. So let's pull this up real quick. Terrence Howard in Uganda speaking on new technology and inventions and some other stuff. So I want to pull this up. We'll take a look at it. It's in regards to him wanting to say he wants to develop a new hydrogen technology in Uganda. So let's go ahead and take a look at the entire meeting or interview. Hold on one second. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Kid Rebel. Some people are saying that, and guys, this is not financial advice. Do your own research. This is not financial advice. Do your own research. Okay, what I'm about to say, what I'm about to respond to. They're saying that it's like a dead cat bounce. So Bitcoin might go to like 25,000. Then allegedly or supposedly it should dip. Also in August, I forgot the name of the exchange that went bankrupt back in like 2016 or 17. Those settlement payments are finally going to be made. And there might be a possibility that a lot of people might cash out on their Bitcoin. I forgot the name. Mount Gox. Mount Gox is the name of the exchange. So I think they went bankrupt like 2018 or 17 or like that. So those settlements, those payments, Mount Gox, the payments that are made to the people that were affected by that, they might get paid in Bitcoin. So the option is to get paid in Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin Cash. Shout out to the Lily for the super chat. Thank you, sister. Thank you so much. Shout out to the Lily. Bitcoin Cash, and I think I forgot the other option. So they're saying that people get paid in Bitcoin or even Bitcoin Cash or whatever. There could be a chance that they sell it off, and then allegedly a lot of miners are supposed to sell a lot of their Bitcoin. So August is going to be interesting. August is going to be very, very interesting when it comes to crypto. So we'll see how that plays out.
Greetings to you, Your Excellency. Thank you for this great honor to meet with me and my wife. We appreciate your leadership in the strong Pan-African spirit that has enabled you to take a center role in uniting Africa. And we also appreciate what you have done regarding the diaspora and asking Africans, people of African descent to return back to Africa so that we can now rebuild Africa the way that it was supposed to be. I'm very happy with being here as a result of Honorable Frank and Isaac Kagosi, who wanted to make sure that these things would take place. I've heard about Uganda most of my life, the same way that everyone else heard about Uganda. In looking at movies about the guerrillas and all of those things, and you hear stories of the past president that were here, but then you hear stories about what you have done in trying to keep the resources of Uganda here in the country and make sure that the people of Uganda are able to prosper and this land is no longer raped and taken, the properties taken away and given to other people. You know, I was born Terrence Deshaun Howard. I've become an actor. You know, I've been nominated for Oscars and Golden Globes and SAG Awards, but those weren't the things that really moved me. As a child, I studied chemical engineering at Pratt Institute, was there for 2 years until I saw that there was an inconsistency with the math there. And so I went out to explore a new way of understanding how the universe worked, and I was able to define the grand unified field equation they've been looking for and put it into geometry. And then with that geometry, I was able to put props on that And what I'm saying is now we have invented a new form of flight that I would like to bring here to Uganda to replace the drones, to replace the helicopters, to replace the planes. We have all the funding necessary. What we need is just a fertile ground in which to build this. Now, this is the geometry of hydrogen.
Of
Hydrogen.
hydrogen.
This is the proton itself.
Mm.
So any bond that hydrogen can make, our linchpins are able to make. So we're talking about unlimited bonding, unlimited predictable structures, supersymmetry. And the linchpins are now able to behave as a swarm, as a colony that can defend a nation, that can harvest food, that can remove plastics from the ocean, that can give the children of Uganda and the people of Uganda an opportunity to spread this and to sell these products throughout the world. So we are no longer just selling agricultural products and pieces from the land. We can now sell and take center stage with technology. But the main purpose is to defend the sovereignty of a peaceful place and a peaceful people without having to have our young men lose their lives. It's an incredible new technology that I want to develop here.
So the hydrogen, what does it do? The hydrogen.
Well, what I'm saying is this is the geometry of hydrogen. They tell us that hydrogen is the very first element, but hydrogen is the color yellow. We appreciate your leadership. Keep the resource.
My bad. Do you think Museveni has any clue what Terrence Howard is talking about? Do you think Museveni has any idea what Terrence Howard is talking about?
Of Uganda here in the country and make sure that the people of Uganda are able to prosper and this land is no longer raped and taken, the properties taken away and given to other people. You know, I was born Terrence Deshaun Howard. I've become an actor. You know, I've been nominated for Oscars and Golden Globes and SAG Awards, but those weren't the things that really moved me. As a child, I studied chemical engineering at Pratt Institute, was there for 2 years until I saw that there was an inconsistency with the math there. And so I went out to explore a new way of understanding how the universe works, and I was able to define the grand unified field equation they've been looking for and put it into geometry. And then with that geometry, I was able to put props on that. And what I'm saying is now we have invented a new form of flight that I would like to bring here to Uganda to replace the drones, to replace the helicopters, to replace the planes. We have all the funding necessary. What we need is just a fertile ground in which to build this. Now, this is the geometry of hydrogen.
Of
hydrogen.
hydrogen.
This is the proton itself.
Mm.
So any bond that hydrogen can make, our linchpins are able to make. So we're talking about unlimited bonding, unlimited predictable structures, supersymmetry. And the linchpins are now able to behave as a swarm, as a colony that can defend a nation, that can harvest food, that can remove plastics from the ocean, that can give the children of Uganda and the people of Uganda an opportunity to spread this and to sell these products throughout the world. So we are no longer just selling agricultural products and pieces from the land. We can now sell and take center stage with technology. But the main purpose is to defend the sovereignty of a peaceful place and a peaceful people without having to have our young men lose their lives. It's an incredible new technology that I want to develop here.
So the hydrogen, what does it do? The hydrogen.
Well, What I'm saying is this is the geometry of hydrogen. They tell us that hydrogen is the very first element, but hydrogen is the color yellow when you look at it through a spectrometer, and you never see the color yellow without seeing red and orange in front of it, and without seeing blue and
Look, I'm not claiming to be the smartest man on this show. I'm not claiming to be the smartest man in the world. But guy, can anyone please break this down for me in easy layman terms? Once we're done watching this, I would greatly appreciate that.
green afterwards. And each one of these elements, each one of these colors represent an element. So what I'm saying is hydrogen isn't the very first element, it's just the first visible element.
Mhm.
And all the other elements are descendants of that. And the same way we can paint colors and mix colors together, the children of Uganda with this new science will be able to mix elements together like you mix colors. And the same way you're able to mix music together, you will be able to now control the nature of things. We have the grand unified field equation in geometry with hydrogen, with the linchpin, which is what happens when four forces meet. The space that's left over, if you were to take four bubbles and try and push them together, the negative space where they don't touch is the element we call hydrogen. That they've given me the patent to, worldwide patent to.
Okay.
And I've turned that into a flying vehicle that has unlimited bonding. And we can now predict the entire periodic table from these same elements. So when MIT and Harvard and Yale will all have to.
You never know. He might be onto something. He might be onto something. And he's an entertainer, guys. You know, entertainers. You know they could pretty much show up anywhere and have a seat at any table they want to. He's an entertainer. But listen, he might be onto something. But you're right. I would like to see a visual. I would like to see a visual. Guys, do me a favor. Hit the like button. Please hit that like button. Thank you.
Come here to Uganda and to the University of Uganda in order to be able to teach or learn about this new geometry. With your permission, I would love for him to be able to bring two of these over to you.
Okay.
Which is, can you take these over to, will he be able to see from here? I don't know how well you can see this,
I
but
can see very well.
this is the geometry of hydrogen. It ends up creating 6 pentagons. No, you should take both because I'll be able to demonstrate from here as well, but he can see them bonding by putting them together. Now, this is just a model of the props. But it generates tangential flight, and that's the ability to fly around one's own center of mass.
So this is one.
This is just one of them, but you can put them together and bond them.
One molecule.
That's one atom.
Listen, I'm not hating on him. He might be onto something. Listen, I'm not hating on Terrence Howard at all. At all. He might be onto something. It's just, is Museveni the right person to be talking to? Dude, Terrence Howard might be onto something. I'm not trying to hate on the brother at all.
One atom.
When two of them come together, they make the first molecule.
Okay.
Which
they are bonded together by their own.
Yes. Well, we put magnets on it, and you
you put magnetism in. You are not contesting that hydrogen combines with oxygen to make water. But what you're adding on is that the previous description of the atoms was not accurate.
No.
That what they were calling the orbit was
Just
was the fallout.
It's the inertial plane. It's the discharge from the center of the electric charge.
The discharge of the core.
Of the vortex.
Of the nucleus. Oh, this is very interesting. Thank you so much. So I give you land. How much land do you need?
Oh my God.
Listen, Museveni just offered him land. Museveni just offered him land. I'll give you land. How much you need? How much land you need? What you need? Listen, Museveni just offered the man land. All right. Guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Hit the like button. But again, Museveni just offered this man land. Just offered him land.
Can I catch my breath?
Thank you so much. So you are most welcome.
The First Lady, I read her book and I was not her book. But I wanted to give that to her. I heard that you went to North Korea.
Okay, people.
Yeah, you know.
Received. And I knew that I would one day be able to present it before heads of state. That didn't come from any school. On top of my head, and I kept trying to see his face, but I couldn't see his face. I wasn't allowed to see it. But these new shapes, wave conjugations that didn't look like the Platonic solids. And I woke up, but from that motion and rebuild the periodic table according to the proper form away from us. It's now been given to us again, and I want to bring that here.
You are most welcome.
Yo, can somebody call in and kind of break down what he was explaining? Can somebody call in and explain what he was talking about? Listen, Terrence might be onto something. I'm not hating at all. Again, I'm not hating at all. Well, Keisha, then we need to back him. There we go. Ignore the speech. He's showing us what we should be doing. I'm not hating on a brother at all. Here we go. Guys, links in the chat room. Okay, here goes to Nigel. To Nigel, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's great that he went there because Terrence Howard did. Thank you for having me. And yeah, because I was just a bit excited by the video because I did see the challenge he put out last year, if I'm not mistaken. It's called the Lynchpin Challenge that he did for this drone design. And people thought it was crazy at first. What was that shape he was talking about? Guess what? Somebody did the design. Two people eventually succeeded in doing it. But that guy, the link I sent you is of the UK guy that first did it. When he did it, even people that knew about drones were like, wow, how can something fly like this? You can play the video so people see what they're talking about. I don't know why he didn't show it to the president. because that's what he needs to do to convince people, not bring something and, you know, with his hand just say, oh, look at what I'm doing. You should show him what the stuff can do. The drone can fly in any direction, that's facing any direction, in any way, while rotating. Yeah, just play the link so you see what I mean, so people will understand what he's talking about.
All right, guys, links in the chat. Yeah, I don't understand what he's talking about, but again, you know, he might be
If
on
you
to
see it,
something.
you'll understand.
Okay, I guess I need to see it.
Yeah, the link I put in the private chat.
Oh, you put the link? Okay, hold on. Let me pull that up real quick.
That's the UK guy that first cracked the idea.
Okay,
But the guy
here we
went
go.
and made the code public. Which was very annoying. The guy went and made the code public for something that Terrence was supposed to get the benefit for. Yeah. Now let me see how the drone actually flies. It doesn't fly like any normal drone at all. If we can get a close-up view, that would be good. Exactly.
With the Omnicopter flying outside this time. So this is a vehicle that can fly in any direction and at any orientation. If you saw my last video, it's a bit of a closer up shot of it flying about indoors. So here it is with a bit more room. You can see it can move quite fast because it does have enough thrust to hover in any orientation. I've now fitted a little switch so it can in fact rotate on the spot while hovering. This is just in stabilized mode. So I'm controlling the throttle and the forwards, backwards, left, right thrust manually.
That would have been an easier explanation than trying to explain it by mouth, because
You see, it can move in quite a weird way if you're used to watching normal multicopters.
yeah, the video is a bit
Because
choppy
it's so
from here.
symmetrical,
If it was
it's quite hard to fly a line of sight like this.
no, it's the guy. Somebody was asking. It's powered by battery. The battery is dead in the middle of the drone. Now it can do fly in any direction. You see how it can rotate while it is in position.
Faster, it's a little bit looser.
That is not normal.
Just every time it
for
has
any
to
drone to do.
reverse one of those propellers, it has a little jump as it takes the time to stop and go the other way. So that's now in loiter mode. So that's the autopilot is controlling its position. You can see it gets pretty well locked in. In fact, it does a rather better job than I was managing manually to keep it in the one spot whilst rotating like that. So I try and bring it in a little bit closer.
The guy say, "What's the innovation? The innovation is look at how it is flying. No drone flies like that. Don't you see? You see a DJI drone flying like this?"
So I just flick my switch off and it rights itself. And of course, you can fly around just as fast as you could when it wasn't rotating, whilst rotating. So a little demo of it outside. Hopefully I'll be able to do a rather better job of filming, get the camera level next time.
If not anything, because of Terrence, this drone was created. Because of his ideas, that drone came into existence.
RTL, that sort of thing will work.
If he didn't accomplish anything, that alone, It's something.
Hopefully a less gloomy day next time as well. Thank you.
People, if you watch drone experts, that when they are talking to this guy, they are bowing before him. Like, how did you solve this problem? Because anybody that understands about flying vehicles will know that you can't just fly and rotate and still maintain orientation properly. So it was a very, very tricky challenge, and most people thought it cannot be done for the amount. But this guy was a kind of a genius. He figured it out very quickly in the UK, and but he published the code because he used an open source method. And obviously, you can see how Western people, they were praising him for doing it. But what he did there was, in a way, short-change Terrence Howard. Because Terrence Howard put a challenge out for this idea. This guy went and did it and published the code publicly. Something that Terrence Howard should benefit from. And a lot of people were praising him, but I wasn't finding it funny because I know that Terrence Howard is a black guy, and it doesn't make sense, because if it was some other person, they could sue the guy. Like, why would you go and solve the problem nobody asked you to solve and release the code publicly? It doesn't seem fair. So, but he got away with it, and one other American guy about 6 months later solved the problem, and Terrence Howard gave that company the award. But what he's talking about is not completely senseless. Clearly, you can see the vehicle actually in existence, and nobody came close to solving that problem in such a simple way before that challenge. So that's the nature of what he's talking about. He sounds crazy when he talks. he's like talking about the hydrogen and talking about high level stuff. But there's method to the madness, because you can actually see the physical manifestation in the real world. The stuff flying. Most people that understand about drones know that vehicles should not do that. So to be able to rotate in position, try it. If you have a drone, try to do that. You see what will happen to your drone. It will crash before your eyes, and you will never repeat that again next time. So that is what I think is happening, and I wish more Americans are doing similar stuff, daring into areas. That's how innovations happen. Dare into areas that no other person has explored before. And I don't even know how many African Americans has done something that has resulted in a new thing being created that is highly, highly innovative. This one is one of them, and I have to give him credit for that.
Okay, guys, links in the chat room. Again, link is in the chat room. If you want to call in, please add to the. Here we go. If you want to call
Also,
in,
look at how the president. Look at what the president said. Now, the president even quibble. Like, how much land do you need? This is what I've been saying.
We'll give you free land. Yeah,
like,
exactly.
He was even taken aback. Like, okay, I don't even know what to say. He didn't even think about it like that. Because this is, I've been saying it, that if African Americans went there, and this is the same Uganda, they found $12 trillion worth of gold recently. That's the same country. And African Americans, you guys have a lot of advantage that you're not taking advantage, you are not using. I keep saying this. You have a massive continent there where other people go and reap rewards, and you guys are not doing it. If this guy goes there and they give him a massive land that he can build and do whatever he likes, they will even give him incentive to build on there. And he will have advantage. He will build a totally new ecosystem for his own business and everything, and export that gain into the US. That is the kind of stuff I wish Americans are taking more advantage of. You know, Brazilians, they have a language barrier, but you guys don't.
Black Lion, go ahead, Black Lion.
Oh, hey, thank you for having me on the chat. And yeah, I was watching the video, and like it's cool. Like that's what thing, in my opinion, that's what African diaspora need to do, and take advantage. Like, that's like kind of the opportunities we can't get in America. We should definitely take advantage of the continent. And I very agree. And that's what we need to start focusing on. And just like what he did. However, there's like, not raining nobody's parade, but there's a couple flaws I noticed. Like, for example, I didn't know what, I understand what he was trying to say but he could not explain that invention or that patent correctly at all. 2, he has no knowledge of the type of science he was talking about. It was almost like he was talking from a script, and like he couldn't read it at all. And 3, Why couldn't it be? And my thing is, it was like a scientific committee, because he was saying this. It was like a scientific type community and the committee. Because if he was explaining this, and like in other countries, like in Europe or other scientific countries, especially like in the interviews, they'll be looking at him as like, what the hell is he talking about? Is he a scientist? What is he talking? Like, what's he doing? Like, I don't understand what he's saying. Like, does he have a background, this and that? I noticed is that, and the thing is, and the timing for me is kind of off. It's like, okay, as soon as since we as Black people globally don't know how to shut the hell up, as soon as that's and the timing for that is the minute we find out Uganda has millions of dollars on possibly more gold. Next thing you know, you hear him talk about next thing we see Terrence Howard somehow randomly go to Uganda, and next you talk about this invention. So what I'm saying is the problem with us in a way, and the thing is, because like I said, if we apply this to any other country, any average person will ask him, why he's not a scientist? He's an actor. He doesn't know in the field. He doesn't have any guys, scientists that work with him to like the way, like when Ice Cube got his $1 million plan, his plan for the Black community. At least he has scholars and he actually have people working with him. I ain't seen none of that. So I'm not saying it's not a bad thing, but at the same time, it seems very suspicious. Like, that's cool how the president, like, they're willing to give it a chance, give him the opportunity for the institution and everything. That's cool. But we gotta look at the timing of this. And it's very suspicious. Like, there's too many like, I won't say red flags, but there's lots of holes in it. And the thing is, we got to be careful who we trust, of who we, even with Africans, of who they let in, because even the Black community, we don't know. We Black community already knows that Black celebrities are not as valuable to the community as we think they are. So we got to be kind of careful of any African nation or any African world of who we let in, because we put the emotion aside. Look at the logical mind. Why celebrity of all people talk about innovations for Africa? Why? It's like what Malcolm mentioned.
Can I explain something? This started about 2 years ago. He set up a challenge. He wasn't about Africa then. He set up a challenge for drone makers to design this stuff. And he is an actor, clearly. I think he's an actor that just likes technology and he likes abstract science kind of stuff. So, but he believed in this idea of this design. So he said, if anybody can make a drone that flies with this design, most people thought it was wacky. He's crazy. Most people I think he was giving $15,000 or $20,000 as the award for it. They thought, what kind of stupid guy is this? And he's giving little money, and they made ridicule of him until somebody built the drone, and everybody saw like, whoa, this stuff can fly crazy. That maybe there is some logic to what he is doing. But the problem with him is that he's not a scientist, he's not an engineer, and he's talking about abstract things. And if that's a valid criticism, if you want to criticize him, he should have an engineer explain these ideas, and he should be showing the videos instead of explaining it by mouth, so that they will understand. Whenever he's explaining, the video will tell them, okay, he's talking about a drone that flies crazy in the air. Okay, fine. They will understand what he's talking about. You see what I mean? So it doesn't mean he's suspicious. I think he did it for the West, and it's an American that won the tournament, actually. So
yeah, I agree. I just like I'm saying like, okay, if he does have this good, if I was in Uganda, it's like, okay, but the thing is, like, I want, like, let's see if we can build up that trust first, and just to make sure, because I don't want us, come with good ideas or say people what they want to hear, and next thing you know, they end up using African people. That's one thing I noticed with not just people, but historically, and especially with Black slaves in general. That's one thing. It's like, I want them to build that trust first. Like, he has a good idea, he's got the team, that's fine. I understand and if he's want to build up that trust, and then they give him the resources to see if he's like more legit, I'll be down.
Can you
I'm saying build up that trust first with the people and see what he's saying is, more legit. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Little Henderson. Go ahead, Little Henderson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think the other brother was right when he said that Terrence Howard needs he needs, first of all, he needs a PR person, and then he needs a scientist who has the credentials to kind of back him, and maybe a team of scientists to kind of back him up. Whether his intentions is right for the continent of Africa, I don't know. I'm not in his heart to kind of say one way or the other. But I would say to give him a chance, and for him to, especially if he establishes that team of number one, a PR person who can kind of like demonstrate the idea for the people's eyes and ears so they can see it actually come alive. And then also on the flip side, have a team of scientists who can explain, who have the credentials and can explain the ins and outs of the project to the people. So yeah, I think that would be great, and I think that would give him a lot more headway with the people of Uganda, with uh, Africans and African Americans, also as far as validity. And this is just not some pie in the sky idea of some celebrity.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't understand what the caution is. We just had the French people talking about building a military base in the Niger Republic over the weekend. Foreigners are all over Africa. Personally, this one, I don't care. This guy, I know enough that he's already into tech. If he's saying he wants to come and build something on the continent, what is the worst he can do? He cannot do worse than what the others are already doing. So maybe we should cut him a slack, because I think we're a little bit like, oh, he sounds crazy. No, he went there with people and he looks decent enough. He's not a scientist, and he really should have done better than he's done. And I think that's probably why he hasn't gone very far in the West here, because the way he presents himself, he's not a proper presentation. I think he's just a tech enthusiast that doesn't really have the academic and procedural skill set to apply tech, but he has the fancy ideas, the more abstract ideas that he wants to bring into reality. And if that is what he wants to do on the continent, what harm can it do? Is it planning to remove Museveni from power? I'm not sure that would be a bad thing. So what is the worst he can do? I don't know. You tell me the worst case scenario. Please tell me.
I think the worst thing that he can do is make himself look bad, and all of the politicians of Uganda who kind of backed him or brought him there kind of look bad.
They already look bad. So that's not a problem. They already look bad. All of them, including Museveni. So that is not a new attire for him to wear. So what else?
That's a point.
You see my point? So things are so bad that if somebody is coming to offer something, he's not saying he's coming there to exploit anything. He wants to build something there. In other words, people are going to gain skills on the ground there. He's going to teach them about drones. They are going to learn about drones. If they can build this drone, believe me, they can build any drone.
Okay, but here's the thing. No, but let me say this real quick. I don't know about African politicians like that. I heard they're not that good. And if Uganda's presidents or presidents, like you say, they're just as bad. And let's say hypothesis-wise, if Howard Towers don't make them bad, if they're already bad as it is, say Terrence Howard doesn't do well, that'll make them just as worse, make their image just as worse. They'll be more seen as foolish than ever. So it's not the fact that other ethnic groups who come here. The problem, like I said earlier, is that I think with people like politicians and leaders, we don't get the people who are worthy enough. We don't do no background checks. We don't check them. We don't do no background checks. We don't check their education. A lot, just black nations in general, we don't do much information. But with other ethnic groups, they don't have no degrees or no knowledge at all, but we'll let them in like second nature. Like that white girl who pretended she was a doctor, and she wasn't. They wasn't Uganda. She infected multiple children.
Right, and she not affected. She killed multiple children.
Killed. And she had no background. They no background check. They see her history. And thing is, they trust her too easily. It's like, hold on, we gotta see where you come from and see how you're doing this. So I don't trust. This is not just black people.
Here's the thing. Where I'm seeing. Right. What's up, Dynast? What's up, everybody on the panel?
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How you doing? Here's the problem. What I'm seeing, right? And I'm no Terrence Howard fan. I think he's a cornball, whatever, like that. I didn't watch Power. I hated that Power, Empire, whatever. I didn't watch that garbage and everything like that. I liked him in Red Tails. He was good in Red Tails, you know, and stuff like that. But for the most part, I'm not a really big Terrence Howard fan. You know, I just think he's not what we call back in the days solid. You know, as far as a black man, you know, solid. You got to be black. You know, but that being said, right? Does have African ancestry. Okay, um, we have to get out of this notion, right? That everything is a conspiracy against Africa. And then what happens is we ignore real conspiracies, real problems on the continent. Okay, there's a real problem going on right now in the Congo, right? That's threatening the stability of Rwanda and Uganda and all these countries. That nobody talks about that. There's a real problem in Amazonia region of the Cameroon. Nobody talks about that. But as soon as a celebrity names it, everybody wants to gravitate to it and get their opinion on. I don't know anything about this technology, right? But like someone said in the chat, Africa has really nothing to lose. We're living in an age now. That girl that did that with the Ugandan kids, you think she could do that now in the age of social media? No. Social media got a hold of that case, man, and she was done. Same thing happened in Liberia with my girl Erica. Her family comes from American Liberia background. Some white girl who was jealous went over there, got with the indigenous people, and took her family property, right, and set up a charity and milking people for money. You know, we put an end to that. Social media is powerful. If Clarence Howard is doing something wrong, we're going to know about it, right? But we need to be educated on the fact that okay, if he has the technology and everything, let's look into it, see how Uganda benefits, see how he benefits, and then give yay and nay. You know, but we cannot always think that everything is the white man because I know a lot of people that have a lot to offer to the continent, but they don't want to be under that same sort of scrutiny. Am I coming over
And that,
there? Are you going to call me a colonizer? You're going to call me this and everything? And Africa suffers. You know, it's
what and that,
sometimes you may not understand the intricacies of business. You know, it's complex. They may have Korean partners, Chinese partners, European partners, whatever thing to build something. They're working on a higher level than a lot of us that think. They're not thinking on terms of this. But if Uganda is a place where it can work and make money, then Uganda is going to be integrated into the global financial and business system. Africa needs to be global, it needs to be integrated into that part system. We need to be part of that system too, you know?
I
So
think
that's what I want to say on that.
let's start from a baseline. We have to give this guy credit. He brought a kind of drone that has never flown in this world into existence. That is related, it's quite unique. So even from that baseline, that is quite a lot that he has achieved from somebody that is not even an engineer. He set up a plan. People thought he was crazy. Even the drone world were like, "Oh, what kind of stupid guy is this?" He got them to build it. Two different people built the same design, and the drone flew remarkably well for something that was just done in less than a year.
Hey, Nigel, let me
You have to give
interject
him
right here.
credit.
Oh, let me give you a check right here. Okay, there's a guy the troll that's always on these platforms called Ant Nam. You know, he's never called to the show. He's never figured out who he is. He just calls says I sound like a Colin. This is the problem, right? That's why I called in, right? When you call another black person, right, who's going back to his ancestral homeland to build or do anything, a colonizer, right? You deserve to be banned from all platforms that we're on. If I was Dynast, man, I would start banning these people, right? Because this is the sort of dangerous talk we cannot allow to keep happening. You know, all this device. I could see if you came on the show, cammed up and looked me in the eye and told me that to my face, and I have respect for you. But people sit in the chat room all day. Do they have jobs? Are they building anything? All they do is sit and troll our chat rooms on it. Carla, you saw that. That is the most disrespectful shit I've ever heard in my goddamn life.
but this is the thing. If Africa can't call on her children, which are spread out throughout the globe globally, to go
They
ahead
have
and
no chance. They have no chance because we're going to be the buffer between the Chinese, everybody else coming in there. And to call us a goddamn colonizer is beyond the goddamn pale.
well, that's
Yeah,
that's
that
that's
is
my
silly.
point. That's my point. Africa has children spread out all throughout the world who are geniuses, who are making headways for other countries, especially America and South America, coming from these prestigious schools and where she is outsourcing her genius. So we can't afford to, as a people, as a race, to go ahead and give our genius.
Brother Henderson.
Yeah.
You know how many people that will gain skill sets from just that,
Right?
even if it fails with
China
the
got developed
original.
by reaching out to the diaspora, Chinatowns all over the world, and said, "Come back and build China." You know
Kala,
what
I
I'm
was
saying?
saying something. Do
Chinese
you
who
know,
spoke English in America,
Let
lived in
Tunisia
San
finish, Kala.
Francisco, New
Let
York
Tunisia
City
finish.
for
Kala,
just.
Go
Kala,
ahead, Tunisia.
see,
Kala, you gotta
do
let
you know
Tunisia
the
finish.
amount of knowledge transfer that will happen even if the project fails?
Gave them jobs.
Kala is fading in and out.
Go
Hold on.
ahead, Tunisia. Go ahead, Tunisia.
Gave them jobs and position and stuff
Kala,
like this.
let
This is how
Tunisia
the Africans.
God damn, man. This dude just go ahead, Tunisia.
Yeah, do you know the amount of skill set that knowledge transfer that will happen even if the project fails? A lot of people will know how to develop drones, all kinds of flying vehicles, because that drone is relatively complicated to put together. If he does
Can you
it,
guys hear
it's a
me?
great thing.
No, we
No,
muted you. We muted you, Kala, because you okay. Go ahead,
yeah,
Tunisia.
yeah, it's a great thing what he is doing, and we need to be seeing more of that kind of adventure and creativity from African Americans, because they have access to the West. Because when he does that in Uganda, he cannot go and raise funds in California, millions upon millions, build a factory there, or build some in the African American community in America. It's a win-win. So whatever you want to call it, for me, that guy is already a success in tech because he built something from nothing. And people that know about drones, that guy that built that drone, when he was talking to people that have had years of experience in drone, they were like, one of them was like bowing before him. How did you solve this problem? That's how profound that change was. And for some reason, they didn't give him enough credit for it. One, maybe because he's not an engineer, or maybe he's just black and an actor. They just treated him as if he was not very important. So maybe
Well,
that's all it is.
but the thing is, I'm gonna tell you what happened is that these tech companies don't want to give anybody else any space in the platform. So I'm looking it up now, and I'm seeing all of these videos and all of these people who took his idea and made drones that can hover and things of that nature better than other drones, and he's not being given a platform by tech companies like Google, Facebook, or whoever else builds hardware and software and things of that nature. So if Africa can put resources together and get behind it and get behind this, they can go ahead and lay a nice foundation, economic and financial foundation, and go ahead and boost and start the manufacture, as he said. Now he's been at this. I downloaded the schematic to his theory about 2 or 3 years ago when he was just on Instagram talking with various people about it. And I was reading over it, and I'm kind of into wacky science and things of that nature. So some of it made sense, but I didn't think he would get to this point in that, especially when I seen his Howard, or not Howard, but I think it's Oxford University interview. I didn't think he would get past that particular point of it just being a theory that he put on paper. So to see him get to this part shows me that he has some authenticity, and not only that, he's sincere about the idea and getting it out there, and especially having, even though his the marital his spousal situation, things of that nature may not be purely in agreement with what me myself, because I like black women and black love and things of that nature, but his intention about helping African people, black people, holistically, because he's been throwing this idea out there for about 3 or 4 years now. So I would say that
maybe that will push Dr. Dre now. I think that one is a billionaire. He's got a lot of money, and he pushed.
Well, the bottom line, we don't want everybody with money. That doesn't mean anything. People got money. Do you want Ti investing in Africa? No. Do you
Why
want
not? I
well?
don't know what your
Well,
problem is.
no,
Why?
no,
Why not?
no, 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 no.
Seriously,
And
you're gonna
also,
come on.
hold on. Let me explain something, right? We got people in the comment section on this platform, right? You know, I see these people all the time, right? All social media. I don't want to know. I want to know: do these people have jobs, careers, everything? They don't add anything to the Pan African movement. They don't add anything to a conversation like this, right? They're in here making doing derogatory terms like Akata. We don't need the Akata in Africa. Who asked your dusty ass? You're probably living in some shack in England somewhere. When I this morning talking about what the Akata is doing. That's the whole thing is about it. Until you can come on this show, cam up and tell us what you're about, you mean absolutely nothing. You know, you got people like Ant Nam in there talking about this, that, and the other. Are you going to invest anything, Ant Nam? Right? We're trying to. What I do is when I see legitimate business going to the African continent, I throw my support behind it. Okay, so far, Terrence Howard and whatnot. This sounds like a good idea. What he's doing. Museveni's not a fool and everything. You know, Ugandans are not stupid people and everything. You know, things happen and everything. But the bottom line is, because he's a black man, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. That if you don't understand anything about Pan Africanism, this is you give your own race the benefit of the doubt. I give a Nigerian the benefit of the doubt. You know, I'm not going to judge them by all the bad things Nigerians do in the world. I'm going to give a Ugandan the benefit of the doubt. We have to do that.
What
That's
is wrong
all it
with people?
is.
I can't believe how many people are saying crappy stuff. It's like people are already coming into the continent. Those ones you don't even have a say. Like the Chinese, the Indians, everybody.
Okay,
They
but
come in with
the
their
bottom, they
military
want.
bases.
See, you got to
And you're
stand something, Niger.
complaining about
They
African
want this. They
Americans
want.
showing up. What is wrong with these people?
Hey, Kyle, let him finish,
These
Kyle.
people say.
Let him finish, Kyle. Kyle, let him
Okay.
finish.
The people are already coming to the continent. You have the Chinese and all the other kind of people showing up. They are coming even with their military bases. We don't have any say. And then you see African Americans show up and you want to complain. I don't understand. Why would you want to complain about that? We start checking which money is good and which money is not good. Do we check the Chinese which money is good and which is not? Do we check the French? Do we check? We have to take the good. Sometimes some of them might go wrong. So what? There's always stuff that goes wrong, and there are people that are doing things, the Africans are doing things wrong in the West right now as we speak. So we have to accept that it's a good thing for an African American with the money to come in and invest to build industries. That is one of the things I'm talking about.
To Niger, let me say this, right? It should be on the code. I'm going to try to get Dynasty, everybody on board. But somebody uses that term colonizer, right? To talk about African Americans, they need to be banned from our platforms. I mean, gone permanently. You don't come back. You know, you don't come back. That's the point I'm at right now. You know, it's all right to critique us and all the stuff like this. But when you basically just come out of your ass talking about a colonizer, right? A black person who making a conscious decision to say, you know, something, I want to part ways with America and build in Africa and everything. This is why people don't go on tours. This is why people don't get involved. They don't want to be attacked like this. And we're getting it from the people that's supposed to be welcoming us to the damn continent. You know, I'm getting sick and tired of it. Either this thing is real or it's not.
So
People got to stop playing games.
People are just slow. I don't understand how anybody that can come on Dyna's channel can be so slow to a point. Is there nothing some people will not criticize? I don't know. If somebody comes with a flaming invention and puts it in Africa, you will still see people complain here. Oh, no. So somewhere, something is not right about it. I don't trust it. What else would you... I don't know what anybody will accept. I guess maybe it's natural. Nobody will ever accept anything 100%. Maybe we're just, banging our head against the wall here. The point is, overall, what I heard today is a good thing. Maybe others, if they see that he does well, others will start copying. And they're like, okay, maybe, Dr. Dre already is into tech. It's just that he's into headphones. Maybe he will start building other things. Maybe Terrence, when he's in there, he thinks, you know what? These small drones I'm building is so small change. Let me start building manned crafts. All kinds of stuff. There is Zipline there. Zipline is not African owned. It's been in Rwanda for ages, and it's been in Ghana, and it's moved into Nigeria too. How many of you are complaining about that? We need our own people building these things. Isn't that what we are complaining about? Jesus Christ, people, get over yourselves. And it's tech, for crying out loud. Even if it fails, that's the actual project fails. Do you know how much knowledge transfer would have been passed to the Ugandans? The knowing how to build all kinds of drones, knowing about sensors and all kinds of stuff related to technology is massive. and he's going to go to America, get funding, and bring it into Uganda, not take fund out like the others come and do.
Well, we want to encourage more black people globally to develop out of Africa, to go ahead and employ more
Build
Africans
smart cities.
and
Why?
things.
How are we not talking about smart cities all over?
Kyle, let the brother finish, man. Let Kyle, let him finish,
All right.
please.
Sorry about that. Yeah. So yeah, we want to encourage. What I was saying was that we want to encourage more people, not discourage. So I don't think we should just go ahead and nix Terrence Howard, from Uganda, or because there's a lot of what I see. What they will try to do, the dominant society will try to go ahead and pick what's good of what we produce of our minds, and go ahead and use it for go ahead and use it for their consumer base and things of that nature, for their economy, and build up themselves. So I think what we should do is go ahead, allow him that space, so that will entice others of African genius globally to come to Africa and pair up with Africans, and then go ahead and produce things that will place them in the centers of power, financially and politically.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me add to
No,
that.
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me add to that. The whole thing is that the world is building smart cities, right? All over the world, they're fusion, multinational, but they're on a higher level. See, the thing is, when I look at the comments right here, most black people operate at a low level. That's why we're tribal. You got fusion cities in Asia, right? Where you got people with a higher IQ from Thailand, Vietnam, all these people living in harmony, building the future for Asia, creating billionaires and millionaires on a daily basis because they know how to go on a higher level and work together. The
All right.
black race does not do that. We're on this pettiness, we're not.
No.
This
Go ahead.
petty nonsense.
Okay.
Go ahead, Keisha. Unmute yourself, Keisha.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it brief, but
Keisha,
honestly,
listen,
I
Keisha,
would keep.
take your time, Keisha. Take your time. You ain't got to take your time.
Okay, no, but I'm gonna keep it brief because I'm busy. But honestly, I would back Terrence Howard, even though I didn't understand fully everything that he was trying to say. I would back him because I know once his face is out there, it'll bring other people out there to want to invest and put their money out there. So I would back him. And I also feel like if the project didn't work out, somebody would step in that'll be able to make it happen.
Somebody not of the dominant society, hopefully.
Yeah,
Probably
that's why
so.
we
But
can't
honestly,
discourage.
we don't know who's backing him now. And yes, we should back him. But I just feel like it'll some type of way, somebody will come through that'll know what they're doing and they'll be able to make it happen.
I think we need to be involved.
My
We need to
biggest fear is
stop
that they don't
discouraging
stop
people.
him. That's my biggest fear. They could try to stop him because if they fear that the technology he's looking to create could spin out of control and a lot of people will gain the knowledge and Africa will become like a hub for manufacturing all this type of technology, they might try to stop him. They may try to stop him, and it's not the first time. There was a time when I think it was some German groups were building missiles that could ballistic missile that can head to space in I think it was in Congo, one of these countries, and then they found most of the engineers dead in the waterways and all this stuff. So there are things that are out there, and they want them not to go there and build those sort of technologies, but they did, and they paid dearly for it. These are high-level scientists that are into rocketry in the 60s and 70s. So the West, they can do drastic things to stop people from doing what they need to do.
I
But I
don't
guess, yeah, go ahead.
Honestly, I don't think that's the case with this situation, because even like with the election that they had in Oshobo, and how a lot of people didn't want to go out there to vote because they felt like they would get killed, they would get shot up. But once they saw that, okay, DeVito's out here or whatever, so we're willing to take that chance. They took that chance and it was a good outcome.
But
Nobody.
that doesn't hurt anybody here. It doesn't hurt the interest of the West in any way. We are talking about technological development. There's $12 trillion worth of gold reserve found in that same country, not to mention all the other resources found there. People have interest. And if that country start developing technology that they fear that these people will start determining their destiny, yeah, there will be reckoning. And one has to be prepared for all that too. And this is the kind of when you say Pan-Africanism and you want to build, there are people that want to stop it. You have to understand that. So you have to be prepared for all the consequences of that too, because that's the hard work. You know, we have to try to navigate it without losing our people. You know, it's just what it is.
Tonight, check us out. The scary ass Pan-African.
Black Line and Kala, then after Kala we'll do Power. Go ahead, Black Line, because I know you gave up your spot.
No, all I'm saying is that like I said, I understand what everybody's saying. This could be a good innovation for the race. Besides Uganda, that's great. But the problem I know is with Africans in global is that we're too easily trusting of not just our own, but people in general. We're too trusting. We don't vet them. We don't see who they are, what's their background, what's their history, what's their intentions. We don't do the.
People are vetting Terrence Howard right now, but they didn't vet. Let me tell you, a couple of years ago, a fake Chinese company went to Kenya, right? Because they were Chinese looking, right? Because they would look Chinese, the Kenya company didn't do that vetting. They built a bridge that freaking collapsed. You know,
that's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is, do you think in a million years a black person from America could go to Africa without them vetting every last single thing? You got to be 10 times qualified to give it your own race. That's just the reality. You know, everybody does business on the continent. I have partners on the continent. They tell look, if you can get land contract in Africa as a black person in America, you are really doing something. You really got your shit together. You know, they don't just like that. My problem is this. My problem is there's a lot of black people who are discouraged, right, from going to the continent, right, and doing stuff like this. There's a lot of engineers in Black America and everything, but they're like discouraged because they don't like this idea of being called. They're like, look, I'm a good person. I have an affinity for my motherland and stuff like this. But if I'm going to go over there, right, and someone's going to start calling me names like colonizer, and somebody in the comments said, you respect it, who wants to be involved with all that? Nobody gives Chinese a memo before you go to Africa. You got to make sure you respect the locals and all this kind of stuff like that. Nobody does that. When it comes to Black America, everybody wants to be like, oh, micromanage and let's be suspicious and everything like that. You know, I'm like, what the hell? That's why it's there. I hope Terrence Howard could track people from Black America and the African diaspora, Nigerians that with his project, so be insulated. So if he falls off, somebody else can step in. But now, if we demonize it, nobody's going to go there.
Go ahead, Black Lion. We'll pass it to Power. But go ahead, Black Lion.
No, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but I'm saying like we as Africans in general, we don't do that. I'm not saying just do it to our race, but like we don't do that to people in general. That's the problem. Like with the Chinese and everything, they should be checked free. I agree. They should be checked 30 times more. Because if I was the leader of a nation, I don't trust you. I know your intentions. I know your history. I know how you like my race. I know how you're going to treat me. So I agree. They should be checked 10 times more than our own people. I agree. I'm just saying we don't do this to people in general. And that's why the continent is the way it is, or made for infrastructure-wise, because we don't do it. Not just say our own. Of course not. We should give them at least a little more leeway because they are our own. But I'm saying we don't do this to people who actually, because like I said, we don't vet the people, especially from other nations. They be checked, like I said.
And we don't even vet the people on our freaking social media platforms. We got a bunch of Negro peons up here talking like they're Pan African.
I got it's Power turn. It's not you. It's Power turn.
Okay, yeah. That's all I'm saying. I'm not giving them a chance, but for everybody, especially from different races, we got to see what's best for the people, and we have to make sure that they're right. Because even Marcus Garvey, he was around African scholars who are good for certain positions, but he said, "You guys, you guys are not good at America. You definitely won't be good in Africa." And he wasn't talking about use as Negroes. He's about qualified, educated African Americans. So it's because he saw the character their mentality was and what their intentions were, and he saw that they weren't good for the long run. So especially when Malcolm X said the same thing. So that's all I'm saying. We just got to be more careful.
No, you don't have to worry about them. They're not
going to come here. Go ahead, Power. Go ahead, Power.
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, it's my first. Yeah, I'm good, brother. Yeah, it's my first time here, so let me just introduce myself. Yeah, I'm from Angola, and I'm just following this
My
debate.
Angolan brother.
Yeah,
Do you know Celeste Brito? Celeste Brito of the
I know,
Bouillon Natural Resources?
I
That's
know
my
her. Yeah.
partner. That's my
Is,
partner right there.
is she? Oh, you got
Yeah,
yourself a
she's in
good
the
one.
BAI. She's in my organization. She built a gold bullion bank and a natural resource bank. Matter of fact, if you want to go to Angola, right? If you want to get rich, go to Angola and build everything. I can get you there. Colin can get you there. Colin got the connections. You know, people talk all this shit about who got connections. Colin got the real connections. You know, in Africa.
You
You
talking, my
know,
brother? That now you talking?
just that Angola is my end game. You know,
Hey,
that's the
Kyla,
yeah.
Yeah.
Let Power finish, please.
All right,
Please.
okay, sorry, go, brother.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, Power.
Yeah. About the topic. Yeah, I've been following this brother for about 3 years. He came up with a concept of a three of that's in the design of labo. No, what is it? He found something in Egypt, which is the flower of life, and they developed a theory. And I'll tell you something. It takes a lot of courage for someone like him coming out with all these crazy ideas. You know, he could easily no, ruin his reputation, but he's there. No, he's pushing his vision, his agenda. So I think we should support him. As for us African, seeing our brothers and sisters in America as a foreigners, as a colonizer, that's not true. That's not true. For the vast majority of us, I think most of our brothers and sisters in America, you are following for this social media, because social media in Africa is not like real not widespread as in the West, and most of these African in social media, they live in the West or
Yeah,
they have
this is the
experience in the West.
Negropeans. The Negropeans jealous.
Exactly,
They're jealous of
exactly,
African Americans. That's all it is. It's jealousy of African Americans. They wish they were us.
exactly,
That's
exactly, my
all it
brother.
is. They
Yeah,
hate
yeah,
us because they wish they was us. I'm
yeah.
sorry to say that. I never want to say that, but it's the truth.
No, in Angola, we have one say. Like, when we were trying to undermine the other Africa, we said that we are the African American of Africa, of Africa. You see, we tell them, you shut up because we are the African America of Africa. It tells you everything. You know, we do have this.
Yeah,
You know,
we're
we have
Angola.
all these
Angola's our
sentiments.
partner. That's our brother country.
Kyla, bro.
All right, all
Let the
right, all right.
brother
I'm gonna
finish,
shut
man.
up.
It's the first time all it is.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Yeah. Yeah, so I just to say, we Africans, we are welcome, anyone, especially, Black Americans, the Brazilians, anyone, come, because we don't control our destiny here, they're still, the colonizers are still around, they're still running this place, you know. Don't let anyone fool you. I think the only Africa country which has some leeway where we have black about Africa in the top of leadership who is not accountable to the colonizer. I think it's Nigeria. If you take Nigeria out, all African countries, Southern Africa, Central, East, West, they are still under the colonizers. That's the truth. That's a fact. If you live in Africa, you go in Africa, you will notice that. Right straight to the airport. In the immigration line, you will notice that, they're still running the place. So if whatever our brothers, you see, want to come to invest or to live with us, or to visit, we are more than welcome. And as for this brother, I give him a lot of props. I salute him. Yeah, I think there should be more of him coming to the continent
You see,
and
just
teach
to
us.
support what you are saying, was it not Einstein that said ideas are greater than knowledge? This
Exactly,
guy had an
yeah.
idea, took the risk, and personally, even the engineer that solved it in America said people were calling me a scam. I don't know why when black people do anything, they call it a scam. It's just a little bit annoying, really. And they tried to call him a scam, but yet they solved the problem. And when I saw the aircraft flying, I was like, okay, this guy is not crazy after all. He knows exactly what he's talking about. And we have to, like you said, we should be supporting people like that. And I hope, like the other lady said, that when others see him, his example, they will want to go. Because I think the more African Americans are involved on the continent, now they have a stake on the continent. Because if you have a stake, you don't want people to mess with it, isn't it? Like me, if I have a stake in Nigeria, I don't want people to mess with my stake. So that they have to have a stake. You can't just tell them, oh, support us from afar. Then when you finish supporting
Tunaja,
let me say this.
just one sec, Tunaja. You mentioned about something about German engineer trying were building rockets. Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, it was Mobutu. Yeah, in
Yes.
Congo, he was developing a space program in this area.
Yes.
I think mid 70s. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then we know what happened to these engineers. And I'll tell you something. Brazilian as well. They wanted to have to build a space program as well in the 80s. You know, America came and they threatened them there under embargo. They cannot never develop a space program. You know why? Because if you're in the equator, the escape velocity of rocket is far more. How can I say? Is much more cheaper than in the northern hemisphere. That's why you see all the major space power. They have all the space based program at low as possible. Like America, they have in Florida, the Russian, they have in that desert near the Chinese. The France is in the Guyana. As the
what about Zambia?
Yeah.
Remember in the 1960s, Zambia tried its own rocket program right out of independence. Remember that? Zambia tried its own space program, but they tried. No, they tried.
They try, but they will never let you, develop this in Africa because it's a threat. It's a threat, and you will be in an advantage to this Western power or the special power. That's the problem with us.
It's not. See, it depends on the environment where it happens, and this is why. And if it's different when it's African Americans developing it. It's like if Americans were developing it instead of Germans. There was also a technology that the Canadians developed, a kind of aircraft that they developed, and Americans went there. You know what? Balled the whole thing, took the engineers, all of them to the US. It's almost like in the Western world, America decided that we are going to do all the defense stuff, and all of you just play around. And that's why it's only France that has an independent nuclear deterrent in all of the Western countries. No other country has it. So it's just one of those things that people have to be aware of. But I think because it's African Americans doing it, it's not going to be that straightforward. They can't just go and start destroying African American investments. Besides, most of the money is coming to America. That could cause problems.
I agree. That's how I always tell to all our brothers and sisters in America. Our destiny is linked with yours.
We're with you, brother. Especially Angola. We're with you, brother.
Definitely. No, we are linked with you. No, do you struggle in America? Please link up with African struggle as well, because we are in the same boat.
Yeah, check us out. The Negropeans in the chat room, right, who are agents of white supremacy, right, are calling me colonizer. Colin, keep spreading that around. How about this? Keep check out. Keep doing that. Just keep doing that, right? See it works for you. I already made my back. Like everybody knows who I am. I'm all known all over the damn world. Just keep doing that. We're gonna win this thing. We're winning right now. That's why I'm so confident right now. I know what's going on. So you can talk all you want. Colin's not going nowhere.
I think
Colin's gonna keep stopping your Negropean head in.
I think that the benefit of going ahead and making such a public statement of uniting with the African continent for scientists, inventors, anybody who has an idea and wants to go ahead and penetrate an industry, making it so public would make it hard for a lot of the underminedness that the West does of African-led ventures. So we need to go ahead and unite and unite publicly so that it can become harder for Western powers to sabotage interests such as this that is Terrence Howard doing. So that's another benefit that coming together publicly with the African continent it has. And so we of the diaspora must come together publicly with those of the African continent when it's time to push these ideas.
Leave the Negropeans home.
The president just asked him, how much land do you need? That was really question. Like he was shocked. He didn't even know that's where their negotiation tabs is. Africa has so much land. So much space. People don't understand. African Americans, even if they come into the continent, they will not make a dent. The entire population. Because the continent is
I
over
know.
1 billion, they have so much space. So all these people are looking for African Americans. I've said it before, and even ministers have gone to America and said, we don't see you people. Every time we see the Chinese, we see Europeans, we see everybody come to bid on project, but we don't see our own people from Brazil, from America, from even the Caribbean. They don't show up for projects on the continent. And I think that is like leaving money on the table, really. There's no reason why
Like I
that should
said,
be the case.
what we have to do. You know something? I figured out, man. We have to just attract ordinary black people from the diaspora, not people who call themselves Pan Africans, everything. Because I'm seeing now that we have Pan Negro Pan Africanism. You know, Negroes that no smoke for white people, no smoke for the white people doing all stuff. All they want to do is talk and demonize African Americans every time we take a piss. You know, that's
Don't
why
worry
these
about
people
those
are.
ones. Don't worry. They will always say
Well, the
what they
bottom
will
line,
say.
they're all over. They're all over. Like, they're here, and when we can't get rid of them, they troll. Like you can't even turn on YouTube without these guys all over the place talking about.
You are giving them
God
airtime now.
damn.
Leave them alone. People like Terrence is the ones we need more of them. We need maybe Dr. Dre. We need, because those ones have got even more money and it's into tech. It should build more stuff, because that's how when you start doing these things, they will not be able to shake. They will not be able to touch it because they know you're African American. As an American, they will not want to mess with your country. That's your investment, because they know that you will come back to the US and like, what are you messing? What are you doing with my investment? And you make a big fuss about it. Next time they will not try it again. And I really think that's important. And as a matter of fact, if they did that, that might actually catalyze things, even make things even worse for them. Because if you go after an American business like South Africa, then you're like, why? It could cause problem even inside the US, because they'll be like, why are you picking on us? Europeans,
Of course.
my fellow white Americans can do it, but I can't. Why? So then
You're
they will have to answer that
Tunisia, you
question.
are brilliant. Tunisia, you are brilliant.
Wouldn't
You
it
are
be
brilliant.
wouldn't it be a brilliant thing if there was an African nation that was actually a global superpower? You understand what I'm saying? And by
Yes.
going ahead and bringing in the best minds of the diaspora and the continent and concentrating those particular minds in one African country and building it up to be a
We call
global
it Africstan.
Superpower. Now the race in its entirety would have the global respect and be on the path of African dominance globally. So, and on the world stage. So, that would be a beautiful thing. And that's what we can get if we utilize the intellectual resources of the diaspora and the continent, the intellectual resources.
Yeah, yep, bro. You're singing to the choir, brother. I've been saying that for years. We need an African, a state of technological
Al,
advancement.
go ahead and unmute yourself. Al, go ahead and unmute yourself. Al. All right, hold on. Let me bring another. So he called back in on another line. Guys, do me a favor. Hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Al, go ahead, Al. Okay, he's gone. All right. 290. Go ahead.
Some people are real funny, man. Some people on the chat. There's nothing you say this one that is good enough for them. You know what? This guy deserves his respect. We have to personally. I said it last year. Maybe nobody picked up on it. Or like there are African Americans that are doing great, doing some things. This guy invented something, nobody cared. Even the African American community didn't even pay attention to it. That he actually invented something new that nobody has done before. But that's past now. And he actually took it to the continent. That's crazy. I never saw that one coming. And so that is his start. And I hope this is something we can build upon. And because that's one of the first things I realized a long time ago, that if African Americans realize the advantage on the continent and they take it, they will have advantage in America too. Because the resources is almost endless. That is what the others have been using to power their economies. But African Americans have been locked out of it. Even Africans have been locked out of it. But African Americans have better access.
Yeah, we got to circle our wagons as a race of people.
Real black people, not Jose Bronze, fake black people. We need real black people.
The diaspora,
Who is the real black people? I see. Did this
Real
guy
black
not really
people.
black?
Yeah. Hold on. Let little Henderson finish. Go ahead, little Henderson.
Yeah, the sport, we need to circle our wagons. If we are to become and make an African country a global superpower, right? When we have to circle our wagons and and keep the business with foreigners, whether they be Chinese or any of the Western powers, at a minimum. I mean, and only to the greatest necessity possible. So, whereas though our main business should be done with one another. If we can't do that, then what does failure look like? You understand what I'm saying? So I think that we really need. And what does that mean? That means that there has to be an idea of African supremacy. There has to be an idea because Nigeria has the number one people who are college grads across the globe. You understand what I'm saying? But it's not a global superpower. How could that be? You understand what I'm saying? How could you have the majority of Mensa geniuses be black women and there not be an African superpower? You understand what I'm saying? So how could you have all of this money concentrated in the U.S. and there not be amongst celebrities and entertainers and there not be an African superpower? There needs to be an African superpower. So what Terrence Howard's doing, I'm fully behind, and I hope and pray that other people will get behind him. Africans, blacks globally will get behind him, and also come to Africa to go ahead and employ African people of the continent and utilize the intellectual power that the continent has.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
agree to that.
That is exactly what I've been praying for too, and I feel like this might be a watershed. And because recently, I don't know whether it was on this panel, somebody provided a list of African American businesses going to the continent now. We are beginning to see bigger ones show up now, not people like going to buy flat and the Airbnb and all the rest. Now you are beginning to see bigger ones show up, and this one, he's a celebrity too, so that adds crazy. And the others are listening. They are hearing the president ask him how much land does he need. They'll be thinking, "Wow,
Teenager, check this out. Why do you think now they're coming out with this? I hear that Dr. Mumbi chick talk about, oh, just come here as a colony. Now, her country, Kenya, is colonized. The white people own all the land, Chinese everything. And she basically made a comment when those African Americans came to Uganda 2 years ago with $350 million investment, the hedge funds, everything, invest in Uganda, right? She goes, okay, yeah, but just don't come as colonizers. I swear to God. Now, let me stop what I'm going to say.
Serena actually invested too.
These Negropeans, the Negropeans got people fooled, they're based like this, like Jose Bronze. Oh, America, you have a problem with Black America because we're our position in the world. Yes, we're in an advanced position in the world. Live with it, right? We got people in America that can do things in Africa that you and your little shithole country, Cape Verde, can't do. Right? Live with that.
On,
he wants to be at the, he wants to be. He wants to be. Hold on. He wants to be at the top, the table, sitting down with us, with people like that. I'm not even at the damn table with some of the people, but he thinks he should be in the. Who the hell are you? When you bring your little Cape Verde ass investor somewhere and you do something, then you talk to us. You ain't even in the conversation, nigga. These Negropean things is something.
I think maybe in America they should have some kind of ways of getting to the continent, or just get on the plane and go to the continent and say, you know what, I want to build this. What land have you got for me? You'll be surprised how many of the presidents will be like, you know what, just tell me how much space you need. They will give you the space to do what you need to do, and they will give you tax-free this thing. They will give you all kinds of incentive to build there. And man, I can't believe most people in the diaspora don't know this. It's something I've been saying for a long time. I've seen the minister say, just go. You don't, in America, you have to pay all the land bills and all the stuff you need to do. And then the employers are expensive. But when you go to Africa, the land is free. Then the tax environment is good. then the workers are cheap. Everything is to the advantage, and African Americans and the Brazilian this is the African Brazilians and all of them, they never take advantage of all this bounty that is on the continent. To be fair, Brazilians have a language barrier, but African American, well, there's nothing blocking them. So this guy is just a start. I hope maybe there will be a way that some, higher ups will know how to set up some kind of way of, funneling or, just inviting the top guys from the community to come in there, invest, and send the resources back to the community. Who knows? Maybe, anybody within the community, like you, Kala, and all the others, and your guys in America, you guys can come together and say, you know what? Maybe we can form some kind of a consortium that gives.
No, check this out. Let me say something to Niger. We have many African American Sordians, right? I know them and everything like that. But to be honest with you, right? I cannot get them. People that manage hundreds of millions of dollars of pension funds, hedge funds, everything. I know them. I got them in my network, right? But I can't get them interested in Africa. I can't get. That's why when I see somebody do go over there, I want them to win because I can say, see what these people doing right here. And people, I know so many black professionals that tied to people in Wall Street, everything like that, but they're not interested in Africa because they're not. Then when they come to a show like this, right, and they look at the chat room and people talking to us, I don't want to be involved with that. I'd rather go to Dubai. I'd rather go to Mumbai. I'd rather go to Singapore.
Wow.
You see what I'm talking about? This is why I'm acting the way I am today.
But this is
because I'm sick of these niggas, Negropeans.
This is the thing, Kyla. I don't think that we as what do you want to say, African Americans, FBA, or
I say African. I don't say FBA. I don't claim that at all. I say African Americans, African diaspora.
Whatever terminology we use, I don't think that we should take the online chatter as the gospel for all Africans, right? And for our relationship with our African brothers and sisters on the continent, right? So when I was in school or college, even in the streets in New Jersey, any relationships that I had with Africans was a-okay, was all good with the money. But so I don't. This online chatter between it's a new COINTELPRO. It's people who are faceless. It's people who are nameless.
Yeah, they don't show their face. They don't show their face. They're here disrupting. It's on both sides. You got the FBA, ADOS people, right? Trolls, and you got these Negropean. Let's protect Africa from African American trolls. Let's protect Africa from African American trolls, Negropeans. Because they're jealous because they're failed. They fled their country. They live in Europe. They live in Amsterdam and everything. They're frustrated and everything, and so they want to basically police what's going on in the continent. The people of the African continent welcome us there. You know what I'm saying? They love African Americans. They can say Angola. They would love all these countries that black people have trouble with. Angolans would love to have you. They love Black America. You know what I'm saying? They love us. They love you over here, Zambia.
Even if they don't love you anyway, what does it matter? You are technically Africans.
Oh, that helps out.
They don't love Nigerians that much. Does that not make us Africans if they don't care about Nigerians? So it doesn't. That is besides the point. It's better that you guys come in there. I've been saying it than any other people. I don't know what all these people that are against African Americans are saying.
Well, that's Black America to Niger. We understand something.
Hold on, guys. Little Henderson, were you finished? Little Henderson.
I actually wanted to say that I think we as African Americans, as blacks in the diaspora, we need to go ahead and not use it. You take this Al-Qaeda thing to and blow it out of the water, or the Africans hate us, or Africans don't like us.
Just confront it. That's how you do it. You confront it. These are Negropeans. These are Black Englishmen, Black Frenchmen, Black Portuguese. They're not freaking Africans.
We don't even need to go ahead and give it any leeway, because what I've seen online is that it stops the conversation from going in a positive direction, from going in a direction that can benefit us on all sides at all levels. So and it's kind of a deterrent, and so it's an easy COINTELPRO tactic that could be used by nameless and faceless people to go ahead and have us bicker and argue and distract us from the real point of development. You know, they don't want no African supremacy. They don't want no black supremacy.
Exactly.
Zabinski said that
Agreed.
keep Africans and African Americans apart. Specifically, he didn't say Brazilian Africans. He didn't say Africans in Europe. He said African Americans and Africans must be kept apart for the specific reason that African Americans are at the head of the dragon. We're sitting right on top of the dragon. We're here where the seats of European power is at and its foundation. So we have access to all of the wealth that's here that we can transfer over to Africa, the benefit of the entirety of the race.
All right, go ahead, Theo. Theo, let me just tell Theo. Well, hold on. I'll pass back to you back line later. Go ahead, Theo.
Okay, thanks for having me. So I want to try to make a point and make it make sense. First, I believe we have to check our ego, right, and be.
Hey, Theo, there's like a lot of background noise on your end. Like I don't like rubbing the mic. Pause.
You probably hear the wind, right?
Yeah, it's the wind.
Does it sound better?
Go ahead. We'll try. We'll walk through it. Go ahead.
Okay. So I think we have to kind of put our ego to the side and root for Africa, Africa's prosperity, even when it doesn't necessarily involve us. But if we have something to add, and that's where our heart is, you have to be willing to go for it and add that, right? I believe Africa has the opportunity to leapfrog into the future, considering it's not overburdened by old infrastructure relative to its landmass in the way a lot of countries are, like Europe and the United States in particular, right? So with that said, it's not the progress and prosperity and advancements aren't gonna always come from African Americans, Americans, Europeans, Africans, the Chinese, no place in particular, but Africa has to be ready to partner with anyone who meaningfully contributes to their prosperity, right? And we know nobody's gonna make it come into Africa and just offer services for nothing. So we get caught up on sometimes on seeing people coming to Africa, i.e., the Chinese mainly. If I think there's anybody who's benefiting Africa right now, it's definitely the Chinese. But we get caught up on worrying about the resources that they're getting, which, of course, you have to be vigilant, right? I mean, history just teaches that as Black people, as Africans, you have to constantly be vigilant, but not to the point that you're ignorant and blindsided or blind or have a blind spot where opportunities are concerned. I
would agree with you, but I think Africans need to get the lion's share of those deals with the Chinese and other foreigners. They need to get.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, but honestly, I think any human being, anybody, country down to the individual, should basically always look for a win-win situation in any type of deal. That's how you keep reciprocity. That's how you keep things going. That's how
continuity.
Ideally, everyone walks away feeling like they got a fair deal, right? No one should walk away with the short end of the stick, and no one should seek that type of arrangement. It's gonna ferment chaos. It's gonna ferment resentment. It's not gonna be it's not a sustainable way to be. So you got to think of sustainability. So how do you create sustainable relationships and not contentious relationships, right? In order to do that, and you have to be real about it, right? I hear somebody talking about supremacy and all of this, and whatever with that, right? If there's a superior, that the superior is going to be superior, right? Nobody has to give that to them, right? If that's the case, right? And if there's equality to be had, then it's going to be equality, right? You don't have the superior is going to be superior, plain and simple, right? If that's what it is, right? And if that's what you believe. So you don't even have to propagate it, right? Because if you're superior, you're superior.
Well,
And if you're not, then you're not.
okay.
Right. So I don't even think that's the way to go, though. You know what I mean? I think you have to think about sustainable, a sustainable way forward for humanity. And, I know that might sound to some people a little soft around the edges, but I mean, let's just be real about the reality that we live in. Right.
Let's be real, right? Nobody else, the Chinese, the Russians, the Western powers, nobody thinks of, well, we're going to go ahead and talk equality and be equitable with the African continent. People, or the African continent has, where are you going to get your coltan from? Where are you going to get your platinum? That makes your touchscreen phones and things of that nature. Where else on the earth are you going to get those particular resources that have become so integral to global society? So the thing is that, okay, we might not like the word supremacy. Okay, let's not use it. My point is,
let me tell you this. If you got all the ingredients to bake a cake, right, and you haven't baked the first cake, you can't call yourself superior. If you can't fix a meal, you got all the ingredients. You can't brag about the ingredients. This is what I'm saying. You can't brag about the superior thing.
I'm off the
superior. Africa has to learn how to make this stuff themselves.
My point is this: is that let's go ahead and worry about African interests first, African and African diaspora interests first, and not go ahead, because they don't play.
Win-win is in the interest of everyone. That is worried about interest. That's what my point.
China is not worried about a win-win-win. China, U.S. doesn't worry about it's a win-win-win.
I ain't saying what everybody else is worried about. I'm just trying to tell you sustainably, right?
If you go ahead and worry about a win-win-win, these European nations and also these Chinese nations will go ahead and eat us alive as Africans, because we always think about a win-win-win. I'm not talking about a win-win-win. What I'm talking about is being able to go ahead and sustain the African people and sustain the African diaspora with African resources. That's all that's all that needs to be done. And then we can go ahead and take care and worry about equitable and win-win-wins and all that thing later. But for right now, there's no global African superpower. Right now, the West can do what they want as global superpowers. You understand what I'm saying?
That is very important.
You don't leverage.
1 second. We got Jesse Ville. Unmute yourself, Jesse. Unmute yourself.
Hey, what's going on, brother? Thank you for having me on the panel, first and foremost. So the thing y'all have to realize about natural resources, minerals and stuff like that, is those things in itself really don't mean much.
Right.
The value in natural resources for Africa at this stage in development is really towards selling it to other countries. That's where the value comes from that, because all of these minerals and outside of like natural resources like oil and timber and, crops and stuff like that, most of these resources, they really have no use for. I mean,
exactly.
You have to learn a lot of the stuff. And so what you look at when you look at the oil industry globally, you actually have to learn how to properly extract the oil, process the oil, and all of these type of things. And so when you look,
are you saying that there's no African minds that can learn these things and bring it back to the continent?
Brother Henderson, this is what I think he meant. This who was it, Theo? Who's that? Who asked that question?
Yes,
Okay, Lil Henderson, check this out. This is what means. You young brothers on here, man. You give me hope for the future. Real good minds. In Japan, right? Japan wanted to be an industrialized country, right? It had no natural resources, right? Japan looked to Mongolia and these other places, Manchuria, to extract natural resources, and they built the natural resource because they had a consumption. They had a demand. They want to build cities. They want to build factories. So they need natural resources. The problem is they built that industrial base. Mitsubishi, Sumitomo's, Hitachi, all these industrial combines said, look, We need to process steel, coal, everything, and build our own steel mills, furnaces, and everything like that. And then we're in the industrial age where we can compete with the West for natural resources. You can't just get natural resources, just hold them, right? You got to have something to do with them. So instead of selling these natural resources that they conquered in Asia to the West, they process it and make finished products for themselves. In Africa, we have natural resources, but we don't have that industrial based country that makes manufactured finished product goods. That's why I said the idea of an Afristan. People, oh, you're crazy. Oh, you'll never have Afristan. Jose, a mulatto, telling me I shouldn't have it. We talk about an Afristan, and he's a Cape Verdean mulatto, not even black, and he's in our conversation. We need an industrial base on the African continent where all the best minds can come together and build. So Africa does not have to sell its natural resources. It can basically sell only 10%, and still all the whatever you want to make out of the coltan and the cobalt is made on the African continent because we got the thing that will get
Well,
rid of poverty.
let's
Okay,
go ahead.
let me
Okay,
say
let's
this
go
real
ahead
quick.
and look at the reality, right? The
Hold on,
reality.
Lil Henderson. Let me just finish my opening statement real quick.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
So
ahead.
so the thing about we have over 50-something countries in Africa, right? And they're all at different stages of development. The thing is, Africa has a lot of work to do. What they have to get to a certain point. And the biggest thing is Africa has to become self-sufficient as far as farming food, right? So all countries need several bases to be a successful country. You need to control your food supply. You need to be able to control your energy to work for your industries and stuff like that. You need infrastructure, and you also need strong education and strong military. So a lot of African countries actually do have the food aspect, right? Most of the countries that have like a negative import basis for food in West Africa in particular are countries like Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and things like that. But if you look at like Ghana, Senegal, and Gambia, and a lot of the top countries in West Africa, they do control their food supply. So the next thing is infrastructure. You cannot increase your company's economy and GDP without infrastructure. And the reason that is because when you're exporting foods and things from countries in Europe, the cost of exporting from those countries is actually cheaper in a lot of cases than exporting it from your own country or surrounding countries because you have no infrastructure. And what that means is, let's say like in West Africa in particular, if you are surrounded by African countries and they have crops that you need, it's going to be cheaper and quicker to get it on a boat from China or somewhere in Europe than it is from a landlocked country.
Infrastructure.
And so
I've been preaching the gospel infrastructure for
And
30
where are you going to
years.
get the best deal for infrastructure right now in today's world?
Okay,
China
let me tell you.
China is
Hold on.
going to
Let me
be the
say.
best deal.
Exactly,
But the
exactly.
thing is,
And we ain't if you
hold on.
don't want to wait 30 years, I'm talking about. If you want to
Right.
start right now
I
and
mean,
be
look at it
Hold
like
on.
this. Let me just say this real quick, and I'll pass the mic. The West, the U.S. and Europe collectively, these people did not want to invest anything in infrastructure in Africa until recently. You see the G7 from their most recent meeting talking about they're going to start investing in Africa. And this is 30 plus years after China started giving the first deals to Africa. And it's
I
not,
agree.
and people got to realize this thing, right? China's not just giving deals to Africa. People say, oh, Africa,
hey, all
Chinese
around the
giving
world.
loans to Africa.
Yeah.
China's making deals with countries globally, Latin
We
America.
could
The
we
China
question
could
is
benefit from
Africa
has
China.
going to be
I
left
have no
out?
China
problem with that.
China has the most y'all know what China has the most infrastructure investments in?
South America, pro.
No, the US. Go look it up.
Yeah, China buys real estate in upstate New York, man. They're buying that shit up like crazy up there.
China
You
has
know,
the most infrastructure and real estate investments out of any country outside of China is the US. But I'm gonna go ahead and pass the mic, man.
All right, let's do this.
yeah. What you
Pass it to
say about
K. Hold on. Pass it to K. Go ahead, K.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hear you just fine.
Okay, good. Hey, yeah, no, I just wanted to touch on the part where he was talking about the cake. In regards to everything else y'all were talking about. The whole thing is if you have all the ingredients to make a cake, but somebody keeps coming in and basically saying, no, you can't use this ingredient no more. You can't build a cake. So with him talking about uh you basically have to have a win-win, when it comes to investments with China, or when it comes to a win-win with any other country. um it's not going to work when each country is doing it individually. I'm not sure if anybody's touched on it on this panel, but if like even the things that Rwanda's doing, it would be a lot more significant if they were doing it as that whole region, as the whole East African region.
Yeah, but the
You
whole
know,
thing is said that's easier said. I agree with you in theory, right? But easier said than done. There's a lot of people in the region who don't like Rwanda, who really don't
right,
like Rwanda.
right.
And they
But
and
this
so
is
the
the
bottom
thing.
line is, see,
But
hold on, let me say this. Let me say this. Let me
hold
say this.
on one sec.
Just just like you got a lot of people who sit there and hate African Americans for some reason, and hate, call us colonizers, call us whatever the fuck they're talking about, right? You got people because Rwanda's successful and everything, they hate Rwanda, right? Paul Kagame has to basically go it alone right now. He has to go along. He said it would be in a perfect world if we would reach levels of civilization like other people like Asia and the Arab world is, right? It'd be fine. They can talk about regional stuff because they're on the
right,
same page.
but
They
that
had the Bang Done Conference of
but with that,
1955 where they have laws in place. Africa's not there yet.
I
Africa's
know.
not at
But
that level yet.
listen. This
All
is my
right,
thing.
Kyle. Go ahead, Kay. Go ahead, Kay. Go ahead,
This is
Kay.
my thing though with that, because I hear a lot of people say, "Oh yeah, no, that's impossible. Oh, it's never gonna happen. Oh, we got too many tribes, and there's too many. It's 3,000 different tribes. Oh, they'll never be able to come together. Everybody has all these different things." And as much as it's easier said than done, I think that it's also more simple than it is complex. Yes, you have all these different tribes. Y'all were talking about, on one of your shows, because I listen to your shows all the time, man. I appreciate that too. Y'all keep me entertained, and give me some real good information. But y'all were talking about on one of the shows that they can't come together because people were talking about like the whole one language thing. Oh no, they're never going to just speak one language, and it's like, why not? Why not speak? They don't have any problem speaking English in the old UK colonies. They don't have no problem speaking French everywhere they go. Any other nation that you see when they come on and they're speaking for their nation, they're in United Nations, they go to G7, they speak in their own language. But every time we come on as separate different countries, you got different people from different countries. One of them is speaking French, one of them is speaking English, none of them speak their own. So it's like it's not necessarily like everybody is just speaking their own native tongue essentially anyways. It's like you can pick one. That's why pan-africanists and the people that are trying to join everybody together are picking Swahili, because Swahili is something that is spoken across multiple countries. So what I'm getting at is, as hard as it is, I understand it's not kumbaya tomorrow, everybody's just going to hold hands and hug and everybody's going to be cool. But if they look at the larger picture and just say, look, like, because somebody was also saying like nobody wants to just take one person's culture. No one, that everybody has their own tribes and whatnot. That's cool. But the thing of it is nobody's telling you to get rid of your culture, to get rid of your language. The thing of it is coming together under one, which all for all pretense and purposes would be Swahili. Everybody learns Swahili so we can at least communicate with each other. There is
Can I
one
say
when
this
you
real
go in
quick
the
for you?
Can you
what's
do
up?
Well,
what?
hold on,
And
hold
I
on,
don't
hold
mean to
on.
cut you off.
Let's do this. Let's pass it.
Can you do what?
Shoelaces. Go ahead, shoelaces.
That's cool. Appreciate
Hi
it.
there. I want to add something different, and that is this. When you read Genesis 47, it is very clear that the people there don't own the land, and it tells you why they don't own it. Therefore, you can't buy it. You're going to go there, and they're going to have in the contract one word, indentured. And back in the day, there were two words, indentured servitude. What does that mean? It means willing slave. You cannot own that land there, and I'm going to tell you why. The land failed a long time ago, and they sold not only their cattle, but even their souls. And they sold it to Joseph. And it is in the hands of the Pharaoh. until such a time that Ephraim and Manasseh, which are the brothers and of the
Okay.
tribes of Israel. So there's no buying it. You're being lured, is what's going on. All you need to do is go to Genesis 47.
You
I
saying
didn't
that
write it.
Yeah, their
nobody owns
religion,
land
please.
in Africa?
They do not. You need to read Genesis 47, or I can read it for you.
No religion,
Hold
no
on,
nobody in
land.
Africa owns their own land.
Colin. I want to hear read Genesis 47 for us.
Oh Lord.
I want to hear Genesis 47. Go ahead, Shoelaces.
Jesus came and told Pharaoh and said, my father and my brethren and their flocks and their herds and all that they have are come out of the land of Canaan, that's part of Africa, and behold, they are in the land of Goshen. And he took some of his brethren, even 5 men, and presented unto them Pharaoh. Pharaoh said unto him, to his brethren, what's your occupation? They said to Pharaoh, we're servants, our shepherds both, we and our fathers. They said, moreover unto Pharaoh, for to sojourn in the land we are to come, meaning to live in this land, we're to come. Your servants have no pasture for their flocks, for the famine is sore in the land of Canaan, and it still is today. Now therefore we pray thee, let the servants dwell in the land of Goshen. This is all of the 12 tribes of Israel at that time, and coming to stay in the land of Egypt under the Pharaoh. And Pharaoh spoke to Joseph. You know, Joseph was big in Egypt because he got sold to the Egyptians. Well, he said, thy father and thy brethren are coming unto you, Joseph. The land of Egypt is before you, meaning you're welcome. In the best of the land, make your father and your brothers to dwell right here in the land. Let them dwell. And if you know any men of activity among them, then make them rulers over my cattle, because they said they're so great, right? And Joseph brought in Jacob, his father, set him before the Pharaoh. Jacob blessed the Pharaoh. Pharaoh said unto Jacob, how are you? Jacob said to the Pharaoh, the days of the years in my pilgrimage are 130 years. Few and evil have the days of the years of my life been, and have not attained unto the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their pilgrimage. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh, went out from before Pharaoh. Joseph placed his father.
All right, okay. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for my lesson. Tatiana, go ahead.
People, go read it for
Tatiana.
yourself and stop being lured.
Yeah,
You're going into slavery. That is the next. That is the last Exodus. It is slavery.
Okay.
And
No, we're not going. We're supposed to be coming out of that.
enslave the
No,
masses.
the call of Exodus says that we suffer for other. Now it's time for us to turn home and build a new nation under God. That's the call of Exodus. You know, it's time for us to return home to glory, to our land, we build Africa. That's the next phase of our history.
Is
It's
America.
happening.
Holy land.
Our home is not. See, do what you said. Our home is America. No, 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 no.
What's wrong is that you don't own the book of laws from 100 BC, from before 100 BC, and I do. But they have reprinted them only this year. They print them only on demand. They are in Hebrew and in Greek, and it tells you clearly. And you can find out who you are just by reading it.
Israelites or were we the Egyptians?
Excuse me?
No religion, please.
Were we the Israelites or were we the Egyptians?
Let's not do that.
You
man.
are. That's a great question. That's a great question. Let me tell you.
I want to hear this. Hold on. Go ahead. I want to hear it. Go ahead.
Okay. In the book of laws, it explains to you that there are 2 Adams. So there are sons of men and sons of God. So what Satan did when he got kicked out of the highest heaven and into the lowest, which is where retributions for man are stored, which is right here on earth. He used the dust from the earth to create what's called human. Okay. And when he created human, he created them in many forms: red, yellow, green, white with freckles, purple, so purple they black, all kinds of. And so these do not have what's called a soul. And that meant that God had to get involved. Because you created something that has a soul, but it's not a, what is the word?
Hold on. So what you're saying is that Africans, as we know them, are soulless people.
That's right. They are not
created by
celestials. They are not what's called celestials.
And they're created by Satan, right?
They are. Many are. Many are.
So Dynast, I just showed you where this lady is at.
Well,
She's
here's the thing.
she's
Here's the
repeating.
thing. But that is
She's
the reason
repeat.
why
Hold
God
on, let
had
me
to
finish.
come.
Let me
All
finish.
right, all right, all right. We already know. Hey, shoelaces, sister, thank you so much for joining. Thank you
Hey,
so much for joining, sister.
she's
Read another book.
regurgitating. She's regurgitating old Greek and Mormon philosophy. Africans are demons created by Satan and all that stuff. That lady she's like the weird lady off of that movie Edward Scissorhands. Remember that movie Edward Scissorhands? They had the religious lady.
Yeah, I read that part. Oh
That
God, you're
lady
wrong,
was
Brandon.
I didn't even have to take it that far.
Hey, City of Truth, go ahead and mute yourself. City of Truth, unmute yourself.
Hey, how you doing, Dynast? How you doing, panel? And I just want to chime in and say this, that why is it that when we look at Africa, we have this concept that we have to have like one superpower country? Why can't we have like an African Union type situation where each nation can contribute whatever that nation is good at, or whatever resources that nation has to offer. Like this whole central, I'm
Can I
not so
answer?
sure about this whole centralized thing where we're just going to rely on one country to be industrialized, or one country to produce goods, or produce innovation and stuff like that. I don't think it works like that. I think
Can I?
you have to provide a space where every nation can bring forth whatever it is that they have to contribute. And so whoever wants to
You got
interact with that.
well, you have to. I'll answer to that. You have to have start off with a good foundation. So intensity beats extensity. So we don't want to extend all of our resources throughout. We want to concentrate them so that it's called quality beats quantity. So you want to concentrate them so that you have one, because the nature of Africans, the nature of Black people globally, and this is the reason why we're in this predicament globally, is that we're good-natured people. So for the most part, we're not perfect, but for the most part. So once given power and once ascended to that pinnacle of power globally on a global stage, there will be a reach out for the other African countries to kind of build them up and bring them into the fold also.
So to answer the brother's question, I do agree that Africa should operate as a bloc, similar to the EU, and in many instances they should negotiate in that fashion. However, just like the EU, where UK, Germany, France, and those are the three-legged stool of the EU. So you're always going to have countries that are going to build more economic or military power out of that group. I mean, if you look at the EU, most of those other countries really don't matter much as far as economics and things of that nature. So I mean, that's just a part of the process. And the brother said earlier about the Kiswahili. Earlier this month, earlier this year in February, the AU, the African Union, I'm speaking about, actually made Kiswahili an official working language for the African Union. So all of these things, like the AU, the EAC, East African Community, and ECOWAS, this is a part of the process of uniting Africa. You have to cut deals with other countries, make diplomatic ties with other countries. And once the infrastructure is in place, you will see Africa is able to better boost their economy because you'll have more intercontinental trade between countries in Africa.
Right. Well, one big thing, I don't know if anybody mentioned it before, but Uganda they just passed their laws that Kiswahili has to be taught in their schools. All of the obviously in Kenya.
Oh, my bad, my bad. There's a lot of background noise. Hey, K, there's a lot of background noise coming from you. Like
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you
I
hear
don't
me?
know. That's better. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know if it was talked about before, but Uganda just passed it into their law that Kiswahili has to be taught in their schools. Obviously Kenya and Tanzania, they already speak Swahili. That basically is their main language as well as English. You know, the biggest thing is making it a priority, that it's spoken, and cutting out some of the, some of the other ones. With a lot of different countries, I know more or less in West Africa, they might have one of their indigenous languages as their main language, but they speak, and their stuff is taught in French or English, to where they have it almost, they have it as basically like a holding block, basically, that we speak our indigenous language, but they don't really speak it. The biggest thing is making it to where everybody comes together under that. And then the last point I want to make is I agree with the last brother that said that I think that they should operate as blocks as well. But the biggest thing that I think that they need to do is there needs to be a collective whole mindset with it, to where you're not competing against each other just for the sake of competing against each other. When you're making these deals, like one person was saying, why don't each of these countries function at what they're good at, and and do that? If they're doing it for the collective, it works. But if other countries are, one country's good at this, but another country, just for the sake of doing it, is going to compete against them and take away from what they could be building, there specifically, it messes up the whole thing. That's my biggest thing. China comes in, with some of these countries where they could be good at this, but they're competing with the whole of China as a small country like, Burundi or something like that. It's like you're not going to be able to compete with China by yourself. But if you're competing as a whole with at least even a whole block, like I think that the EAC is going to take off. I don't know if a lot of people, realize some of the moves that they're making. If they can just get a few things together, the EAC could take off with their population, with them adding in the Congo. If they would be able to get together and say, hey, Congo, you have all of these resources, and, we've in Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, each of those economies have been rising over the last 5 to 10 years. So if you can help put the infrastructure and help the Congo, distribute the minerals, distribute the material that they have, and help build together collectively, right, without just competing against one, basically like the dude on the block or whatever that'll get, a nice car just so he can, compete with his next door neighbor that's a little bit broker than he is. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, I just want to say real quick, brother. You talked about Kiswahili. Just the FYI, South Africa has introduced teaching Kiswahili in 77% of their schools.
South Africa just did?
Hey, let's do this. Let's pass it to Jughead. Go ahead, Jughead. Unmute yourself. You guys got to use the bathroom real quick. Go ahead, Jughead.
Finally, somebody with some sense.
Thanks, Brandon. Thanks, Dennis. Thanks, Tunaja. Greetings, Black Lion. Greetings, Bill Henderson. Greetings, Theo. Greetings, City of Truth.
Hey, it's a pleasure.
Greetings, brother. And Palafis. Yeah. That lady that was a shoelace. Man, where's she from? The Twilight Zone?
Leave it alone, brother. Let it go.
No,
Let it go.
Yeah, please don't mention her. Please don't. Please don't. God has told us enough.
Look, we have to be good. Look, if you're religious, leave it at home. Okay, whether you're Nubian, Muslim, Jehovah's Witness, Christian, leave it at home, because we need to start building strong nations. That's the key. Lin is the answer. Lin, land, infrastructure, nation. That's the answer. Wherever you pray to, that's your business. But don't bring that to the table. We need clear, concise, visionary thinking to move forward, not Bible babble. As simple as that.
Hey, guys, listen. This is my thing. There's this scripture in the Bible that says, consider the ant, right? You dullards, go observe his ways and become wise. He doesn't have a boss or a ruler or overseer, and yet he stores up his provisions in the winter, in the summer, and he gets to enjoy them in the winter, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does that scripture mean? That scripture means none of these semantics, none of this word salad, this talking, oh, you know what they shoulda, woulda, coulda did means anything. Only the truly wise person is the person who does the work. So when I listen to people talking about what Africa should do, and they need to do this, and they operate good as this and that, The only question I really have for any of these people is like, bro, how much time are you spending in Africa? And what are your plans on going there so you can learn how things work over there? So then you can devise plans and hopes and dreams and ideologies for Africa that are actually like logical and based on knowledge of Africa. One thing African Americans we like to do is we love to tell other people what they should do, but we can't show them what they should do based on what we've done. We're a fucking wreck out here, but trying to tell everybody what they should do. Could you imagine my fat ass trying to tell somebody this is how you need to lose weight? I
But you do that.
There's no proof of concept. So when we talk all this shit, oh, y'all should operate the block. We can't even operate on the block without getting shot by a little kid who's from the same race as us. So I just be looking at this like, bro, Africans live in Africa, right? They know what works for them. But when we act like, oh, they doing this and they getting taken advantage of and shit, we're acting like we're sitting up in their shoes, looking at it from their perspective, and we know what's best for them. If we so good at doing that, why haven't we fixed our own situation in America? We haven't. All you can do is go over there, be a silent observer, sit over there and learn about what's going on. Then you can offer a suggestion. I went to Africa about 4 or 5 times before I was even able to give a suggestion to somebody, which ended up being a lucrative business for them. It was a guy, he was a motor driver, which is a motorcycle bike. The guy drove, he made like less than $10 a day, paid 3 of that to the guy who he was renting the bike from. I told him, I said, man, instead of driving a boda, you should go into the business of fixing them. Because I noticed the guy was very handy when it came to fixing bodas, like putting tires on, changing tires and all that. Right now in Malindi, that guy has a business fixing bodas, and he's making like quadruple what he was making as a boda driver, right? But I only understood that dynamic once I was there for a while, and I understood where these people's perspective and what they was working with. I just think that before we get into affairs of politics and everything like that, I think we first just have to go to Africa for some realistic amount of time, some length of time, or just take several trips so we can learn the lay of the land. You can't just be like, yo, they should do this, do that, do that. It's not just one country where everybody thinks the same. It's several countries with several different tribes, several different cultures. You got a lot of old men, MZ types. They're controlling these tribes. They're out there politicking on their own accord, right? So when we get up there and say shoulda, woulda, coulda, it just comes from a place of ignorance. It doesn't come from a place of really understanding what's going to Africa. I used to think the Chinese were the worst thing that ever happened to Africa. But then when I realized, when someone broke it down to me, that a lot of African companies were getting these contracts before the Chinese, and they weren't doing the work, they were squandering the money and stuff, it changed my perspective. All I ask my brothers to do is, before we throw out all these suggestions and shit, I know it makes for good entertainment. Let's just go over to Africa. Let's first just be with our people and connect with them. Then let's give suggestions. How would you feel about someone you don't even know walking up in your shit, telling you what you need to do? Damn, this house dirty. You need to get off your ass and clean it up. No, they're not going to be receptive to you. But if you go there first as a brother and you enjoy and sit over at their house and play cards and Uno and dominoes and shit with them, then later on you can go and say, hey, bro, I noticed the house was a little bit dirty. You know what I'm saying? And guess what I do? If I have a friend in their house a little bit messy, I'll go over there and just be like, hey, man, you mind if I just clean this little area up or something? And they'll say yes or no. But at least they know that what I'm saying is not, it's coming from a good place, not just a place where it's like, we need you to make this shit better for us to land. We can't come over there and do this and do that if y'all don't get this together. And I think we need to first work on the relationship. Wait, hold on. We need to work on the relationship first before we start trying to throw out advice, throw out suggestions and stuff, because you have a faction of Black America that's literally destroying your relationship with Africans right now on social media. So I think we should pay attention to the relationship.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you
I agree.
100%.
I wholly agree.
I think that
I don't agree.
people should go to Africa. I think
No,
that
I agree.
before
I
people
agree.
try to give advice, they should go to Africa and build social relationships first, and focus on building some type of business for themselves in Africa, and then focus on the politics. Because people, one thing that gets these politicians and leaders and social movements in Africa attention is the fact that if you have a proven track record, and if you have some type of finances to put behind what you're trying to advise them, they will listen. They'll be a much more apt to listen to you when they say, okay, this guy has successful businesses, this guy has this experience within these fields, in other countries and stuff like that. They'll be 1,000 times more receptive. But you have to build that relationship first. You have to have that resume, and you have to have that economic foundation for them to really respect your opinion.
I don't know what that has got to do with somebody going to the continent to go and invest. What the topic was about somebody going there with an idea to invest. And I feel like, given that other people are already doing it, if African Americans go there to do it, it's a good thing. You don't have to necessarily understand everybody before you invest. No, the Chinese people don't bother to come and understand us before they invest. So
We not talking about investing. We talking about politics. These dudes is up here talking about politics, not investing.
But this is the thing though, because I do 100% agree with you about you got to go there. You can't just talk from. I can't be sitting, somewhere. I can't be sitting here in the States and talking about what Hawaii needs to do. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not there. However, I don't think that anybody's trying to cast stones. Like, I'll never say anything, negative or what they need to do. What I'm talking about is from a global perspective. What you're talking about is, you can't say stuff about them. What about what we're doing here in America? I'm talking about it globally, because we're not doing what we need. We need to collectively get together. Y'all said multiple times on this panel, ADOS, FBA, this, that, and the other. When it comes to reparations, they're never going to get it, because now you got two different people. You got FBA and ADOS. Nobody even knows what either of them mean. They're technically supposed to be the same thing, but they got two different camps. So there's no unity even in that. My whole thing is globally. It doesn't matter if it's on the continent or if it's here or if it's somewhere else. Globally, we're too disconnected, and we don't understand that we need to, no matter what, as the whole, collectively come together. And I know that it's been said, it's a cliche, that's very broad, but that's what I'm saying. It's really not as complex as it's made to be seen. It literally, there needs to stop being so much separation. What if we do things constantly separate, even these little investments and stuff? If everybody's doing things separately, you're not going to go as far as you see it in every other culture. With every other group of people, they do stuff collectively. I was watching a thing. What's the dude's name? Johnny Dang. I don't know if he's Vietnamese or Korean or something. I'm not sure, but he said that the way that he even got started with selling the jewelry and the gold to our culture is that they did group economics where, each of them, all of them would come over here, foreigners, whatever. They put $10, each of them $10 a week or something. They put it in a pot, they'd invest, and then you'd pay them back or whatever. Then they'd put more money in the pot, and then they'd invest into somebody else. We don't understand. We want to do things too much as individuals. And that's the same thing, and not placing blame on Africa, because we do it everywhere. We try and do things as individuals, just like they
Let
do
me
in each
ask you a
individual
question.
country, and it's not going to go anywhere that way.
Let me ask you a
That's all I'm
question.
saying.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
How many of us, when we jump on here, giving our suggestions for Africa, how many of us sat down with a group of people and formulated those suggestions? You talk about not doing stuff as an
Say that one more
individual.
time.
How many of us, before we got on this panel and started giving suggestions about what Africa needs to do, how many of us sat down with a group of people and formulated those suggestions that were given to Africa? Probably
with
none
that
of
said,
us.
with that said,
Wait,
Brandon, with that said,
wait, bro, hold
No,
on.
you're asking me the question, right?
Listen, how many of us sat down with a group, a collective body, and formulated those suggestions? Did you do that before you made your suggestions about Africa?
So with that said,
Say that.
Bro, come on, I'm asking
Have
a
I
question.
made? What you said? Have I made my suggestions to
No,
Africans?
did you sit down with a group, a body of people, and formulate those suggestions that you made for Africa?
The body is made up of individuals.
Yeah, once again, a body is made up of individuals, but it needs to be a collective and a larger group of or individuals.
Okay,
Now, to
I'm
answer
just
Brandon's question, no, but to answer your question, you're 100% right. No, I've sat
yeah,
down with
exactly. So
people that are over. I
wait,
sat down with people
listen.
not as large of a group as I would. Go
Wait,
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
listen. So what I'm telling you is, even the suggestions on what Africa needs to do, this is coming from a bunch of just individual people who have come to their own conclusions without consulting anyone. So in reality,
Right.
that's a
No,
working individual.
I think the reality is though people do more consulting than they realize by the information they're actually consuming via the medias that are out there right now, the mediums of information, i.e., like coming on this platform, new. There's ways of gleaning information, relative information, from the world without actually being in a specific location. Hence why people can administrate a whole war without ever stepping on the battlefield, right? Because they rely on the intelligence provided to them from those who are there. So there's enough people reporting from Africa right now today in real time, from individuals to from the micro visions to the macro visions, to actually get an idea. It may not be flawless, right? There's still information to
Go
be
ahead.
had, but you can make general come to general conclusions and have generalized ideas based on some of that information.
Go ahead, Jughead. Go ahead, Jughead.
I think it's orderly discipline. That's part of a bit. Should be part of our creed. Yeah, I agree with but Brandon. I'll tell you why. You missed Brandon's point. Brandon has been to Africa 45 times. He's more than me, way more than me. He was quiet. He's perceptive. Due to his intelligence and his perceptive nature, he gave insights to brother that did well from it. Now, that's a macro example. What should be happening on a macro level? You see, if we come in numbers, if you marry the African Americans to your creativity, your brilliance, with African resources, it's over. That's why they killed Malcolm, because what Malcolm was doing was dangerous. When Malcolm was trying to unite African Americans with the African continents, the whites said, we got to kill this guy. This guy's dangerous. Because I've said before, African Americans are the most brilliant, most creative black people in the last 200 years. That's a fact. There's no disputes. You put that intelligence, that creativity with African continents, with the resources of Africa, it's over. So what I'm saying is that that's why people like Andrew Young, Jimmy Carter, they've others as well done so much. Keep us divided. That's why I hate Andrew Young. When Malcolm was killed, Andrew Young went over to Africa. All the seeds he planted, he destroyed them. Said, "We don't need help from Africa. Back off, back away. We don't need your help. Americans are going to do right by us." So Africa said, "Okay, we're back off." So it's a simplification, but you get the point. You know what was done in the 70s. We got to recreate again. You know, Brandon is correct. You know, what Brandon is a small example of what should be happening on a macro level. Let's go back in numbers, bring out ideas, resources, and then start building. Forget religion. Religion is okay. I'm religious myself. I forget religion. Leave it at home. Lin is just a Lin. Land, infrastructure, nationhood. Religion, leave it at home. We pray to Thor, Zeus, Apollo. I don't care who you pray to. Leave it out in the bedroom. Okay, it's nation building time, not hammer time, not macho time, not hawk time. Nation building time, not hammer time. Nation building time, not Bible time. Leave it at home.
Thank you. Seriously, I agree 100%, man. Seriously, building a nation should be every nation's religion.
I wanted to say that the premise that, you know, only if you've been to Africa a number of times can you speak on African, or there were people, African Americans here in the 60s who had never been to Africa a day in their life, and they supported you know, freeing Africans of apartheid and things of that nature, and was suggesting things that they should do in order to free themselves. So this premise that I think Africa needs all her children. She needs the brain power of all her children. And there should be no prerequisite to determine whether you can have input on African issues, and whether it be on the continent or whether it be in the diaspora, you know, this large prerequisite. We don't, that's backward talk and it's circular logic. We need to go ahead and be able to utilize all of our minds and all of our brain power in order to, because right now there's a global anti-African movement done by European nations and done by China. We done seen videos come out of abuse that goes on the continent from the Chinese towards the Africans. You understand what I'm saying? So and we all know that Africa has can you have the largest resources and not be a global superpower? No country out of 57 countries? How can that happen? Come on. So my point is this.
It's because they're working individually, though. That's because they're working individually.
Yeah, so I think that we got to go ahead and utilize all of our brain power. Like I said, Africa needs all of her children from all over the diaspora and from the continent to unite and all of these arguments, these side arguments and all of that are distractions, and the religious stuff and the distractions trying to distract us from uniting and coming together and homogenizing our individual powers and abilities for the benefit of Africa.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I agree. Like the more the merrier, so to speak. But the truth of the matter is, you always have to qualify. So simply a bunch of people coming together doesn't necessarily fix the problem. And if you look at the reality, every developed nation has shopped the world for the best and the brightest, right? And it has been irrelevant to the race or the nationality of the person. So while I'm not discounting that there are African Americans who can lend, right, to Africa and its development, you can't narrow it just to African Americans or Africans, right? You have to be open to resources, and one resource is humans. Humans are a resource, right? Ideas are a resource, and sometimes those ideas are ideas that haven't been explored or that you may be foreign to you, but good for you, right? And so every nation has to be open to that for progress.
If I could interject, whatever idea comes in, though, it has to be to the benefit of the people, of the Black African Americans. That's my whole thing. I don't have any problem with China or any other nation coming over there helping build the infrastructure, but they have been benefiting more from the infrastructure being built than the people in the countries that they're building the infrastructure in. You know, it doesn't make any sense when China comes over and builds the infrastructure and they bring nothing but Chinese workers. And you got
why it makes plenty of sense, though. It makes plenty of sense. I'm gonna tell you why. I'll tell you why it makes sense. If I had land, right, and I had all of this material, right, and me and my brother, let's say I got my brothers, we hanging out. None of them have built a house. I haven't, they haven't, right? We need a house right now, right? There's a group of brothers up the street, right? They've built 20 houses, very nice homes, right?
Right.
I may let them come over, right, for an exchange of some of my materials so they can build a house, another house, as long as I have enough to build the house that we need, right? I'm not going to let my brothers build my house if they haven't done it just because they're my brothers. Now, what we could do is we could stand around and learn from them as they build our house. But I would want those professionals, those experts, actually on the ground, on my property, building my home.
Hey, hold on one second. Let's pass it to Professor Lumumba. Go ahead, Professor Lumumba.
Okay. Hey, I appreciate being back on the show, and I just want to give some love to everyone who's on the panel. So there's a couple things I want to say because I think this is a very interesting conversation. I apologize for coming in late, but as you all know, I have a day job as well, so we're gonna keep quiet, right? So one thing Brother Theo was saying was Confucius even said that you can learn from anyone. Right. And I think if we put it in a laconic manner, the Chinese bring their own workers because they don't want to employ anyone other than themselves. They want to keep the money in-house. That's just the reality. Right. Because as we know, there are competent builders, engineers, electricians, etc., everywhere in the world. That's number one. The other issue, I heard somebody make a comment about why is it necessary for there to be a dialogue, to understand the culture and facilitate relationships with individuals on the continent before we go over and do the work. And I think one of the reasons is that we don't want to come over with the mindset and the behavior of European colonizers, of Arabs who have come in and conquered, so on and so forth. We want to come in a spirit of unity and, of course, growth for the betterment of African people at home and abroad. The third thing I want to mention is W.E.B. Du Bois once stated this, that many African Americans, at times we can have a paternalistic view of Africans, brothers in the Caribbean. And he talked about that during the Civil Rights Movement. They believe that African Americans should be the vanguard of the push against, of course, not only Jim Crowism in America, but apartheid in South Africa and the anti-colonial movement on the continent. And W.B. Du Bois said when he sat down, he realized that we were fighting, unfortunately, for a seat at a counter, and that the brothers and sisters on the continent of the Caribbean were fighting for land. And he said he realized that with all his PhDs and his ability to prognosticate and his ability to philosophize and even write it at a manner that was even superior to his white colleagues, that he realized that we had something to learn from the brothers and sisters on the continent rather than they had something to learn from us. And then to wrap up my brief soliloquy, I think it's important when we talk about unity, that's very important. It needs to be power in unity, it needs to be skill in unity. But I think of the late sociologist, C. Wright Mills. He was nicknamed the Angry Texan. He wrote a book entitled The Power Elite. And I would push everyone to go out, check that book out. You can probably get it on Amazon for $2. And he talked about that in the West, particularly in America, there were three groups of people who were part of the power elite: the military-industrial complex, multinational corporations, and of course the politicians. And he gave an example of how they were all warm with each other. And what ended up taking place was they all realized they could all get what they want. They could get it much quicker if they worked together. And so we know this is taking place, unfortunately, in African history when we look at the Berlin Conference, right? When we look at aftermath of World War II, after white folk got finished killing themselves and damning the entire world, they said, let's work together. They put together the Marshall Plan and said, let's find a way to make sure that we're colonizing and people of color. And when that ended, they said, we're going to create a system called neocolonialism, where we could make sure that we're on top and everyone else is on the bottom. And then, of course, last but not least, I think it is very important that when we do come together, we have people who could do more than just simply sing a good song, that could give beautiful speech. We have to have people who are competent and are skilled and able to make things work. And that's truly the business of nationalism, as the brother was talking about. And I want to give an example before I shut up. Malcolm X, after he was assassinated, when his life was snatched from him at the tender age of 39, many of the brothers and sisters tried to continue his organization, the Organization of African American Unity, which of course was modeled after the Organization of African Unity, which is now known as the African Union. And there was a schism between members in the group, between college-educated Black people and brothers and sisters who were in the hood, just trying to live a good life. And what took place was they said, well, we don't want any violence. The brothers and sisters in the hood took the organization over. And I'm not saying this to be an elitist, but they didn't have the skill set to run a organization. And so the organization atrophied and eventually died off in a couple of months. So I think it's very important that we make sure that we have people who are competent, who are skilled, and more importantly, who are credentialed to do the work that we want to build ourselves up and restore ourselves to our traditional greatness.
Hey, let me say this just to add. When it comes to, let's say, the Chinese, right? Or I'm gonna put myself in place of the Chinese. If I'm going to deliver a product to you and I'm going to guarantee this product, let's say I'm making a deal with you, right? You're paying me, whether it's in resources or whatever. I'm telling you, I'm going to deliver this infrastructure to you and I'm guaranteeing the quality of that infrastructure, right? I'm going to bring the people with me who's been doing the job for me and who have been credentialized under me, right? I may hire some of your people, right? But it's not going to be to do certain technical aspects of the job, simply because I'm putting my name on this. I'm telling you that I'm going to deliver a certain level of quality to you in exchange for what I'm getting from you. And in order for me to uphold that side of the bargain, I have to bring along the people I know can do that. So I think sometimes we're too cynical of the dynamics that we see between what's going on with China and Africa. There's a lot of nuance, and I get that people do make decisions, economic decisions, like, okay, we're going to employ our people to do the job because that sounds good, back home. But I don't think that's always the case. I think there's a lot more nuance to it than that.
Well, I'm going to say this. And the reason why I made that claim is I have a master's degree in African studies.
I made up that word credentialized, by the way.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm
The
sorry.
reason why I made that claim is I have a master's degree in African studies, and I've taken a litany of courses on contemporary African politics, economics, social issues, etc. And what we find, and I can actually go grab some of the books and bring them in the screen if necessary, is that this is why the Chinese were doing that. They simply believe in employing their own. Boots on the ground say that. They say that what the Arabs were bad, the whites were worse, but the Chinese are worst of all. Right. So this isn't something in which I'm trying to be simplistic. What I'm saying is supported and substantiated by scholarship. The other thing I want to state this, someone mentioned Du Bois being a white man. That is inaccurate. Du Bois was of mixed racial ancestry, but not in the way that you think. His father was a Haitian Creole. So his father was a Haitian Creole. His mother was a Black African-American woman. So yes, Du Bois was a mixed racial ancestry, but he wasn't white. And if we wanted to put that in the percentage, he was 75% Black. So I just want to put that out there on some of the people who were speaking of why I referenced W.E.B. Du Bois.
Thank you for that, and let people know that W.E.B. Du Bois was one of the first Pan-Africanists in the U.S. and was also one of the first African Americans in the U.S. to speak about civil rights.
Well, I'm not saying to say that I'm a fan of W.E.B. Du Bois. I'm not a fan of W.E.B. Du Bois. I've even read his autobiography, which is very lengthy. It's a 2 volumes. But what I'm saying is, and I see some of the comments that we can help how we got here. Right? T. Thomas Fortune was a octoroon, but he was Blacker than everyone, I would argue, ideologically on the panel, and he was he was the editor of Marcus Garvey's Negro World newspaper. So we can't control how we got here. What we can control is our mindset. Are we Black-minded or not? So I don't get into, oh, you're not this, you're not that. Frederick Douglass was mixed. We know many of the fathers and mothers of mixed racial ancestry, unfortunately, were mixed racial ancestry, were fathers and mothers of Pan-Africanism or mixed racial ancestry. They couldn't control that. We look at Malcolm X's mother, who was of mixed racial ancestry due to sexual assault, but that didn't affect the fact that she was Black-minded and believed in doing all that she could to help restore African people to our traditional greatness. But I want to say this one more time. I'm not a fan of W.E.B. Du Bois. I'm simply using it as an example of him stating that when time went on, he felt he realized that we could learn more from our brothers and sisters on the continent rather than believing that we as African Americans should be the vanguard of the movement for decolonization and, of course, the freedom and liberation of African people at home and abroad.
Remember speaks.
Hey, and can I just real quick on what you were talking about with the whole China thing? Like I said, I don't have a problem with China coming in and investing. And the same thing, it's like if they told me to go and build a skyscraper or a building or something like that, I will mess it up. You don't want to hire me. Hire somebody from China or somebody that knows, and they bring people that know with them. But what I would say, and what I think is important, is a necessity, is you're not going to just bring your own people. You're going to bring yourself and people with knowledge, but you're going to train my people how to do it as well.
Yes.
You have to, because
I think that's going on.
If you're the only one that's doing it, but that's what. And once again, not speaking on what they need to do, because there's a lot of things we need to do. But what I'm saying is, you're not going to be able to get anywhere that way. What's the term? You're not going to borrow yourself. You're not going to be able to borrow your way out of debt. Essentially, it just doesn't work. So you can't have somebody else coming over and doing everything for you, and you don't know how to do it. That not only do they come and build it or whatever, but they also have to be the ones that upkeep it. So your people aren't involved in it at all. And if they're
we
not
the same people that take out 30-year mortgages, though.
I gotta push back
I'm
on
sorry.
that, Kay, because
but we take out 30-year mortgages on homes because we need a house today.
I just dropped the article in the back chat that showed the studies that was done by, it was an American institute and it was a Hong Kong institute that did the research. Out of the 200 plus infrastructure projects in Africa that was done by Chinese firms, one study said that 84% of the employees from those Chinese firms that did those projects were African people. And another study done by an American company said that it was 89% of the employees in those projects were African people. So we have to stop the narrative like all of these Chinese infrastructure projects in Africa is just all Chinese people doing the work. That's not the truth.
That comes from the
This
media,
the
though. We
thing.
know
I'm not
that.
saying
I
that.
mean,
Yeah,
it was
and I'm not. And
years
I'm
and years
not.
of media pushing that.
Right. I'm not saying that it was all Chinese workers. I honestly believe that they hire some locals, but they're not
Not,
hired.
oh,
What I'm
wait.
getting at
Not
is at some
some.
point, no. Listen, even when they're hiring them, and I don't think that that's a bad thing when they're hiring them for just low level jobs because they need jobs regardless. But what I'm saying is this: at some point, the Chinese are building all the infrastructure now, but at some point, Africans themselves, the people there themselves, have to be able to learn and be able to do it themselves.
I
Like,
agree with you.
at some, so,
But
and if they're the ones that are coming over and doing the bulk of the work and giving you a job just sweeping up the mess afterward, that's not benefiting you, in the long run. That's not ultimately benefiting you. Yes, you get infrastructure, but also with that infrastructure, you have debt and bills and loans and stuff that have to be paid back. And if the people aren't getting any more skilled to be able to not only take care of the infrastructure, but to utilize it to their own ability, they're basically just building infrastructure for themselves. It's a
so
complete
you know
win-win
what's
for
missed?
China.
You know what's missed? You know what's missed oftentimes is okay. So what the African Union or what was the OAU? They created a Vision 2063. That Vision 2063 was based on old technology and infrastructure, right? So they envisioned that it would take that many years to see what they wanted to see, right? But what you have to account for is how much infrastructure and technology exponentiates development. So Africa's ability, right, to repay loans yesterday isn't the same as it is today, and tomorrow it will be greater than it is today because of the infrastructure itself, right? So
Correct.
we look at Africa sometimes and say, oh, they're being hit with these debt traps, right? We're not
Right.
really accounting for how much that infrastructure is going to boost their ability to realize the resources, the manpower, the economic wealth of Africa itself,
Exactly.
to the point where those loans in a few years, those loans will look like nothing. It's kind of like your
But see,
grandmother's
no, but
mortgage,
this is
right?
the thing though.
Your
So
Even with
grandmother's
that,
let me
mortgage.
just say this real quick.
even
Go ahead.
With the infrastructure, the biggest thing with the infrastructure, if you do not have infrastructure, you're not going to have ability to increase intercontinental trade because you
completely
can't
agree.
go from landlocked countries that have forests and jungles and you don't have these roads that can get it to these countries at a reasonable time. Like I said earlier, right now there's a lot of trade that's going on from Africa to other European countries and Asian countries where it's cheaper to bring in imports from those countries by sea than it is to actually, on the road. So once that infrastructure is built, it'll actually significantly increase the ability for business people in these African countries to increase their export and import trade, which is going to in turn increase your economy, which you can reinvest those taxes that you get from the government. They can reinvest it into other things like education, medical fields, hospitals,
Yep.
technology, military expenditures. All of these things to put Africa in a place where it needs to be. It
It's the
all
reason why
depends
we take out
upon
loans to get cars.
infrastructure.
It's the
It's
reason why we take
almost
out loans to
here's
get cars because we know it'll increase our ability in the job market, right?
and
We take out loans for technology because we know it enhances our ability in the job market, right?
I'm
It's
gonna
the
Well,
close
same
on
thing.
this
let me just
aspect.
say
It's
that
kind
I
of
think that that's a
it's
false
similar to
equivalency. I think that's a false equivalency to say people take out a
It's
loan
relative.
I don't
to
think
It's
that's a
treat
good.
relative.
them. No,
I don't think
I
that's
would
a good
disagree. No,
analogy.
But go ahead.
hold on.
I don't think
Listen,
that's a
I
good
would
analogy.
vehemently disagree with the fact that people take out a loan to buy a car so that they could get a better job or to help them in their career field. I would
Well, it's
vehemently
why.
disagree with
Okay,
that.
go ahead.
Listen, let me just say this real quick, and I'm gonna pass the mic.
Well, hold on. Let me hold on. Let's pass the mask. Let's pass it to Quincy since he's calling from Gambia. Go ahead, Quincy.
Yes, I'm listening in, and I seen Pan African. He made a comment, and he was like, we have to clean up our own house before we can go anywhere and be effective. And I think that house is impossible to clean. We have to be totally reprogrammed, okay? Because the system that we come from, that has been the root to our problems. How we're going to do that, that's going to be a subject of endless debate. Some will get closer to the point than others. However, you know, our people, we have to have accountability and we have to have integrity amongst ourselves. You know, I've seen it. And as I said, I've been someone who participated at a high level in the repatriation movement as a business developer, creating databases, getting information, details on family sizes, income, time frames, right? And I've seen all of that potential just go down the drain because of mostly an individual who, instead of bringing the best to the Gambia and bringing the best of what they learned in the US and in the West here, they brought the worst in terms of,
Kathy.
We're not talking about anybody. We're talking about us, okay? It's not exclusive, it's all of us. And we've seen that, how we participate. I was reading a study the other day, and it says that, you know, more than 54% of Americans are reading and comprehending at a 6th grade level. That means more than half of the people are comprehending at an 11-year-old or a 10-year-old. And us in America, we see the devastating effects of that there. We know that, you know, some of us are making the transition. Some want to stay on the front line. That's good. But in any case, for those who are making the transition, we are trying to get away from that. However, that's how we're built. So you can see tremendous effort, you know, prior to the COVID, you know, I was here pre-COVID, here before that. It was such a high energy that was here in terms of opportunity and prosperity and hope for the future. And then all of that, just a huge dark cloud came over that because of a few insignificant individuals, very insignificant people who really don't care about it. Actually, we had individuals propped up and put in the limelight to defame many people who are here and who have made the transition, and that could help others. And in any case, we know now that even here, we're going to have to deal with that. So our people are intelligent people. We know it's about systems, it's about institutions. So we go about there and create those. It may be just a small number of us. However, the focus is the youth. More than half of the population on the continent is under the age of 25 years old. You know, so we take the knowledge, the best that we have, and we create systems here. And there's technology now that allow us to operate with full transparency, corporate transparency, financial transparency, and allow us to control our money. And that's what we need to do. You know, however, that, you know, being here in the Gambia, and Gambia is such a small country, it's almost like I don't want to go out because I might bump into people. And that's not what we came here for. That's what, in the US, we do that. We don't want to go out because we don't want to be around certain people. So that's the energy that's coming here in the Gambia. But in any case, like I said, I have land, and my whole plan, because I brought land 2.5 years ago, I brought my first piece of land here, and I saw a problem. We were selling land at that time as well, blacks. And I saw problems early on, and I said, hey, I don't want to be in a community that don't have street lights. I don't want to be in a community that don't have roads. I don't want to be in a community of people who don't communicate. You understand? I came over here to build a community. So in any case, you know, that model, like I said, we can't come over to Africa with the American dream. And we're seeing major failures because of that thinking.
Hey, Dynast. Hey, Dynast. I just want to say this. It was a lot of stuff said on this thing.
Go ahead.
And a lot of this stuff is just totally inaccurate. Theo, what he was talking about with the they're bringing over mostly Chinese workers and stuff like that.
No, I didn't say that, brother. That wasn't me.
Calm down.
I'm just saying.
Not
Just want
only
to correct you.
Nah, that was Kay that said that.
Oh, Kay said that. Okay, my bad, Theo. But Kay,
Good.
whoever said it, not only did they say it, but then when they were corrected, they still kept on trying to press on the same point. the thing is this. This is why I'm telling you it's so important to go to Africa. So when you talk about what's happening, you won't be talking from a place of ignorance. And this is the problem. When you get on social media, there are other ignorant people who are emotional, who will believe the stuff you said, and then be like, see, they got the Chinese over there doing this, and that. I have a friend who is a project manager for a Chinese company in Kenya. He is Kenyan. I said, bro, why aren't there more like Kenyan dudes who are like foremans and stuff? And everybody's kind of like, regular workers. He said the Kenyan guys who are trained and qualified to be foremans, he said they like to work a certain way. Sometimes it's unsafe. Sometimes it's very costly because they're wasting a lot of time not getting things done. So when the Chinese company tells him, hey, you got to do it this, and this way, the Kenyan will say, okay, and then he'll do it his own way, and then they'll correct him, he'll get mad, he'll quit, or they'll fire his ass because he doesn't want to do it the way that company wants it done, right? One thing you're going to understand about African people, they don't really do well as employees, bro. Like, they might be able to kind of work in an entrepreneurial capacity. Nobody's over their shoulder telling them what to do. But if you really have an African person who straight up works for you on the continent, you're gonna have a lot of friction sometimes because the way.
I want to interject if I could rather quickly, because I made the claim that in many aspects, when Chinese people came to do work on the continent, and I have some scholarship to substantiate the claim that I'm making, that they would bring their own groups.
You have some scholarship, but I'm telling you, I got personal hands-on experience.
And what I'm saying is, it's not a monolith. I mean, Africa is a huge continent. There are over 1 billion people on the continent. So what you're saying, hold on, let me finish. What you're saying is true. Hold on, let me finish. There could be places where Chinese people come, they're building infrastructure, and there are a majority of African workers, and there could be places on the continent, which there are, where Chinese people come, and they bring them, and the majority of people working on that site are Chinese workers. I mean, Africa is not a monolith. It's a very large continent, and these things can take place at the same time.
When you look at business, the person who you don't got to give a stipend to, the person who you don't have to fly out, that's always the better choice for labor because they already got a place to live, a place to stay.
I understand that. However, that doesn't change the fact that what I stated has taken place.
Okay.
I'm not saying that it takes place everywhere, but it has taken place on the continent. Just like here in America, they could be building an apartment complex, they could be rebuilding a road, they could be doing any type of industrial type of development in the inner city in a 100% African American community, and they would still bring people who live outside that community to do the work.
Just pick up people off the corner and say, hey, we want to employ y'all.
Filibuster. Guys, listen, this is what I'm telling you. I don't really care about the extra shit. I'm telling people who want to know the facts and reality, okay? We could sit up and be like, I have this and that. I'm telling you from experience. Y'all want to listen to the other stuff? That's fine. Let me tell you from experience. There are reasons why things look the way they do. But when I'm in Kenya and I'm rolling by and Kenya they're working on this huge project building a expressway from Jomo Kenyatta down to JKIA Airport. Most of the workers I saw, the vast majority were Kenyans working on those projects. Not just Kenyan dudes sweeping up trash, stonemasons, all types of different skilled labor. The reality of the fact is that these guys are hiring Kenyans. And when you ask why don't Kenyans have the more higher up positions, a lot of Kenyans who have those skills, who have money, they don't want to work for other people. They want to do it their way. And if you work for
Can I ask you a question? Do you think the brain drain has a lot to do with it?
Kenya is one country and a continent of 55 countries. So what's going on in Kenya is not representative of what's going on the entire continent.
That's the same thing that I see. That's the same thing I see.
What's going on in Kenya, which is a good thing. We want our people to be doing the work. It's not representative of what's taking place on the entire continent.
Hey, Professor. If you were talking and one of your students was doing what you was doing, you'd be real offended right now. Just let me get my point across.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Actually, you haven't been in my classroom.
But just let me get my point across. I'm saying the brother right here is confirming what I'm saying. The brother in Gambia. So what we got is two different examples from two different places. And then other people who know that, because I'm sure Dynasty seen that over in Nigeria and stuff. We're just telling people what we've seen.
Brandon, if I can interject, I will co-sign that. The majority of, I guess, Chinese-led projects seen on the content, the majority of Southern Africa.
Right. So all of us are saying the same thing, bro. But what I'm saying is, we got a person like, yeah, when they come, they bring their own people and stuff. What our people need more than anything is accurate information. They don't need opinions. They don't need, oh, I read in a book. They need, what will I see when I get there? I run an Airbnb. One of the main praises of my Airbnb is everything you said this place offered, it offered, versus another Airbnb that's lying. Oh, it's close to the airport. It's conveniently located. You get to it, that thing's way out in the middle of nowhere, and it's not near anything. You need 2 donkeys and a freaking matatu just to get back to town. So I'm just telling people, that's why people have to go there, get on the ground, walk around, see what's going on, ask insightful questions, make friends like the friends I have who are in the industry, like my friend Ifantis. He's a project manager for a Chinese company right now, working on that expressway. He gave me the information that I could pass along that is accurate. And I will tell you one thing, when those Kenyan companies were working on that expressway, dude, it wasn't moving at all. When those Chinese companies start working on that expressway, from trip to trip, I left 1 month, came back 2 months later. That damn thing was damn near halfway completed. And that thing's going across a lot of miles with some big ass pillars, and it's suspended. It's up over top of Mombasa Road. So it's a big project. But we just have to understand, before we can really help our people, we have to go in and learn and see what they are dealing with. It doesn't matter. The guy, Kwesi, oh, I don't feel like we could fix the situation in the United States. Okay, that makes you even less qualified to give advice, because you can't even fix your situation, but you're going to tell somebody else how to improve theirs. That doesn't make sense, and nobody will listen to you. The only thing that we have over the Africans is we are more tethered to white supremacy, so we have more access to wealth. We have more access to a 9-to-5 job. That doesn't mean you are more qualified to deduce the problem in a
I would agree with
situation
that.
and then give insight. If you
I would agree with that.
certain gifts, and you can use those gifts to help somebody improve their situation, but only after you have a full understanding of their situation. And you will never have that until you go touch that soil, interact with people, formulate relationships, and they open up and decide to tell you the nuances that they are dealing with. And that's all I'm saying.
I would agree with that 100%. I tell people all the time that a lot of times African Americans, we don't realize the first world privilege that we have, right? And being able to interact with brothers and sisters on the continent and the Caribbean, they will let you know that the struggle is real. So what you have here, you consider a basic necessity, and other places in the world is considered a luxury. So I'm with you 1,000% right there. You cooking with fish grease on that one, brother. Cooking with fish grease.
This is what I did. You know, in the U.S., you know, I did business there, and I did my thing there. I have a clothing line. If you guys, go look at one of my videos, I left a bio there. I've been doing clothing about 25 years. So I kept on running into situations where we can only grow so far because our people, it's always a problem with our people. Every time you bring them in and you take them under your wing and you have them in some type of capacity, it's always a problem. And I just got tired of that. I was like, I mean, this Indian man told me a long time ago when I was doing clothing, he was like, he was like, don't work with your people because your people bullshit, right? But in any case, I'm not somebody that worked a job. Like I said, I have run multi-million-dollar businesses and things like that. It's not even about that. I'm a brother that came from the street and dropped out and was able to make it all the way to Africa. However, the skills that I accumulated, the first thing I did when I got here, I started teaching, because I've taught over 100 Gambians here, because I just wanted to see and get an idea for their capacity. And we have a different experience there. It's a lot slower here, and it could be very frustrating in communication. God forbid you go to a country and you can't speak the language. That's going to be highly frustrating. even in the country where we can speak the language, it's still things that we're more fast paced. But in any case, there's a middle ground. So I was able to take this group of people and develop some systems to whereas during the pandemic, we were able to generate over $100,000 in investments, hundreds of thousands of dollars in investment pledges and tons of bookings. This is before they opened up and allowed people to start coming. In any case, I did this all with Gambians, my whole team. If you go to my channel, Go Hard Gambian, go back, you'll see me there with the girls, Ida and all of them. You always see me with a whole team of people. I'm actually here with a young brother right now that I mentor, and I'm very known in my community here. Now, in terms of economic prosperity and growth, you're definitely going to be a superhero here. Any one of you who will come over, you can negotiate and work with any nationality. I don't see anything working with the Chinese. We've been going over the Chinese, working with Chinese for the past 20 years in clothing. You go to my page, you'll see my wife over in China, my designer over there. The people here, like he said, the brothers that do have the skills, they're doing their own thing. You understand what I'm saying? While the Chinese are doing the major thing. You understand? So in any case, as we come over here within small microcosms, we're able to be extremely, extremely impactful. I hit my goals a long time ago. This is the second, third time around in goals that I'm in my life. It has become a focal point of envy of a lot of people because trust me, all my shit is official, everything that I do. But in any case, we have that type of thing. And right now we could be 2 or 3 times further. Everyone here, Dynas, no, everyone could be up. But, we're holding ourselves back in a whole nother market, but there's definitely hope, in terms of, when building off-grid campus style, because that's where we're going. I'm not going to have my situation on YouTube, and nobody's going to know where that is. If you come there, we're going to put a hood over your head and drive you in a circle for an hour and take you like the Hunger Games, not the Hunger Games, the damn Squid Games. But, it's to that point. But like I said, the situation over here, if you come, get your feet on the ground, look around, and open your horizons, because it's definitely a promising time. I don't see the grim time. This is a time of promise. It's a time of change. Everything is working for us, even the negative that we see. And I tell people, as far as the global, the black man, we are the father of civilization. These other nationalities, they are new and they have their time to do their thing. So it's just like you have a child, you allow them to pull all the toys out the box, and then you come in your authority and you say, now it's time to clean up your mess. So that's what they're doing. They're pushing us into a situation where we have to use, alternate technology. They're putting it out there for us. But it's a conversation that we'll continue having, we'll experience. However, I have to go on this. Thank you, Dynas. I was trying to do a power chat. I will make that happen, but I'll see you in Atlanta soon, sir.
Okay, for sure. Peace.
Yeah, I wanted to address something Dynas said. No, not Dynas. Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. What he said about African countries, that some of the local manufacturers not being able to deliver. I think that is something that what can be done in the middle of the roadway, because what I find is that with the Chinese, what they did at first was use Western companies to build some of their things. And then they started using the locals, because to build the skill set of the locals, they need to try and fail, and they get good. And the same thing happens here in the UK. So there has to be a middle ground. Even if African Americans come to the continent and they try to build something and maybe it didn't work out, so be it. Then they do more. That is how you gain the skill set to build. In the end, we are talking about building within family here. And this is about time this starts happening, because so far we've been building for other people and building for the machine that's actually grinding us down. So that's why I think even if we falter, that is fine. That is the process. That's the process of getting good at whatever you do. You falter, you repeat. You falter, you repeat. And if one is a perpetual and falterer, you kick that one out of the game and keep the ones that are making improvements until you grow big companies that are actually servicing parts of the world. That's how China did it. That's why they are building the infrastructure in Africa right now. There's no reason why Africans can't do the same for other parts of the world. The West doesn't want to build doesn't want the Chinese anymore. Why there's no reason why Africans can't fill that space. You see what I mean? So it's a win-win, but it has to be a middle ground. You can't just say, oh, we should just outsource everything to foreigners because they can build it better. Like the example he gave that the Chinese people can build roads. Yes, they can build roads because their people, their government gave them the opportunity to get good at it. And that's what we too need to do.
I just got one question for you, or two questions rather. How long did it take the Chinese engineers and specialists to get to that point? And what did the Chinese government, who did they utilize to help with infrastructure before their own engineers and specialists were able to do it themselves?
The Western people, Americans, the English, all of them, because they were investing in their country. That's why they build their iPhones and everything there. Where do you think all those came from? They built all those industries. That's why they are accusing the Chinese of stealing their technology, because they brought all those things. That's what Nixon went there to go and do. The Nixon went there to move the Chinese away from the Russians. Otherwise, those two would have become palace. So they started supplying the Chinese work to do, and the Chinese manufacture cheap goods for them. So it's a win-win. But from there, the Chinese started exploiting their technologies and using it for their own personal gain. And they learned from that process of trial and error. And before you know it, they got good. Now they can self-sustain themselves. They don't need the West anymore.
Because if you think back, I don't know if you remember, like a few years ago. I mean, it's been a while now, but Chinese had almost a knockoff of everything that was made, right? So it was like they were kind of had they were shadowing in a sense. You know, we were devaluing anything that came out of China because we looked at it as a knockoff, but they actually were learning in that process, exactly. Right? They were building capacity, right? And now they're ahead.
I remember there was a time when you want to buy something from eBay and it's from China, we try to avoid it. When I changed was when I saw a Chinese guy, literally every time he wanted to do any project, he would buy it from China. Or like, okay, this guy trusts their product so well now that he's relying on it. And within years, people have started going in that direction. They started discovering that Chinese goods are actually as good, sometimes if not even better, but yet cheaper. That's how they totally won the market. And they started selling their own goods. Apart from iPhone and some of all the other products that are made there that the big companies that we know about capitalize on for the West, all the other stuff, the Chinese are making the money because they are Chinese companies making those things.
But to Nigel, so you're still forgetting one point to them. You're forgetting one point. When Nixon went to China in 1972, China had one strong leader, Mao Zedong. So Africa is a constant. You remember that? We got dozens and dozens of cowardly misleaders who have our interests at heart. I'm not supporting communism with China. We said that Mao had a vision for China, one vision. Africa's got 52 misleaders who don't have a loyalty to us, to the constants. They're plantation overseers. They're not leaders. They're plantation overseers. That's the problem too, Niger. So that's the difference. Chad had a leader that looks after his people. We don't. That's the difference.
So how do we see to circumvent that? This is why I think in the end, what the Chinese had was the people. I think the people are the ones that can change things on the ground. Sooner or later, when we start the way Terrence Howard did today, you start having people coming there and Africans even daring to go back and build, in a big way on the continent. Sooner or later, the leaders will follow. And let's not, it's not everything that is totally bad on the continent. There are a lot of things, movements that are happening continentally. And that is the one that most people miss because they are talking about the continental free trade agreement. They're talking about common passport. They're talking about common terrorism force. That's interesting. A common counter-terrorism force. And they want to put there. It's not like they are talking about it. They're already going ahead with it. And now, the other day, just last weekend, they had a program where they were questioning the African Union people. They were talking about silencing the guns. In other words, they are looking for mechanisms to put in place to stop conflict on the continent. In other words, countries can't even go to conflict because African Union believes that those countries are not working in the interest of Africa. That said, my concern is that you are correct. 54 countries are behaving like 54 countries. They are doing their own things, and African Union doesn't intervene. For me, I find that problematic, because just last weekend, the French came to Niger Republic, next to Nigeria, and they are talking about building a base there, forming a new relationship after they just kicked them out from Mali. Another African country welcomed them in. It's like, how does that guy not know that they are undermining further the security of Nigeria? This is what Russia is fighting Ukraine for right now. And this will do it to fellow African countries. They don't care.
Right.
Exactly.
Can I say something? I'll be brief
100%
and then I'll be
agree with you,
gone.
Naja.
Hello, greetings.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tanzan. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, in regards to this, I'll go back to what we talked about earlier. It comes to the Chinese. Yeah, it's true that Africans do have a different work ethics than the Chinese and the Western people and all that. It's not just a Kenyan problem. I remember in Zimbabwe or Zambia a few years ago, there was this clash and tension between the Zimbabweans and the Chinese, because the Chinese wanted sort of almost a 24-hour work shift, and the Zimbabweans, they work for a certain time, like most Africans, and then you go home, you have the weekends and so on. So a lot of the times, it's also a cultural thing and a language barrier, because you're working with two people who both don't speak each other's languages for the most part, and they're talking in a language that is more, comfortable for the Africans and less so for the Chinese. So there is going to be bound to be, cultural differences. When it comes to Black Americans, but the Chinese don't need to build relationships with Africa in order to do business. They just need to, negotiate contracts with the higher ups. And so for them, a relationship is not important, but not as important, but it's still, they should still learn the cultural practices and try to work with that. If you go around bulldozing the local people, most of the time it's not going to work for you. And sometimes that's why they need to bring other people, or, their own people. The second thing is, part of that is also a great deal our fault, because before the Chinese came, we had something that was called cowboy construction. This is where our clever engineers and technicians and all these people, they're given a contract and they don't follow through. They take the money, they run, they enrich themselves, and they don't do the work. So finally, the government said, we're not trusting these local people. We're just going to get, somebody from the outside who is not going to do this shoddy work. So that was a letdown from our so-called educated class. We have a lot of engineers, and most of them are more eager to get rich than to actually, make a road. So, and then the third thing I wanted to say with the Kiswahili language is, it's interesting to me how, and this is also part of that schism that goes back from, that whole Nyerere versus Lumumba and so on, about this unification. Some Africans feel that if they, become more of another type of African, they're losing their type of Africanness. And I think that's the reason why Kiswahili will not be a unified African language. It might unify, it might be a regional unification, but not an overall one, because I don't see, and they have said it, literally West Africans do not want to learn an East African language. And I remember that was something that was brought up in the early 60s when Swahili was, this question has been reintroduced decades and decades over. And the people who say that against it are West Africans. But what surprises me is the West Africans are not coming up with their unification language. I might be ignorant, but I haven't had, the unifying West African language. And for people who say, oh, Swahili is Arabic. Yeah, Swahili is as Arabic as English is German. Firstly, Swahili has a Bantu base. Most of the languages in Swahili, if you hear the words, even those sounds, mbo, like zombie or mungu, or the MG sound. You hear that more in African languages than you'll hear in Arabic. Arabic is mostly those guttural sounds. And even if Swahili is Arabic, Swahili is only spoken in Africa. You don't hear, Iranians and Persians and all that speaking Swahili. So whether it has Arabic influences or not, it is an African language.
Right. And a lot of languages have loan words, right? So there are some Swahili, some Arabic loan words in Swahili, just like there are some French loan words in English, such as petite or fiance or mansion, right? So it's just something that happens because you have, of course, people from different cultures interacting with each other.
Yeah, and also nobody's forcing Swahili on other countries. I think that is also another thing that they think. the origin, actually, the stronghold of Kiswahili is in Tanzania. And Tanzanians are the nicest, humblest, kindest people in East Africa. They're not perfect, obviously. They're not some angelic beings, but they're not going around, trying to Swahilicize everybody. So it's a quite benign thing to to argue about. But in any case, the importance of having a common language. I mean, yes, somebody said pidgin. Well, pidgin is just English. I know that there is also Ebonics and Creole and all these languages, but they're really just English as languages. Kiswahili is an actual Bantu language that actually people who work Kiswahili and they still speak Kiswahili as their native language. So while pidgin could be, a unifying language, it's still not a local language like, say, a Eurobized version of Kiswahili. But that's
Tanzan. I think the reason that Kiswahili comes up as a suggestion for a common spoken language for African people is because not only is it widely spoken in East Africa, specifically Tanzania, but you do have a Pan-Africanist from America that actually introduced Kiswahili to African Americans. I want to say sometime between the 70s and the 70s or something like that. I can't remember the
60s and
brother's
70s.
name.
You're talking about Malana Karinga.
He came up with the Kwanzaa holiday,
Yeah.
and so you had a big surge of African Americans learning the language during that time once it was introduced. And not only that, if you look at South Africa, I can't remember the name of the party, but one of the popular parties in South Africa, they've actually been pushing for it to
The
become a
EFF.
common language as well, and they
The
have.
EFF.
What was that?
The EFF.
Yeah, the EFF. And so a couple years ago, they actually passed something, in legislation where they introduced Kiswahili in 77% of the schools out the country of South Africa. And I think the only stronghold currently of people that may not be as open to the idea of Kiswahili will probably be certain large West African countries, which I know in particular Nigeria. I've been on a lot of panels with a lot of Nigerians in Nigeria where they have said that they would probably prefer like something like Nigerian pidgin or something like that. But I think Kiswahili is a better language is because Tanzania has never been like a really big prominent country in terms of culture compared to the other tribes and countries around Africa. And I think that doing something like Nigerian pidgin would actually cause a little bit more conflict because of that competitiveness in the Western African region with Nigerians and things of that nature. I think that Kiswahili, Tanzanians, it's not going to be as much of an issue with those other West African countries. So I think that's the region, maybe Western and Central Africa, that will be next to work on to try to push that. East Africa has it, South Africa has it, and you also have a good amount of African Americans that are into that language. So
I also think one of the things that one should consider, because this conversation, as the sister said very eloquently about this conversation every decade about Swahili being the Pan-African language and Kiswahili being the Pan-African language. One of the reasons why it was chosen is because Kiswahili is an African language that isn't tied to any particular or specific ethnic group.
Exactly.
And so it takes away the quote unquote tribalism that tends to take place when we talk about African languages. So,
and Tanzania is the least tribalistic of African countries. It's actually one of the,
even though they're made up of about 70 to 80 tribes.
Yeah.
I think a lot they brought them all together.
Would you say it's less tribalistic in Rwanda?
My children actually have Kiswahili names, so.
Oh wow! Yeah. That's awesome.
So we would. I made a decision that I would make sure I wouldn't give them a slave name. So my children, their entire names, of course, except for our surname Lumumba, they have Kiswahili names.
Tanzan, would you say that Tanzania is even less tribalistic than Rwanda is?
Yes, because they have been practicing it since the inception of their country. They actually made it a priority from the beginning of their country to make, anti-tribalism an issue. They said, you're Tanzanian, your religion, your tribe, your affiliation, it does not matter. We are all one people, and that's what they said. And Nyerere, he extended that unity to East African countries, and that's why there is actually Tanzania. The name is Tanganyika and Zanzibar, so it's a union of two countries and also a union within a country.
Hey, would it be fair to say that the countries that went the socialist route are the least tribalistic today?
No, not necessarily socialist. I wouldn't say that, because
Not socialist all out, but had more of a robust experiment with socialist ideas.
No, because Ghana started out, because Ghana with Kwame Nkrumah started out, all of them, when they got their freedom, or the colonial people left, a lot of them were going toward a more socialist Marxist thing. But once again, they split into two blocks, the Monrovia group and the Casablanca group. And unfortunately, because what Julius Nyerere did in Tanzania was great, but his only mistake was he was part of the Monrovia group rather than the Casablanca group, and he was one of the ones that said that no, come together as one right now, it'll be too difficult. And now we look at the way things are years later. But both of them, Ghana was also more or less a socialist type of country, but you see how they are not, like, I believe, I've never been there, as Brandon would say, I haven't had my feet on the ground, so I'm not going to speak. Just from what I've heard that there's a decent amount of tribalism that goes on there as well. So I don't think that every country that went kind of a socialist type of route, doesn't have. I would just say Tanzania is kind of in a league of their own, as far as they have a bunch of different tribal groups, but they were the ones that made it simple and just said, look, be your tribe. Like, nobody's trying to take that away from you. Be your tribe. Keep those tribal, all of those differences, I believe, are beautiful and just great things, but the whole is what's the most important. And I think that's what they did in Tanzania.
But that's what, so the idea of socialism, right? And that's why I asked that question. But I don't expect, I still wonder, if you really did a survey, of all 54 countries or 55, and you looked at them historically and where they lean, at, independence, after independence.
I'm against all those isms. It didn't succeed. What succeeded in Tanzania was societal socialism. I don't know how to say that, but it succeeded in unifying the society, but not economically as socialism is known. So Nyerere had, and a lot of that also had to do with the leadership. The leadership of Tanzania has been pretty, stable. And,
well, you know what you need for socialism, though? You need communication. And what a lot of places lack at the time that they were trying to experiment with socialism is communication. That is the most important factor in socialism, is communication. And today, with the communication that we have, I think socialism was before its time. Let me just say that. I think a lot of people try to roll it out way before its time.
Let me say this real quick. If you can look at my
hold on. Let's Pan. 1 second. Pass it to Jughead, then Pan African. You go ahead. Go ahead, Jughead.
I have to get. I'm at work. I have to go, man. I pay for these super chats. Dynas, To Niger, Theo, Pan Africa's Capitalist, Judah, DJ Mamba, K, Tanzan. Respect. Take care. Be strong. We will prevail. Take care, bro.
Likewise, brother.
Peace, bro.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say really quickly. Socialism is a failed experiment. I mean, you see my name, so you know I'm going to be for capitalism. But
light bulb.
Hold on. At one point. I just think even the Chinese figured out that this is not going to work if we're going to grow our economy. Personally, I believe in having a mixed economy. I believe that socialism and capitalism are the cure for each other.
Every country on earth has a mixed economy, so there's no pure capitalistic society. There's no pure socialist.
I don't even know who's speaking, but that's what I just said. That's basically what I just said. I believe in a mixed economy.
You say you believe, but I'm saying, in fact, every country on earth is a mixed economy.
Okay. So you need aspects of each. You need some aspects of socialism and you need some aspect of capitalism, because socialism is going to make sure that your citizens have proper services that they need, that they don't starve. And capitalism is what's going to grow your economy, because you need incentives for the people that are business people and things of that nature to want to do their work. And the last thing I'll say, because I studied this I've been to Ghana multiple times. I'll be moving to Ghana, expatriating to Ghana, and I'll be going to several other countries. I'll be in Tanzania in November, right? When I looked at Kwame Nkrumah's administration, essentially one of the things that I found is that Ghana was a capitalist country before he became the president, and the people essentially rejected socialism once he installed it into the country. And one of the main issues with socialist economies is that the bureaucrats and politicians do not know how to run industries and business. And so Kwame Nkrumah's had a bunch of
again, you have to. I mean, you can't say stuff like that. You have to understand why did the first African politicians go towards socialism first. You have to understand the historical point of view. You can't just say Ghana was first of all, Kwame Nkrumah was the first president of Ghana, so Ghana didn't exist even before he became president. So what do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is, okay, we're just using common sense here. The Ghana, before it was called Ghana, was called the Gold Coast, right?
Yeah, it was a colony. Yeah, we know.
It was a Gold Coast. So in that system, it was capitalism and it was a colonial colony. And so they had a capitalist system at that point.
It wasn't capitalism though.
I think there is a bit of a conflation between winners and losers in competition in the world to ascribing those traits to the systems, whether it's socialist or capitalist, because all systems have their flaws and sooner or later they will fail and they compete against each other. And when socialism came around in the 60s and became a big thing in the Soviet Union, there was a competition between the West and the South and the Soviet Union. And at that time, there was a time, I think, in America where the tax rate was up to 90%. Why do you think they did that? Because they saw that people were tilting towards communism and socialist tendencies.
Exactly.
Because they had to. And
that's not true as well. That's not true.
Hold on. There was a time the tax rate was up to 90%. You can check that out. So the reason why they did that, they had to respond to the tendencies that people wanted to go towards. Just because they won the war doesn't necessarily mean the system was necessarily that a total failure. The point is that the West had a lot of backup. Like they have the backup economy of Africa. They used to own an empire. They had links on the ground. Soviet Union was just a nation in the European subcontinent there.
What are you talking about? The Soviet Union was a second empire after America after the Second World War.
Yes, but it was an empire, but it wasn't a globe spanning empire.
You just called it another European nation. It was the second most powerful nation in the world.
See, it didn't have satellite nations like when we talk about.
What are you talking about? The Soviet Union was the first nation to put a satellite in the world.
Okay. I said satellite nations. Oh my! See, you are not getting what I'm saying.
The whole of Eastern Europe and the whole of Central Asia was controlled by the Soviet Union.
Okay.
Again, you just spewing bullshit.
You are you are not understanding.
Hey,
Europe is limited. They are only in Europe, while the others are spread all over the world. They own a massive continent of Africa. They are present in Europe. They are present in South America. They are present in North America. They are present in Australia.
South America was independent at the time of Second World War. Again, historically,
they were not independent because most of the people in South America were Europeans. Come on, man, what's wrong with you?
What do you mean? Most of the people in South America are Europeans, besides Argentina and Chile.
Oh my God!
What are you talking about, bro?
You're acting slow now.
No, you're saying bullshit.
See, okay. Argentines. Whom are the elites in Argentina? Okay, let me help you. They are probably from Europe too.
I just say Argentina. I literally just say Argentina beside Argentina and Chile.
They were independent, but they were also in the group of the Western countries. Don't you understand?
No, they were not. Some of them were, but not all of them. You just say South America. You group the whole continent of South America. No, they were not.
The ones that matter were on the column of the West. Clearly, that was the backyard of America. That's understandable. But the point I'm trying to make is that when you look at the forces that were competing for the supremacy at that time, the Soviet Union was on the back foot all the time. They never had a chance to dominate the world. So you have to understand that. And even with all that, America still had to respond to their appeal all over the world. Even in UK here, they increased tax to about 80% tax, just to make up for the fact that the normal people, that's the poorer people in society, needs to do well. That's when the welfare state was mostly created. That's the time Americans like to dream about, when things were really good for them, when the workers were getting paid very well. That was at the height of the Soviet Union. The moment the Soviet Union fell, guess what happened? Everything went down. The moment the Soviet Union became weak, everything went down. Why? Because the Soviet Union was showing people a different way to live, where you don't have to worry about money, in the real sense of money. Most crimes just vanished just because of that. So when people just say from hindsight, oh, capitalism is the greatest and all the rest of it, all systems have weaknesses, and the weaknesses are human. It's all too human. Soviet Union was corrupt. The Western world is corrupt. The Chinese are corrupt because it's the human factor that makes them corrupt. You see what I'm trying to say here? So in the end, it's about their competition, and one side won out, and you shouldn't be surprised that side won out because they already had the advantage.
It's just
That's the
simple.
point I was just trying to make.
You can build a great car, right? No matter how great that car is, if somebody puts sugar in your tank, you're going to have a problem. And that's how I look at the failure of socialism. It's not the idea of socialism or its programs. It's, in most instances, it will sabotage, right? Because
they actually went to space first. If they were not innovating, they actually went to space first. They developed very, very quickly too. Just as with all the limited resources they have, they developed very quickly too. So I don't think socialism necessarily stymies innovation in any way. And we have to be rational about this. It has nothing to do with sentimentalism. It has to be rational that one side won for specific reason, historical reason. Doesn't mean that if socialism had won, or let's say the West was on the side of socialism, we would be trashing capitalism right now.
But why didn't Russia retain socialism after the collapse of the Soviet Union?
I think Russia still does have a lot of socialist ideas implemented into its economy. I wonder, I'm not an expert, I wonder if that's why they're so resilient right now, considering what's going on. You know, if you look at how resources are managed, and the programs they have for their citizens, a lot of it is remnants from that era. You know, look at China. I mean, look at Cuba compared to all the islands around it. You know, Cuba, out of all the islands, Cuba should fare the worst, considering, right? Its partnership with capitalists, or its relationship to capitalist entities around it. But compare the population of Cuba and its GDP to the population of Jamaica, Haiti, Dominican Republic, I ain't gonna say not Puerto Rico. Let me not say Puerto Rico because it's hard to isolate.
I don't think Cuba's a good example, but on Russia and China.
No. Actually, compare, because what I'm telling you is, you say they're not a good example because they're not flourishing like you think. So you can't compare it. But if you compare them, this is the thing. If you look at Cuba, under the circumstances they're still doing, why aren't they a good example?
My reason is because,
I mean, Cuba does have crumbling infrastructure.
Hold on. My reason is because all and most of the Caribbean islands are much smaller populations than the country we're talking.
They're comparable. That's why I say, look at the population. They're comparable.
It's easier to have that type of system in a much, much smaller country. It gets extremely more difficult, and you've seen the issues that happened in China and Russia with this, and China and the Soviet Union with this. It gets extremely more difficult when you have a much bigger population to get your population at a certain quality of life. When you have a larger population, it's much, much harder to do that. And so what you had in China, a lot of the blowback what you had is that you had a lot of corruption in China and Russia. And that is the reason that in both of those countries, you had new leaders coming in that created reforms that essentially transformed China and Russia from a socialist communist country to a mixed economy country, because they understood that doing just like we understood in the US that being 100% capitalist, this is not going to work. They understood that being 100% socialist is not going to work. We're going to have to bring some capitalist aspects into the economy to boost our economy.
So yeah, I get what you're saying, but I mean, if you look just the least socialist, and I don't mean like socialist, like all out socialist. I mean, when you talk about robust taxes, social programs that take care of the people, the countries that have the least of that are doing horrible. This is where you see people trying to leave the country, or people, teetering on slavery. When you talk about some of these countries with like houseboys and house girls and people trying to leave, and it's not like a dig on them, but if you look at it, a lot of those countries don't have a great tax system. They don't have social programs. They don't have universal health care. The education system is still fees based. So when you look at that, it kind of lends to the idea that having robust social programs, whether it's socialism all out or just a robust system of social programs, is actually beneficial to the nation as a whole.
If you look at Northern Europe, you see the patterns there. Northern Europe practices exactly what you are referring to. They have a robust socialist system.
I wouldn't be a president.
Even if they are capitalists, and they have the best of both worlds. Their prisons don't even have guns with or guards with guns and all the rest of it. Some of them, they don't even have locks in their prisons. So the society is so civilized, if you want to use those terms, that things that are considered, the norm in the West is like far-fetched there. So that if you want to look at the best societies that creates more harmonic systems, is when both sides are working together, because capitalist instinct, people always have it. That's a natural instinct of people, and you want to encourage that while at the same time having a system that contains and maintains good standard of living for people, which is very, very important.
You have to have it, because people caught up on survival just aren't gonna, they're not gonna be as innovative a lot of times. They're not gonna take the chances, the risk,
But the West is lacking innovation now. You know why? Because they have socialized profits and capitalized losses. They've given the elites protections that they don't provide for the masses that are responsible for innovation. So this stuff has caused a lot of problem in the West, and their level of innovation is not as rapid as it should be. Even an American Air Force general or brigadier or something recently admitted that the West could lose this race with the other parts of it, like China and all the rest of it, because of the trends of events that are going on in the West, because they are prioritizing things that are not necessarily the most important aspects of society. But who knows? It's just what it is. If an American top military official is concerned, then that should tell you something. So, because if I look at it on the ground today, you can tell that the Asian countries are moving faster.
People make fun and they talk about all these programs, but if the United States got rid of Social Security, the welfare system, food stamps, Medicare, if they got rid of all of these, if kids start having, parents had to pay for education, K through 12, right? Right now, you see what happened with the Soviet Union when it fell, what happened to some of the people, what they had to do to survive. You found people all over the world doing, wicked. I mean, listen, if they got rid of those programs, plain and simple, it would be chaos. I mean, the crime rate would be through the roof.
But you can say that on both sides, though, because if you look at what you said earlier, like you have examples on both sides. And what I mean by that is the two of the top 5 countries that spend the least on social programs is the U.S. and Canada. They spend less than 19% on social programs, and those are 2 countries. I'm about to give it to you. I'm about to give it to you. On the opposite extreme, you have the U.S. and Canada that spend less than 19%. So U.S. 18.7%, Canada 18%. But you also have on the opposite spectrum that spends, almost double that. You have France spends 31% as the most, and this is spending on social programs, highest and lowest by country, or your percentage of GDP. So France spends 31% of their GDP. They're not doing very well.
They punch
Belgium
above their
spends
weight also. But go
Belgium
ahead.
spending 28.9% of their GDP, not doing that well. But the countries that do similar, which I'll say, you have France, Belgium, Spain that aren't doing very well economically, but you also have Germany and Finland. Finland spends 29.1% of their GDP towards social program, and Germany spends 25.9% of their GDP towards program. Which Germany is a very capitalist country, but it is probably the most how can I say, it's probably the most successful country in the European region as far as economics, GDP, and everything. But they also spend the most out of all of any of the like really high capitalist countries like Germany, US, Canada, et cetera, et cetera. So
Hey,
you have examples. I'm just saying you have examples of successes and failures on both sides in regards to that.
right. And it's hard to exploit a society where people have those social safety nets. And that's why I think a lot of people don't like those programs. I hate to say it, but I think even in the United States, there are a lot of men who feel threatened by social safety nets because they feel like that lessens their ability to compete, right, for women. I know that might sound funny, but when you listen to some of these arguments, it almost sounds like, hey, take all of these social safety nets from these women because we're losing our women because these things exist, right? But
I'm gonna tell you this, right?
I think on a
There's
large
only
scale,
go ahead.
I think people don't want those systems to exist around the world because it lessens their ability to go in and exploit people for labor. And that's the what's the word I'm looking for? You have the black economy, and you have, the official economy, and then the under economy, so to speak, right?
Black market.
You have people that thrive, that exploit that, right? They thrive on that fragmentation in society existing where there is no safety, right? Everybody's just trying to survive. So you can get cheap labor out of that. And with that
Here's
cheap
the thing,
labor,
though.
comes a lot of things.
There's only one community where social programs lessens the ability to compete for women.
Sorry, did you just say
That's
that
just
Canada
one.
and the US spend the least on this in benefits?
What I said was Canada and the U.S. are top 5 countries in the world that spend the least of their GDP percentage on social programs.
And you said something about 17%?
No. It's around 18%. It's around
18% or so.
Yeah.
The UK spends 7%.
What's that?
So the UK spends 77% of their GDP on welfare, on benefits and stuff like that. So, and the numbers in other countries are actually less. I don't know where you got that number from.
That's why I said top 5. So the top 5 on the list that I was looking at was Canada, US, UK, Mexico, and another country.
Yeah, there's just
But it's not the case with the UK. UK spends 7.something%. US is spending 18%. We already also know that the US spends a lot on their healthcare compared to most countries. So even just based on the healthcare alone, the US spends a lot more than
listen,
the other
what I
country.
can do is I can drop the source in the back for you, and you can take a look at the what's cited in that graph.
Yeah, because I just did a calculation that we spend on the benefits and versus the GDP. So you can bring that and can look into it for that of the US too. So because sometimes these sources they can be dodgy.
Yeah, I mean you always want to use multiple resources, but that was just a quick thing that I put up. But what I was saying was that there's only one community where social programs actually lessens the ability for a man to compete for women, and that's the Black American community, and that's something that's just specific.
I don't think it does, but I think
mean,
it's just.
hold wait, listen. You say you don't think it does. Let me just say this on that point. You don't think it does? Hold on. Okay. Go look up something called the Kerner Commission. and go look up something called the Moynihan Report. And what these two
Yeah,
things
somebody else
found
told me that.
is those two studies. Now, this is the purpose of these two studies is that black people was doing riots and all this type of stuff, and because of injustices. And the government of the U.S. at this time was trying to figure out how could they integrate black people in the U.S. And what happened was they were giving every other community in the U.S. when the women got welfare, they actually used that welfare. They stayed with their men, and it helped improve their community. But the black community, the black American community, we were the only community where the women got welfare. The women actually started leaving their men in faster numbers. So instead of getting with men and creating more families, they actually started to become like single mothers when the more they increased the welfare. And so, I mean, it's a whole
What
big
came first, the
research.
chicken or the egg?
Hey, guys, let me say this real quick. You guys don't even know what you're talking about. Everybody thinks they are socialist while they're living in a capitalist society, working a job for a capitalist, making money, going to spend their money.
Has anybody claimed
Wait,
to be a socialist yet?
hold on. Let me finish. Calm down.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Okay, I just wanted to make that point.
Listen, Theo, you're totally wrong. You're totally wrong.
What am I wrong about, brother? I didn't say it was socialist, but go ahead.
Hold on. Wait, let me say this. The reason why people don't like socialism has nothing to do with the ability to get women, okay? Women are going to be gotten.
That wasn't my point, but go ahead.
Hold on, brother. Damn. The women are going to be got no matter what. You could be a caveman with a rock. These chicks will choose up. It don't matter. People get tired of socialism because people are tired of paying for people who don't want to do anything with their lives to sit up and live for free. Margaret Thatcher had a great quote. The problem with socialism is eventually you run out of other people's money. I don't want to hear the socialism talk. Look at all the institutions of socialism you've ever heard of. Russia, millions, 20 million people starved. Stalin was freaking exterminating people like they were cockroaches. Why? Because he had to get rid of all those people whose socialism, quote unquote, was going to benefit. Because he knew that he would bankrupt Russia, creating opportunities and government safety nets for millions and millions and millions of people who really had little or nothing to offer Russian society. Look at Chairman Mao, the Great Leap Forward. 45 million people died of starvation. Why?
Yeah,
because
come on, man.
Hold on. Damn, can you guys be less emotional?
Yeah,
45 million people died of starvation. Why? Because they confiscated all the farmland from the independent owners who knew about farming. They basically enslaved their own people so that they could pay back debts that they owed to all these other countries. 45 million people died of starvation, and it probably was more than that, but they found out that they could melt down people's bodies and use it to fertilize crops. Dude, this socialist stuff that you guys are talking about, no one ever talks about the reality of instituting this stuff. We all know the best thing is a capitalist society with socialist.
Okay, yes, okay, I agree.
Hold on, bro. If you stop jumping the gun, you let me finish. With certain social safety nets that help people get out of poverty, like what the United States of America has established.
Brandon, did you forget what it was required to build the capitalist system
Wait
itself?
a minute.
Damn,
bro. Damn. You don't interrupt that snow bunny over there in UK like you interrupted me. Calm your ass down.
Why did you leave out what it takes what it took to build the America that you know today? Do you know what they did to African Americans?
Don't start to, Nigel, because you know
of course you know that.
It's called society.
Of course you know that, but you forgot that part. You chose to just talk about the other side.
I'm not done.
All right.
There's nothing this Nigerian can say that's going to justify 45 million people dying of starvation in 3 years, okay? Get over that, then come at me about capitalism.
I will get over. Do you know how many people died in the Americas to build the West?
Let me finish my point. Yeah, they didn't die in 3 years. Let me say this. What people don't understand is America is creating wealthy people. It's moving more people out of poverty into middle class and even up to the rich class faster and more efficiently and more consistently than any other country. That's why all the people from those countries, pick out any of those people from those countries who actually want to make something of themselves. They will come to America in a heartbeat. Why? Because America provides the only thing any country should provide for its citizens: opportunity. What you guys want to, if you guys notice these countries, oh, look at the socialist programs, Finland, Norway. What the hell has Finland or Norway created in the last 100 years? Nothing.
I mean, they do studies that say those people are happier than the United.
Ericsson phone. You know they are a tiny country.
Their innovation is done. They're not going to space. They're not.
Nevertheless, the quality of life of its people, though, on average. I mean,
hey, Brandon, come on, man.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
Let him finish.
Finish up, Brandon.
Listen, bro. Go to Norway. I've been there. What do you think is quality of life? Sitting in your house around the fireplace all damn day while it's snowing, and then in the summer, pretty much doing the same thing, which is nothing.
Some people enjoy that.
Some people, but there's nothing really to
better
do.
than getting shot up, Brandon.
That stuff is like a retirement community, bro. Every youth in that country wants to get the hell out of there as fast as they can. People want to go to places that are on the cutting edge. You might say America has no innovation. And guess what? You might be right. But you know what America does innovate? Look at all the things, TV, movies, all these things. These things factor in the culture of America. Everybody on the planet, no matter where they're from, they're trying to imitate that culture.
It's not about criticizing America, though. I'm saying the social programs, without them, we will have a society of people who will be easily exploited.
America has social programs, bro. And I know. America's social programs are meant to incentivize people to help to elevate themselves to a new position, not meant to be forever.
It lessens crime. It lessens crime, right? It creates cohesiveness in society, right? It helps to maintain a certain amount of loyalty to the country. I mean, if you look around at the people who are flocking to America.
Okay, listen, forget all this loyalty shit you're talking about. What I'm telling you is,
my point is, right? People aren't just fleeing the United States, right?
Can you learn to wait your turn? It was still me. I was about
Hey, Brad, you've been talking like 5 minutes straight. Let somebody else go, Brad. Let Theo go.
Because they keep interrupting.
Brandon, calm down. Brandon, calm down. Go ahead, Theo.
No, my point is, we have these social programs that exist, right? And society as a whole benefits from those programs, namely because it helps keep crime down, right? And as much crime that we see, it would be a lot worse if people couldn't get food stamps, if they couldn't get welfare, if they couldn't get public housing, if they couldn't educate their kids for free, if there was no social security, if these things, if the Medicare wasn't what it was, if these things did not exist.
Theo, I got to respectfully disagree, because crime in the Black community was not this bad before integration.
That's true.
You know what? I can't speak on that. I have to give some thoughts to that rebuttal. I would have to give some thoughts to that rebuttal.
Exemplify them. It elevated them.
How though? I don't get it. That's what I don't get. How?
That's what you don't get. That's why you need to be quiet.
So you don't think people were being exploited before these programs?
What?
How does it make things worse? That's what I'm saying for society.
Because people
depends on the way that it's implemented. It depends on the way of
elaborate on that.
People stop teaching their kids to be self-reliant. When you create a dependency culture, once you don't let those people depend on you anymore, they resort to crime. Why do you think you got so many Black women with their ass up on the internet trying to sell some Gucci? Because because they were never taught the skills to go out and make a life, because they're coming off of 5 generations of welfare. You know,
I would say it's the kids who had parents. It's the kids who had parents, right? That had enough resources. No, listen to what I'm saying. It's the kids who had parents who had enough resources, right? Middle class, who had enough resources to allow those kids to explore and experiment and develop their talents and skills that actually help with
Theo,
innovation in the country. I
Theo, let
think
me
when
ask you a
people are
question.
too caught up on survival, right?
Theo, let me ask you a
Go ahead.
question. Let me ask you a question. Where is
Mhm.
crime the highest in America? The place where the majority of people are living as dependents on the government, or the places where people are getting their ass up going to work every day?
I don't think it's
Oh,
because of the program itself, though. I think it
We're not
boils down
asking you to think, my
to
brother.
the
We not ask you to think, my brother. We ask you to answer this question honestly. Where is crime the most prevalent in America? Where the niggas is
where
on
the
food
poverty is
stamps,
the
where the
highest.
niggas
Where the
working.
poverty is the highest.
Exactly, and that's where the most people are doing what?
On the social program.
Receiving government
It
entitlements.
would probably be worse without those programs, though.
Now, see, I don't want to hear what's
You'd have
worse,
more. You have more
brother,
people
brother,
being exploited. I'm telling you.
brother.
You would.
It's not
We
about
know that,
whether
man.
we're
Look
doing,
around the world, man. Look
brother,
at where people don't have
brother,
those social
brother,
safety nets. What's
brother.
happening to the young people in those
Look
countries,
in your
man?
own
Let's be for real.
neighborhood. Look in your own
That's why I
community.
said right.
The more entitlement the government gives, the more the
Man, you
crime
always
rate goes
you
up.
always all this
I don't think
entitlement
that that's
stuff, man.
true.
It's like
You
an
were just talking about
inhumane way
Finland.
of looking at things, man. Honestly, it's so inhumane. I mean,
That's
because
an
you have
inhumane way. But that's what we're
Brandon,
talking about, Theo.
45,000 people dying in 1 year is not
You
a
were
joke
wrong,
from just
Theo.
gun violence alone. From
Theo,
just gun violence, 45,000 people. Even Nigeria doesn't suffer those numbers. And you are painting a glorious picture of a system that generates that much casualties in 1
And I'm
year.
trying to tell you where the government is giving out the most welfare and entitlement programs, those are the most violent areas in the country. So when you guys say, well,
But you were dissing Spain, Switzerland, you were saying European countries
let me
versus a
finish.
country that kills so many people in 1 year. The next year, another this 45,000. Next year,
hey,
another
guys,
45,000. That is
one mic,
crazy.
Hold on, two, not one mic. I want to hear the sister. Go ahead, Deneb. Go ahead, Deneb.
Hello. I've never used this before. I never used StreamYard before.
All right, Deneb, what you got to say? Just talk. Deneb, all you got to do is talk. Go ahead, Deneb. It's okay. Look at the camera and talk, Deneb. Deneb. Where are you going, Deneb?
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
I mean, you got to turn off the
Okay.
turn off the back.
Hey.
Turn off the
I
playback.
don't know how I'm gonna do this, but good afternoon, y'all. I came in late and everything, but since the topic is where the slave ships at, and y'all talking about socialism, I'm thinking about capitalism. I would like to ask Dynast, who used to be my Carrot Bars affiliate. I did Carrot Bars at least twice. I would like to know what your opinion is on those type of things, that company in particular, now that they don't exist anymore. I kind of feel like they didn't deliver, because I mean I was actually a member of Carrot Bars before I signed up under you. I signed up like 3 times.
No problem. No problem. I'm actually pro. No, I'm actually pro MLM. I think MLM is a great concept. You know, earn off the efforts of others. So yeah, I'm actually I'm pro MLM. It is unfortunate. There's a lot of background noise. You gotta turn off the playback.
Oh yeah, I got.
You gotta turn off the playback, Deneb.
They didn't
Deneb, you gotta turn off the playback. Okay, she didn't froze up. Okay, go ahead.
So where you don't see those programs, let me say this, and it goes so deep, right? Because when you look around the world,
we want you to answer the damn question.
Well, ask the question specifically. The question. Don't get long-winded on me. Go ahead.
No, the question is, if government entitlement programs are the key to peace and security, why is it that in our country, where the government gives out the most handouts and entitlement programs, the crime rate is the highest?
Because I don't think it does enough as far as poverty is concerned. I don't think enough is done as far as poverty is concerned.
The inequality is what triggers it. See, we know Europeans can do it better.
Programs,
So
it'll be a lot worse than what it is. We're looking at, but I think it's a lot of people who are not committing crimes because they can eat, because they have at least a house over their, a roof over their head. I think it's people who,
See, I disagree.
if you took that roof from over their head,
the people that are committing crimes are not the ones that are. It's not now. Don't get me wrong. Homeless people commit crimes. It's not the people that don't
The
have
inequality creates the problems. The inequality is where the problem is. If you look at the countries that are more stable with such situation, is because the inequality is lower.
Elijah, you can't just be over talking. We're talking. The guys answer the question. I'm asking them a question. If the guy, who's gonna pay for all this shit? Why don't you take the people?
Who is paying for it in Sweden?
Let me just say this one thing. When you give these people money, they freaking sell their damn food stamps and go out and buy crack and weed.
Oh my God.
That's not the program. The program does not program them to make those type of moves. You get what I'm saying? These are people making their personal decisions. It doesn't mean the programs are no good. That, you know,
in America, people are criminalized. In America, people are criminalized quite easily compared to European countries. If you look at those northern European countries, the reason why their prisons, some of them don't even have gates, is because they don't criminalize their people so quickly, and they don't create an environment that leads to such aggressive competition and such inequality. That is what is creating that problem in America. Not to mention the guns.
Wait, let me tell you guys how too much of a liar Tunisia is. I went to Europe. I went to Portugal. I went through the park. Fucking junkies. Hey, I got crack. I got speed. I got weed. You need that piff? I was in the UK.
But they are not criminalized, though.
Calm down, Tunisia. Calm down, Tunisia. I was in the UK. I think we was. I forgot the name of this damn street we was walking down. Bro, there are fucking drug dealers everywhere. Freaking even kids who were like cracked out on the street. The fuck are you talking about?
Well, they are not criminalized like the US does. They are not criminalized in Sweden, in Finland, Denmark, Norway. They are not criminalized that way, and the state is paying a lot more into Social Security.
So, Brandon, do you have a problem with reparations? Do you have a problem with reparations?
Listen, you're conflating two different things.
No, because I'm saying it's like you're saying.
Yeah, we hear you. Hold on, guys. Let me, 1 second. Let me address Carrot Bars, please. Go ahead, Deneb. Go ahead. Did you hear what I said?
Listen. When that guy finished talking, then I will add on because I want to talk about this food stamps and stuff. Go ahead. You go ahead. Say
okay, you want to talk about food stamps? Okay. Okay, but let me say this.
I want to talk about the whole thing.
One mic. Let me just say this real quick.
I want to talk about the whole thing.
Deneb, you talking over. Hold on. 1 second. Chill out. All right. So I would say this, and I'll pass it back to Brandon. Give me 30 seconds. All right. So I am pro MLM. I believe in the concept. I believe in earning off of the efforts of others. MLM is a great concept. It's just Carrot Bars went under. That's all I got to say. All right, go ahead, Brandon.
Okay. Man, listen, all the countries, let me tell you something about Africans like Tunisia. The countries they dwell in aren't innovating shit, aren't creating shit. The people.
Hey, Brandon, your mic, your phone, Brandon, your mic. Something's wrong with your mic, Brandon.
No, that's not me. That's
Brandon, wrong again.
Mike, that's your mic, Brandon. That's your mic, brother. That's your mic. Mike, Brandon, that's your mic, bro. That's the Obama phone. Get back on your iPhone, Brandon. That's the Obama phone.
My mic was just fine. Now all of a sudden it's messed up.
Oh, go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead.
Exactly, man. Come on, bro. We ain't sipping today. Anyway, these guys, these countries these guys tell you about, they're not innovating shit. They don't have shit. When they get involved in a war or anything, the first person they look into is the United States to come help them. Do you understand that the United States operates the way it does because the world needs the United States to operate the way it does? Look at the recent situation with Russia and Ukraine. Did you see how Germany and all these other countries, they were scared shitless, but at the same time, they were trying to buy oil and shit from Russia, while at the same time claiming to be in NATO and being allies against Russia. Why? Because, listen, these countries,
oil in Russia?
These countries, listen, the UK where Tunisia dwells at, with the snow bunnies. Once they were no longer able to colonize, they have no means of earning money. So they're basically living. They are living.
Graphene,
Okay,
Raspberry Pis. Do you know how many things that is invented from the UK? You don't have a clue.
Okay, you husky throat Nigerian. Tell me what is the number one export of the UK?
Raspberry Pis that you know of. Everybody has am chips. Can I finish? Am chips. Am chips. Can you let me finish? Am processors. Am processors are in your mobile phone.
Insurance, financial
Am
services.
processors are in your mobile phone. And you talking about innovation. The longest flying this in solar plane was built in the UK here. Just how many weeks ago? So stop even going on. The UK innovates even beyond what the US is doing. So what has US done lately? What has
The
US
UK
invented lately? Stop going on.
The UK export.
Tell me one thing the US has invented lately. Tell me one thing the US has invented lately, and I can give you something the US has invented.
Anything.
Slow down, bro.
Can't invent anything.
Slow down.
I mean, if you wanna take into consideration,
let the sister talk. I want to hear the sister. Go ahead.
if you want to take into consideration what this man who was murdered in Buffalo, New York at work, the security guard, he's one of the people who invented the hydroelectric car thing. There's another guy, a Jamaican man, his name is Harlow Maine. I think his name is Harlow Maine or something like that. I hope that's not the track runner from Jamaica, who pretty much invented the same thing. There's several people that literally made the same invention using water to fuel the engine of a car. Then there's another black man in, I think, California, who I have to go find this on Instagram. He used water to do something, to make energy for something. But the thing about America is always the same problem. Yes, to do, what does it do? What was the invention for?
It was basically a machine that would take the moisture out of the air, and it would create clean water. So for places, and once again, that's one of those things that I would think in villages in
America
Africa,
got a lot of problems when it comes to that. Yeah,
but those people always seem to, there's always some kind of hiccup. But yeah, he was creating machines when the floods and everything were happening. He was building machines to where it would just create water, out of
in Texas, I think. Yeah, something. One of them places. But the thing is that when it comes to American inventions or American innovation, just take yourself back to Nikola Tesla. And first of all, Americans done invented every motherfucking thing. I don't know where you been at, but everything was invented here. I'm not even gonna go through the list. Okay. Now the thing is who's gonna take credit? There. I'm being sarcastic. Listen. Okay, I'm being sarcastic, but I'm not changing my position on that. The bottom line is who's going to take credit for these inventions? Who's going to get to the finish line first? Look what happened to the guy who was a security guard in Buffalo, New York. See, you might not know about that because you don't live in America. Here's another person I brought up already. There's another person.
But nobody's talking about it.
Nobody, but he's not the first person to invent that. He's not the first person to invent that. There's another person who is not from the United States. He's actually Jamaican. He invented the same thing many years ago, a young man, and he already patented it, and you could buy it on the internet. I think his name is Harlow Maine. I cannot remember his name, but these people are always suppressed. They're always suppressed because they threaten the major corporations' bottom line, which is our consumerism. America is a consumer-based economy. Now, first of all, if America provides twice as much or more than twice as much social programs than Britain, that means that I'm right. That Britain produces a lot of merchants, because I'm noticing when I order online, a lot of these damn people that I can't even trust, when I want to buy stuff, they always shipping it from the UK for some reason, Jamaican products and and they always because obviously a lot of Jamaican people are from the UK, you know, and so on and so forth. A lot of products. But as far as innovation, you'll never see the innovation if they don't if certain logistics and certain past historical things are not addressed. So the same thing goes for the United States of America. There's certain things that was never addressed about this country's history, and there's plenty of things that Americans invented. The traffic light, the I mean, come on, all of it. Go back to your Black history, Black Americans, all of the shit that we invented in America. Okay, and you'll notice that, I mean, the inventions will obviously, things like that will stop as other countries get back on their game. You know what I mean? So I guess I've been talking too much, so I'm not gonna say anything else. So oh wait, I have one more thing. I have one more thing. I want to just throw out there as a question, because you say you're pro MLA. I don't really know what that is,
MLM,
but I would like somebody multi-level marketing. Okay. What is the difference between an MLA and I mean, I've done multi-level marketing so long, it doesn't work for me. What is the difference between MLA and the SUSUs, and which one do y'all think is better for our people?
It depends in what context, but SUSUs is just, you know, group economics, people come together, investing money. Well, people putting their money together to invest in something. So it just depends on what the purpose of the SUSU is. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that leads to this question: how do we talk all of this come together talk, but we're against social program? That to me, in and of itself, is very ironic. That everybody talk about coming together and working together.
Let me say something. Brandon's argument was that America's capitalist system was more innovative. But what he forgets to understand is Bluetooth is invented in Europe. ARM Cortex chips that is in most of your phones is in Europe. Dyson. So many other things are invented in Europe. I don't see whether the American system is any special.
No, but we're talking about specifically
it's way more invented in the US than Europe combined. YouTube was invented in America. The
World Wide Web was invented in the UK. World Wide Web was invented in the UK. So what do you make of that?
The platform that you're on now was invented in America.
World Wide Web was invented in the UK. So the platform you're talking about, what
the World Wide Web
yes,
was not
it
invented in the
come on, man. Let's not do that.
Well, I got a different education than you. Who's Philip M. McGually? Who's Philip M. McGually?
I'm sorry. That is already sailed. It's a UK guy that did that. And that is where you're sitting on right now. You are sitting on something that was invented by a UK engineer. He's still alive, if I'm not mistaken.
Philip M. McGually, and who's the Nigerian? I mean, who's Philip M. McGually, and who's the Ghanaian guy who is credited for coming up with the internet? I forgot the guy from Ghana.
Internet is different from World Wide Web.
Yeah, the internet was invented by a group of scientists. Over time, the American military had participated in it. It was a project. As a matter of fact, it wasn't invented by just one person.
I have to correct you too, Nigel. Yes, the World Wide Web was created by English computer scientists, but he was working for he was working in Switzerland when he created it. He was working for a Swiss company.
Yes, in Europe and an English person. The UK the UK actually did it. So whatever happens, it's a UK person that did it. Graphene. UK again, telephone UK. Now everybody uses every day. Geospatial satellites UK that did it. So when you say UK, jet engine, name it. You know, most of the stuff we take for granted today were invented in Europe. It's not necessarily that only America does innovation, and that's why that argument that Brandon is making is a little bit faulty.
I mean, the UK has invented a lot of useful things in the world. I'm not going to deny that, but if you go down a list and stack it up against the U.S., it's not comparable, especially if you're talking about the last 20 to 30 years.
Yeah.
A lot of the UK's biggest inventions were 16, 17, 18, 19, and maybe 20th century. But the
Yeah.
UK, as
Arm
far as
Cortex chip
innovation,
is not last century. Arm Cortex chip is very this century.
listen, I can
It's a chip that is
tell
in your
you,
very phone
But
right
that's
now.
very
I can
true.
I
What
can
you
tell
just
I
mentioned is
can
only in the
Can I
because you
say
put in
something
the
real
hand.
quick?
I can tell you
And
stuff that the
graphene
UK has
is
done.
also recent. Graphene is
Hold
recent.
on, hold on. One mic. Mad Money Mike, you've been waiting. Go ahead, Mad Money Mike.
Money Mike.
Unmute yourself, Mad Money Mike. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Diners. I appreciate the family being on here. I'm listening to y'all. I came in on the food stamps thing, but as it evolved to these inventions and everything, I think one of the biggest problems that we're having with this conversation right here is the fact that we as Black people haven't been given the credit for the inventions that we've made. And so we going from, well, who did it in the UK or who did it in America? The fact of the matter is we did it, but we're not getting the credit for it because we don't have a foundation.
Right.
You don't have land. You can't patent and copyright and develop, produce the things
We
that
passed
you
that now,
do
though.
invent. Hold on. You cannot do that right now. Okay? We need land. You need to be an entity of your own so that you can own the inventions. We know who made the stoplight, but their family gets not a dime. And we as
The
people
air
who are
conditioner.
connected to them, everything, the refrigerator, all of that, we don't get a dime out of that because we don't own the copyrights, the patents. We can't develop it, we can't produce it, we can't manufacture it, and we can't sell it off to these other people in other countries around the globe because you don't have a foundation. And I listen to Dynasty all the time. I'm part of the BAIO. I don't know why we're not talking about structuring our own piece of property where we can grow our own economy. And I'm not looking for the 45 million in America, all 45 million in America, all 100 million in Brazil. All we need is a few from here, there who really want to do it, and let's make it happen. Because we just talking. We just
Hey,
talking. We're gonna have to
you
put
should
our
create a
money.
simulation first. You heard me, Money
I
Mike?
mean, yeah, but there are simulations out there right now. Just 2-3 months ago, white men crowdfunded and they bought an island and they want to be sovereign. Now, of course, it's a micronation, so they're not going to get recognized. But the blueprints to doing this is there.
No, when I say
Part of
simulation,
the
I
matter
mean
is,
create the manifest, create, the, so to speak, constitution, the laws, the how you want that society to go, right? Kind of put that on paper and see how many people agree with you.
well, I'm pretty sure
Put the modus
there
operandi
are
on
more
paper
people.
and see if you can get a
I'm pretty
consensus
sure.
on that.
I'm pretty sure that people would be willing to do it if it was something that we spoke about more and put to the public. Because when I travel around the country and I travel around the planet, and when I speak to Black people one-on-one, and I ask them, do they want to govern themselves? Do they want to educate themselves? Do they
You
want
don't
to
even
take
know.
care of themselves from my man? Let me finish.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When I talk to these people on a one-on-one, the consensus is yes, this is what we want. Now, how we go about doing it, that's how we have to come together and work that out. But I'm pretty sure, I'm almost certain that we want to have that. There's a few people out there that's going to deter because they scared of this white man. And the only other thing that I've heard about
The fear of it is, oh, if we congregate together, then they're gonna drop a bomb on us, and it'll be an easy thing to do. And listen, I'm like, yo, you can't be scared to be great. You cannot be scared to be legendary. You have to put your life on the line for some true freedom and liberation. You're gonna have to. There's no getting around that. You're gonna have to put your blood on the table. If you say you're a parent and you care about your kids and your grandkids, you're gonna have to do it now. This is the right time to do it. These other people are so distracted that we can make moves. But we got to come together and talk about some real shit. And you need land. You need a foundation. That's all I got to say right now. Thank y'all, family. I'm listening, though.
Yo, can I say something about a place I've never been to? Y'all make the UK sound like for poor people, for a poor person, or whatever.
You say you're gonna talk about food stamps. What you think about food stamps?
Oh,
Go
well,
on.
listen, the only thing I'm gonna say about food stamps is I find I'm on food stamps and I'm never getting off. Okay?
I don't blame you.
I was never taught how to grow my own crops.
Food should be free, baby.
I finally moved into my own house, with my boyfriend, and eventually we can use some of the land when we get the soil right to learn how to grow. But did nobody taught me how to grow my own food, and I'm not
Listen,
trying to be a slave in my own country. So I worked. I worked while I was sick, so that I could. I have migraine headaches and insomnia. I have polycystic ovarian syndrome. I worked so that I could qualify for Social Security disability insurance, and I got that before I turned 36, and I'm not letting it go. I did my work. I went to school and all of that, and look at what's going on around us now with this COVID, for the monkeypox. Me personally, it works for me. I didn't
ma'am,
go.
let me
I
tell you
didn't
this.
grow up on. I didn't grow up on food stamps. But when I became 21 years old and I was in college and I couldn't afford to feed myself, I got food stamps.
Hey,
Ma'am, let me tell
Danette,
you
let me
this.
ask you a question.
This why you
Danette,
shouldn't
do you
be
have any?
ashamed.
Hold on, Theo. Hold on, Theo. Do you have any kids?
Go ahead.
You have
No
any kids?
kids. This is what I'm talking about. This is no kids. I'm not doing that until I learn how to feed. Until I'm not. If I had children, I would want to be able to teach my own children.
Danette,
So I have to start. No kids.
Danette, how much food stamps do you get each month?
Now it's down. It's like, I don't know. It's less than $200 a month. I don't. They switch. They do all types of funny stuff. So it changes a lot. I would assume
It's
like less
something
than.
though.
I can't even calculate it because they changed the payment method, the payment cycle. Somewhere around that, less than $200 a month, something like that.
Oh, and what? How old are you, Danette?
I'm 37.
37. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Theo.
Listen, ma'am, there are people right now who are being paid not to grow food. So as long as that's happening on the continent of the United States, do not feel ashamed of getting your food stamps.
Not at all. Yeah,
People gotta
I
eat,
pay my
right?
taxes.
There are people with acres of land that are not utilizing it to grow food.
Right.
And people hoarding land makes the land prices higher, which is why some people can't afford land to even garden or grow food. So
Yeah.
don't feel ashamed.
I don't at all. Let me tell you, I'm from New York City, and even as a child, I remember walking around my neighborhood seeing the Guyanese people and the Jamaican, growing corn on their front porch, literally. We ain't ashamed. And listen, I'm from New York City. It's most of the people really are from other countries. You know what I'm saying? And the rest of these folks, I know the mentality, and I'm so turned off by the mentality of people who just sit around and they whatever they collect, or they have a job, and it's just wrong. It's just wrong. It's wrong. And bringing up the whole real estate thing, I'm from New York. You can't afford to live. I've been trying all of my life. I've been trying to move out of these high inflated real estate places. I finally am out of there. I'm definitely not ashamed.
You
But
think people don't get tax
that's the
breaks when
point
they
that
can?
I'm making. But hold on real quick. That's the point that I'm making, because when people was bringing up the United Kingdom, I know, first of all, I seen videos of what it's like over there in the UK for the Jamaican people. And remember what happened 5 years ago with that building that they built and then it caught on fire? Do y'all remember that? The building caught on
Yes.
fire. And what
Yes.
happened was the way that they constructed, they set those people up for murder. They put the building, they built the building with flammable material. They knew what the fuck they were doing. Okay, you got to remember who we are now. That means that our people are living over there, our cousins. It doesn't really matter where you're from, whether you're from the Middle East, whether you're from the Caribbean islands, whether you're from Africa. You got cousins that you never met over there in that goddamn country. And I've seen plenty of videos about how the Rastafari, the Jamaican people are treated over there. It must be a nightmare. If you, I mean, our country provides twice as much social programs, and this ain't shit. Americans live in poverty. They live out of their car. In America, they live out of their car. So what do you expect out of a population like that was forced into consumerism for the past 70, 80 years? How do you expect people to be able to be innovative enough to invent things and then be able to get credit for what they invented? How do you know that we didn't invent it and people were just stealing our inventions?
You know the beauty of invention, though, is that if you do something well enough and it works well enough for society, right, your offspring and perhaps you can enjoy that invention, right? So if it's good for society, it's good for you, right? You might not get the monetary benefits of it, but if it's something that's going to improve the lives of people in society, it's going to improve your life. And sometimes I know that might not be what, in a capitalist mind state, what people want, but I mean, when you make society better, you make life better for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to be fair, I get that point, but that seems like an obvious statement. When people talk about invention, they're talking about how it benefits the inventor. And so I don't get why, because anything that anybody does that benefits society benefits everybody. So I'm not going to look at it like because I invented a car, everybody's driving around, so it's benefiting me.
Well, if you got a car, now you move a lot more efficiently, then it's benefiting you. Or if your services get to you a lot faster, right?
It still will rub me off the wrong way, knowing full well that other people have invented stuff and gotten a lot of benefits from it. And if I don't get it, I'll just settle for the fact that I'm driving in a car. I might as well not publicize it and just drive around in my car myself.
But I think the people who win aren't the people who are chasing money. They're the people who are trying to solve a problem. And just so happen, they were rewarded for it. But I think those people would have solved the problem either way. A lot of those people, like your Elon Musk and your Bill, I'm talking about the people who have innovated and made huge differences in the world. I think a lot of people,
example that
people
you
are just trying to solve a problem.
Are you sure they were trying to just solve the problem?
You just brought up a perfect example. Elon Musk. You know why Elon Musk has become so successful? First of all, he's South African. Notice how all these white South Africans are so rich and famous in America. Elon Musk this is where they talk about the racial discrimination. Elon Musk got his company subsidized by the federal government. That's the reason why now he's so successful. We don't have the same. We're discriminating. How much?
Over $4 billion a year.
Yeah, so that means that
federal government.
For federal government.
Talk about his parents, his dad. They came from apartheid South Africa, where he made all of his money.
Yes,
and their parents subsidized them.
And not only that, think about this: that Buffalo shooting. There's a Tesla factory in that city. And the people wanted to leave work one day. You can look it on YouTube if you want to. And the day after it happened, and there was nothing but Black employees, and they were being threatened by losing their job or something like that for going to speak to the reporters that was at the scene of the crime at that Tops supermarket. And then 2 weeks later, the Tesla company announced that as because they couldn't afford their to pay all of their workers, that they were going to reduce their workers by like 10%. Yeah, exactly. That's a perfect example of what happens with what do you want to call it, socializing, whatever it is. That's how that works out. That's how that works out. Our issue, more often than not, is discrimination. Other people go ahead of us. They get more than us. It's always the same thing. It's always the same thing. That's a perfect example.
There is something that happens to people when they move from a different environment to another. I think they tend to have an insight into the society that the people that are in that society don't get. Like the guy that invented graphene in the UK, he wasn't born in the UK too. Is from, I think, one of these Asian countries. And many of the inventors in the UK are not from the UK. They tend to be immigrants from other places. Yeah, it happens the same way too in the US. So there's something about that is interesting, and maybe it's something that is worth looking into, because there's something when you are from somewhere, you get jaded by because you are local. And it's something that, it will be interesting to study why that is the case. Somebody can just come in, and if there's something can be done to help that, because it could be something many countries are contending with, and they keep doing it by fight it by having immigrants coming. And that is not always a good solution.
I think one major thing is the education of the domestic people. Oftentimes now we're in post 20th century where you have this phenomenon called public school education now. The purpose of it was to turn people into slaves, into factory slaves.
Man, please, no.
That was perfect.
No.
Yes, that was the purpose of it. I went to school for education. I studied where public school came from. I know all about it.
So they wanted a well-informed, they wanted an educated workforce.
Hold on, let's
I'll go even further.
Ms. Deneb, we gotta pass the mic. We'll pass the mic.
All right, go ahead. Because I had something else.
All right, Alquan, you got 2 minutes to troll. Alquan, go ahead and troll.
No, it's not troll. This is major education. I came in late, of course, and what's up? Thank you for letting me on. And so I want to answer the question about where the slave ship's at, and that's a good question, because that's a question that I've been seeking for a few years now, and I haven't been able to come up with that answer. And when you can't find what you're looking for, that obviously means that it must not exist.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, Alquan, you're absolutely right. Slave trade can happen, Alquan. Alquan, we're all Native Americans. I'm Blackfoot.
You got him started.
From Turtle Island, Hebrew Israelite.
I didn't say any of those things.
And Alquan, hold on, Alquan, I'm giving you the history. The slave trade happened in reverse. But the slave trade happened in reverse.
That's not my argument.
Moorish, Cherokee, Blackfoot, Chickasaw, Choctaw, dark skin, the original dark skin, Cherry. That's what I am.
Those are some other people's philosophies, not mine.
Yeah. That's what I am. Yeah, that's what I am.
But I'll tell you this though.
I listen. I'm the original black. Exactly, King. I'm the original black European from the North Pole.
You've changed your style,
from Antarctica. No. Listen. That came from Antarctica. That came from Antarctica. And then listen. My ancestors are the original dark-skinned, blue-eyed European.
Okay.
The
good for you.
Black,
good for you.
The original black Siberian.
Yes,
I also. Thank you, Alex. I am the original black Siberian.
Okay.
The black Siberian.
Man, that's serious. Yeah. But if you don't mind, can I please have the rest of my 2 minutes, please, exclusively?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Now, I had a discussion with another person. The Forecast is his name, about slave ships, and we were doing this live. And as we were doing it live, I discovered a ship that I had never known existed in my life. And they had pictures of it from 1850, an Australian prison ship, a floating prison ship, fully intact, specifically designed to house people against their will. People say slave ships or cargo ships as an excuse for them not being around. But since they did have an actual prison ship designed to house people against their will, you can also say a slave ship should at least look like that, but we can't even find that. So if we can find these prison ships holding people against their will, why not the slave ships holding people against their will?
Alquan,
How did the Europeans get here?
Theo, Alquan, where are the slave ships that brought the Europeans? I mean, where are the ships that brought the Europeans?
Well, I showed those too, that they have replicas of some, and then they have the authentic ones during the time they came over.
Where?
All over the place.
You saying right now there exist ships that brought the Europeans over?
Yeah, in Europe, in the Americas.
Oh,
They're
okay.
replica. If you don't have the original, you better look. If you don't have, so you can find those. If you don't have the originals, then you have replicas. And when you have replicas, you know what that means? That means you had the blueprints.
Like what's some examples of something like where's one?
Hold on, Theo. Alquan, you're a fucking clown, bro. You are.
What's that? I mean, you're
just a clown, bro.
How do you make a replica?
Your time is up. All right. I mean,
where's one of the ships at though?
Two Niger. It's just this is what's going on. This is what is going on.
Replicas. So they have replicas, and that makes it all right. And just because you find, I don't get. See, are you trying to say it never happened then? You guys just emerged in the Americas. If you are not, I don't know what his point is really. He hasn't landed on any point. So what are you trying to say? No point.
I mean, but
broadly speaking, you know, this the history, right, of Africans coming to the United Americas, right, along with the natives who were here and the Europeans and the different tribes from all over Africa and the intermixing. I mean, the truth is it created an identity crisis, right, for people that they deal with now or trying to deal with. And one way in which I think a lot of people are trying to deal with that is by divorcing themselves from the legacy of slavery and tying themselves to something they see as more greater, right? Some type of special people, either the chosen people, the first to arrive, the indigenous people, just something that says I'm not an African who arrived here and was enslaved, right? But also on that is the fact that some people, right, like Mr. John last night, if you look at Mr. John, I mean, the fact that he claims to be Cherokee, you can't really take that away from him, you know, and not to get into the whole color thing, but there are some people who obviously do have ancestry that's rooted outside of Africa, whether that's European ancestry, predominantly European ancestry, or Native American ancestry. The thing is, we've gotten so used to incorporating people into the quote unquote Black community based on the 1/16 rule, right? That we treat each other, despite our genetic differences, as one homogenous group, when the truth is we're not. So when people start telling you, I'm not Black, I'm Native American, sometimes you gotta let them have it, you know, let them have what they're claiming. And maybe that's part of the solution to the disorganization that has happened over the years with Black people, is that we're trying to incorporate people into Blackness who don't identify as Black, or African who don't identify as African. So we're always surprised when all of a sudden there's disloyalties or sabotage, or things don't go the way, you know, a lot of folks intend it to go. Anyway,
I think that is quite a more powerful point than you actually, because I've spoken to an African American that's actually said, yeah, I'm not African, even if he claims to be Pan-African, he's not African. And it came down to the fact that he said his genetics indicates that he's more European than African, that he had about 30% African and more European gene. So in other words, it probably looks European. And I said, okay, fine. If that's the case, obviously you have a right to claim European. But there are a lot of people that are majority African genes, and those ones, they cannot just say, "Oh, I'm 70% African gene, but I'm European." That just sounds somebody that is just trying to drift away from what they truly are. But they want, and in America, it's very, very interesting because other parts of the world don't do this. Like in South America, if you are mixed heavily, where you become somewhat more European than black, you don't necessarily identify as black. But in America, you don't have the luxury of identifying as any other group. You have to identify as black. And that is something that is very interesting. I have heard a Nigerian say once that the lighter skinned African Americans tend to be more against Africa. That's what he said. They tend to be more against Africa than the darker skinned ones. So that's something that is a can of worms. And that's why I said the point you made there is very sensitive, because in Haiti, they have a history of that issue too, where the ones that have lighter skin had a different political drive than the ones that of darker heritage. So there you go. I don't know how to touch that one. I'm not in the middle of it. So I wouldn't
say all, you know, I don't think you have to be black or African to sympathize or empathize or care about, you know, the same issues, right? Some things aren't, some values aren't rooted in, don't have a racial basis for them. Some morals, some things are just a matter of humanity, right? Which we all can share, right? So there's certain principles that people can have, which just lends to their humanity. They don't have to be, it doesn't matter what color they are, what hue they are, right? So I would never say that because a person isn't black, that they can't share the same sentiments, or they can't lend to the black struggle, quote unquote. But the reality is there are people who make it known that they're not black and they do not share a lot of the same sentiments that some black people have, right? In which case you have to just let them go.
Yeah. Just let it go. Yeah.
It's something that is, I think, even in the African American community, they need to explore a bit more, because I get your point in terms of, obviously, there are even Europeans that have actually died on behalf of our own people too, just as much, not even just as much, what am I saying? But the point is that when people mean you well, you don't necessarily push them away. But it's something that African American community, maybe they need to be addressing, because in our culture, they say you use your tongue to count the number of teeth in your mouth. You know yourself, because you can't just follow people just like that. Somebody might have a 10% African gene and they call him African American in America, and you go and follow that person. The person's decisions may be based on the fact that they are 90% European.
True.
You see what I mean? True. So you have to know yourself.
And you know, you see a lot of people who, okay, their birth certificate or their documents say Negro or black, right? Just because of the history. You look at them, you don't know if they're black necessarily, but these are the same people who will say they're black, but will tell you that their life story dictates that racism isn't a problem in the United States of America, if that makes sense. So they will discount the whole struggle, right? Simply because they are black, quote unquote black, but their reality isn't that of a black person. But because they can claim black, right, they'll get touted as a black person, right? And people will use them as a talking head to denounce the struggle or to claim that racism isn't the problem that people make it out to be.
Yeah, somebody said I may be generalizing too broadly. I think that's maybe accurate. You are more correct when you said that, you know, some people might want to, you know, do some good, and you don't necessarily have to just say, oh, because this person is not like dark, you shouldn't listen to that person. So, but I'm just saying that this has been an issue in other regions, and in America, they seem to have swept that as if everything is, and that you have to always look at these things, because there might be aspects in the society that if you are blinded to it, then you might miss things that you should have picked up on. You see what I mean? Because other nations have clearly shown that they have differences of opinion based on their level of the mixture that they have.
Right.
It's just what
And
it
you know,
is.
as a black man myself, right, I understand that I am not dark skinned, right? And so I may not contextualize racism or the discrimination which comes with racism in the same way that someone darker than me does, right? And I empathize with that, right? So I can never discount how someone tells me they're being treated because they're darker, because the reality is, you know, I'm 44 years old. Growing up, I saw that even amongst us in our neighborhood, we treated darker skinned people a little different. You know, the things that we said sometimes, you know, because someone looked a bit more African than the next person, right? So, you know, people have to be conscious of that, you know, when they're discounting race issues, is that they may not have experienced it to the extent that others have, right? But anyway.
Yeah, that is an interesting point, that you treated some of the groups that are darker in a different way. And even culturally, I can even hear it sometimes when the way they insult each other, you know, sometimes you hear someone like someone like Brandon, he will say something like gap teeth and all that. These are African features that they are, you know, using to insult each other within the African American community. You see what I mean? So there are aspects of this that has, you know, that has come up through the culture that is denigrating of your Africanness. And it's something that, like I said, you have to use your tongue to count the number of teeth in your mouth on this one. People need to look at themselves and ask themselves some of the things that has been that has not been questioned as if it's okay. I've heard of people that talk about if the child has a kind of African hair, they don't consider it good hair. It's a straight curly one that they consider good hair. Those type of things is perpetuated by the ones that generally have them. You see, and they generally have the less, they have less harsher treatment from the Europeans than the darker ones. So, and if you look at them, if you look at that's something I know for sure. If you are mixed race here in the UK, yes, they might treat you as black, but by and large, your experiences will be less negative than somebody that is downright dark African.
Right.
You see what I mean?
Right.
So
That's
there is
the reality.
gradations of these things. Yeah. So it's something that even within the community they have to be aware of. When, especially if you have a lot of mixture, you have to think about that when you address the darker ones. People should just be honest with each other. I guess that's the beginning of most of the healing that needs to be done. Because some of all those insults, when I hear it, I was like, come on, there's no need to be insulting each other with things that are of us. It's almost like an European insult, really. An European person insulting an African person. And that is something an African American person is using to insult another African American. And that when you said that the way you treated some other African Americans, that's the stuff that came up in my mind, that okay, yeah, that's why it's something that happens. But do you think it's something that is like, you know, widespread, or is just something that happens at a limited time, like at a young age, you know? Then you move on
I
from
would
that?
like to believe that it is something that is left behind in childhood, but no, if you listen to like even the older people, you know, I can't say it's widespread, but it's not necessarily exclusive to just childhood titter tatter or name calling or you know, banter. It's stuff that you could hear like older people.
There's reasons for that.
Right. Yeah. I think it's something that was socially ingrained, you know, in all of us. I mean, but for generations, you know, and our parents had those kinds of mindsets
There's no
before,
black
and we
culture.
got them. Yeah, we got those mindsets as children without even realizing the negativity of it. And I think that as children, we weren't even necessarily trying to do it in a negative way. It was, it was all jokes,
No,
but
it's
we did
negative.
also believe.
But it was all dictated
Because
by the
I say
dominant
it this
white
way.
society.
Right. We knew.
I mean, because
We
the
knew what
closer you got to being white, is the better you got treated.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
Right.
obvious
I agree.
based on the
And
plantation life. That's
and
just
that
based
became the
on
neighborhood
plantation
politics
life
a lot
in
of
most
times.
of. Exactly, because you still had to be in this country around these people and had to deal with them. So if you can get somebody who looked a little bit closer to them and they felt a little more comfortable dealing with that person, well, of course, you know the pros and there's cons to everything that happens out of that. Yeah, you're going to have that person who's lighter skinned. They may be able to communicate and do business with them. But in the flip side, they're going to get ostracized by, the people within the community who are darker, who may feel like they got more privileges. So this is all based on being around these people once again. You got to get away from these people and you got to be segregated. When we were segregated, we worked with each other whether you liked it or not.
Right.
You ain't have no choice. Now you got choices.
Right.
Now you got all these choices and you're splintered. You don't have no
Well, and
pride
I mean,
in anything.
it doesn't just
You
go
don't have no
even.
pride.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
There's no
No,
community,
I'm saying,
first of all.
well,
There's no a
in
lot.
order
I
to
hear
build a
they cannot.
community, you have to understand once again the foundations of a community. It's land. You got to be able to feed the people who are around you. You got to use that same land to clothe the people around you. You use that same land to build an economy off of. You don't have that.
Right.
You
And
don't
when you
have
don't
it.
have that's what causes the separation, and where you're, because I think that, and once again, going back to the whole FBA ADOS, even though they're the same thing, but there's something different, this, that, or the other. There's always all of these different, we want to take up the the identity of whatever we can
It's the same
find to
proximity
have some kind of identity.
politics.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. You take
It's
up all these
special by
other
proximity.
identities. Yeah, yeah. You take up a bunch of different identities that you want to identify with, or that other people have identified you as, to where there is no specific, like, outside of the color thing. If you're darker or lighter, people treating you different. A large thing also has to do with the way that you talk. I don't know if other people have experienced that, but I remember there were a few times when I was younger, people would, oh no, you're not one of those, and I'm like, well, what do you mean one of those? Like, yo, you're not like them, and it's like, what do you mean I'm not like them? You know what I'm saying? And people will get that, and it's just like, so what do you expect us all to talk the exact same, all be the, this, that, and the other? But either way it goes, you don't get that with a lot of cultures. I mean, don't get me wrong, you might have an Asian that talks completely Americanized, doesn't have any kind of an accent or whatever, that you might say, well, you don't talk Asian, but you don't say you're not one of them. Like you're just completely different. You don't find that with the Middle Eastern, or, this, that, or the other. They might understand some difference, or understand, oh yeah, you've obviously been in America a while, but it's not the same as, like I said, it's a social thing. It's been ingrained and flipped around and turned around so many different times, to where, and the identities constantly flip. You might identify as one thing, and then you identify as something completely different. Nobody was talking about ADOS or FBA up until, I don't know, the last 2 years. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's been long, but it's been something socially ingrained, because we don't have a solid community of, this is what it is, this is how we act, how we interact with each other. If you don't, what's the term, if you don't have a foundation to stand on, it can always be shook, or what, understand where I'm going. But yeah, that's what I think the issue is with that, and that's where that comes from.
Yeah. Yep.
I can
It's all
agree to
good
I can
anyway.
agree to that.
I can
I can
say I
agree to that
understand.
because
Like, but you know that in
it,
Africa too, we have similar things where currently
it,
anyway, that they treat the lighter
it,
skins slightly better than the this in the darker ones, but generally their political ideology doesn't alter because of that anyway. So maybe that's the difference, where their approach in politics or whatever they want to do doesn't hinge on color. It doesn't affect them. However, in movies, most of the good guys and the heroes tend to be the lighter skinned one, and the bad guys tend to be the darker skinned ones, by and large, in most of the movies. And it's something that our people probably need to shed. They need to shed some of all these things that we picked up. And you see that, on the continent, and then even within the way we treat each other. And personally, I'm one of those people that have had, a kind of epiphany that in this life, you choose what you want to put on as a higher value. And I've been in a situation whereby I actually started thinking that, you know what, maybe I should be darker. It's actually better, And so it tells you that most of all these things are, superficial. It's not deep, and it can change. It can flip very easily in the other direction. And this is why some of my most favorite people in the world are the Nilotics of Africa. They make up the tallest people in the world and some of the darkest people on earth. They are part of the ancient kingdoms of Nubia, and they've done great things in their time. And they are one of the oldest groups on earth. They have, in terms of the patrilineal genes, the highest concentration of the oldest groups on earth. So, and you see these people and their height and their darkness and everything. Personally, I look at them and these are like walking gods. And they've been in this world for over 1,000 years. These Western genes that you're looking at right now, most of them are relatively new. Some of them are 50,000 years old. And these guys have been around since the very inception of modern humans. So one has to recognize value for what it is. And these are some of the most genetically diverse groups on earth. So we have to know our value, and our family, the African Americans and all the guys that are in the diaspora now, we've never actually left the continent. We left the continent for the first time in large numbers 500 years ago. And hence, our presence in the world is a new phenomenon. And who knows where it will lead. It's just one of those things I thought I should highlight. And, we shouldn't necessarily, when you are in the community, necessarily treat the darker ones worse than the lighter ones, because they are just as, they have a right to be here just as anyone else.
And at the same time, it's like we got to be careful not to do the reverse, right? Not become the hateful people that we see. I think there's really a danger of that. You hear it sometimes in these conversations where, it's talk of like superiority or, but it all goes back to that identity crisis thing, and the self-esteem or lack thereof, which is tied to identity crisis. Then you got to try to find an identity that makes you superior to other people, right? Yeah. It's not enough to see other people as equal. You try, you have to overcompensate by, somehow, some way, coming up with the reason why you're more superior than other people are. And I don't think that's a good way to go.
Right.
Some people actually believe that you have to believe you're better than other people to progress. If you don't believe you're better, like if you're going for a race, a 100-meter race, if you don't believe you're better than them, well, why go and join the race? So some people make that argument. So I don't know what you think about that. You have to believe you're better somehow.
As an individual, but there's no just one group of people. I mean, we can look around and just see there's no one group of people that's just across the board better than the next group of people. And you could take all metrics, and engage it. It just doesn't.
What I would say, I mean, kind of close to what Tunaj just said, as much as I agree with you about, we should all, feel, essentially equal. At the same time, my pushback with that is we are like the only race of people that, because we've always been welcoming and loving and, respectful to other people's cultures and this, that, and the other. And that has been to our detriment because we don't every other group, they try to purvey, basically their superiority in whatever way that they can, and we're always like, oh no, we don't want to, essentially step on everybody else's toes. When in all reality, if we did have more of a mindset, like almost like you said, you don't want to hate other people. I agree with it in the essentially the grand scheme of things, but also at the same time, it's like for one, I've always said, maybe we need to hate a little bit more. I mean, as bad as it sounds, like that's kind of the issue,
A
It's
little
almost like
bit more.
it's straight up,
That
like
sounds just funny.
yeah, like
there are
it's
probably
it's
things
almost like
that
we're the ones that always turn our cheek. Like it's almost like when people get killed. The police will kill somebody, or somebody will kill somebody, and you'll always see our family members. And I've told my own family, like, look, man, I'll roll over my grave if anybody ever wrongs me or whatever. And you're in the courtroom talking about, oh, we forgive you, this, that, and the other. You don't see the other cultures doing that. They're like, lock them away and throw away the key. Go straight to where. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not talking about, oh yeah, we forgive you, and oh, we just want peace and all to be loving. Nah, man, they're not on that. And that, and
Hey,
this is
yo,
my personal opinion. I feel like that's
that
kind of
comes
one of the.
I think we have to be
that
careful
comes from
with
pride.
going from point of
That
going from being that you believing in yourself doesn't necessarily mean you have to translate it to hate. Demanding justice doesn't mean hate. Because I don't understand
no.
why somebody would just kill your person, you be like, I forgive you and all the rest. Well, they will demand justice. And that doesn't sound like a fair trade. And your people are not even as many as the other group. And you're willing to trade your own lives. And, that's a recipe for extinction, really. So you can demand for justice, not necessarily hate other people. And you can believe that you're better at certain things. Doesn't necessarily mean you're saying you're superior to them in everything. You see what I mean? So I guess it's a middle of everything else. There's a middle of the ground, and but they don't have any problem saying that they're better than us.
But yeah, I mean, but
Hey, guys, we're gonna go ahead and close. Hey, we're gonna go ahead and close out. Hey, everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time, family. Dynasty Search for Huru. Peace.
Thank you, Dynasty. Peace.
Peace.